Under the revisions, we modified BES cyber asset and protected cyber asset to accommodate some new language in transient cyber asset, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Removable media is another term based in response to directives that we got from FERC that we defined that we didn't have a need to do that in version 5 because of the way the standards were structured, but under the revisions, we've done that now. We'll talk about that in a future presentation. And then adding some specificity around the electronic connectivity for low-impact requirements or low-impact facilities and locations. We came up with 2 new terms, lurk and leap, that Felix is going to talk about tomorrow. In terms of an overview of some of the major changes in the definitions, first one is the whole getting to BES cyber systems, which is the focus of most of the standards. Cyber assets, which is an existing term under version 3, made changes. We removed communications networks and added in those devices to the data to clarify that we are not concerned by cyber assets by definition for network communications and the data that is flowing between assets. So the cyber asset now includes data that is resident in that asset in memory of some kind, and we're not concerned by this definition with data in motion. FERC raised some issues with this, and we'll talk about this a little bit in the revisions, but FERC had some issues with us removing communications networks from this definition and ordered us to resolve some of those issues, and we're not quite done with those resolutions yet either, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. That's the main change to cyber asset. BES cyber asset, new definition. Start at the bottom. All of that red line was removed and essentially is placed in the transient cyber asset definition. So under version 5, the transient cyber asset concept was embodied in the definition of BES cyber asset and protected cyber asset, and we've moved that off in the revisions. Start off with looking at this and parsing the definition. Cyber asset that we've previously defined, if rendered unavailable, degraded, or misused. So under version 3 and before, most of the focus was on what happens if I lose the asset? What's the impact if I lose the asset? And FERC, all along, even back in Order 706, had said, you really need to be worried about degradation and misuse. Focus on misuse. And anyone who has had some nasty thoughts about their systems, it's not really that difficult to take a system like a protection system or a SCADA system and cause it to do the wrong thing. Misprogram it, misconfigure it. You think you're opening a breaker and instead you're closing a breaker. You think a breaker is going to be operated by a protection system at a certain amperage level, and you change that amperage level so that it trips under a normal condition and causes all kinds of problems. Those are the misuse constructs that FERC was concerned about, and we as an industry should be concerned about. That now is embodied in the definition. So anything that can lead to misuse that has some other timing constraints on it. Misuse within 15 minutes of its required operation, misoperation or non-operation. So if I'm going to, again, in a protection environment, we're going to trip a breaker too early or too late, that could cause a problem that would lead to a line overload or a line being taken out of service that would cause other lines to be overloaded and lead to a cascade. Those kinds of things can happen in less than 15 minutes. If they do, then those cyber assets are important to reliability and we need to protect them. And then we go on to talking about that. Adversely impact one or more facilities, systems, or equipment. Facilities with a capital F, so that's an ERC glossary term. Systems and equipment refers to things that are not bulk electric system application or bulk electric system elements like energy management systems, protection systems, etc. Which, if that equipment was destroyed, degraded, or otherwise rendered unavailable when needed, could cause or would affect reliable operation of the bulk electric system. So it's a complicated, multi-part definition that starts off with what can a computer do, can that computer cause a problem within the computer system, and can that computer system problem lead to a reliability issue? And that's one of the things that oftentimes gets lost when we discuss cybersecurity standards is NERC writes bulk electric system reliability standards. So everything that we define and do needs to lead to a bulk electric system reliability issue that we're trying to to either prevent a problem or maintain reliable operations. And a lot of times you'll hear, particularly in talking heads and pundits and even sometimes Congress, cybersecurity for cybersecurity's sake. That's not the goal of this. This is cybersecurity for bulk electric system reliability's sake. So this is the tie-in in the BES cyber asset of how we get from cybersecurity and computer operations to real impacts on the bulk electric system and keeping the system up and running. Then the second bullet here, or the second sentence here, is redundancy is not a factor in whether or not something is a cyber asset. Some people would claim, well, I have two, so that if one fails, the other one is there to take its place. And the issue with that is many times those systems at the cyber level are connected. How many of you have energy management systems that have data replication in them so that when you put something, enter a value where you get telemetry in your primary system, it automatically shows up in the backup system so that if you need to fail over, you have fresh data. Okay? I make a programming change in one system, I need to make sure that programming change makes it over to the other system. Normally you start off in the backup and you move to the primary, but not always. There are some times when that happens. Well, think of that from a misuse or malicious standpoint. If I'm going to corrupt a program and it automatically migrates from the backup system to the running system, I need to be sure that I'm protecting both of those systems. If I'm going to corrupt a settings or a data in the primary system, I can't rely on that backup to be non-corrupted if the migration and the replication is going to go through and corrupt both of those systems. So redundancy is not a way to get out of this. And I used to be a consultant many years ago. And one of the watchwords I used to say was, if you think a system or a function is so important that you need to have a backup, shouldn't that tell you that it's a critical system to begin with? You don't back up your non-essential systems. So the fact that it's a redundant system to begin with says that it's pretty important. So that's another reason why redundancy should not play into this to get you out of having a BES cyber asset. So this is the key definition for all of the CIP standards. Anybody have any questions on this one that we can take? Okay. The next definition, BES cyber system, is the drafting team's attempt at allowing you to take a number of computer systems, computer devices, and group them together and treat them as a system. And most of the standards are written at the system level. Definition is a BES cyber system is one or more cyber assets, BES cyber assets, logically grouped by a responsible entity, you guys, to perform one or more reliability tasks for your entity. So how many of you have SCADA or EMS systems or GMS systems? Any of those systems, single computer systems? When I started in this business, single computer systems for energy management and SCADA were common. That's not the case anymore. So what this does is it allows you to take a modern energy management or SCADA system that is comprised of a whole bunch of distributed computers, some of them data processors, some of them application processors, front-end telemetry, HMIs, and treat them together as a single unit if you want to. You don't have to do that, but there's going to be some requirements, and we'll get to that in the next presentation, where that might be advantageous. So the systems grouping is something that's new, and it provides a lot of flexibility. We heard yesterday the Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. My take on that is with great flexibility comes great responsibility. And we're going to talk again tomorrow on the grouping concept. You have a lot of flexibility built into the standards. Grouping is just one of those. It's the first one we've hit. There's a lot of flexibility built in. We expect you to take advantage of that flexibility as it suits your needs. But with that comes a lot of responsibility to demonstrate that that flexibility is still meeting all of the requirements of the standards. And we'll talk about some of that more in the next presentation and tomorrow. Okay? External routable connectivity, another new concept. We had that before. We've modified this definition basically to accommodate data diode unidirectional gateway technology where it is applicable and appropriate. External routable connectivity is now the ability to access a cyber system that's inside an ESP, And when we get to all the definitions, ESP is only for routable connectivity, starting from the outside and reaching in. If you start from the inside and reach out, it's not external routable connectivity because it's not starting from the external side. So if you have a data diode or unidirectional gateway technology that is only pushing data out, that is not external routable connectivity. Now, quite honestly, there's not a whole lot of cases in the power system where one-way communications really makes a whole lot of sense. Generation, it makes a whole lot of sense. But for a control center to only push data out and never get any data in doesn't make a whole lot of sense. For a transmission station to only push data out and not accept control commands coming in doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Generation is a little bit different just because of the data volumes that are there. So when you implement a unidirectional unidirectional data pathway, you do not have external routable connectivity. That gives you a different set of requirements that you need to be compliant with, and we'll go over some of those in the next presentation. Dial-up connectivity is basically the same as it's always been. Dial-up is still out there. It's not nearly as prevalent as it had been. It's probably going to be going away. I've heard, I'm going to heavily paraphrase and editorialize, the phone company is getting out of the dial-up business, basically. I've heard people hearing letters that they're getting out of the nail-up line business and the analog line business and end-of-life service from some of the phone company operators. So we're all moving towards a more digital, a more routably connected IP kind of a facility and network, and dial-up is probably going to be the first one to go as a result of that. Electronic security perimeter. Change here is under the version 3 definition, the ESP, part of the definition was access control. You needed to have that communications that goes across the ESP in order to define the ESP. That is no longer the case. ESP is now a logical border surrounding a network to which bedside systems are connected using a routable protocol. So I can have a standalone IP network in a substation or a generating plant, for example, that has an ESP drawn around it, even if the only way I cross that ESP is using a serial or a legacy protocol. I can cross that ESP using a serial legacy protocol. That does not trigger external routable connectivity unless I transit across that ESP using a routable protocol. So we don't have this non-routable access point discussion anymore that we had at some point back in the version 3 days with the compliance application notices and the cars that dealing with that. So we've resolved those issues. The reason we have the ESP is we have this new concept of protected cyber asset. I skipped over that definition in the interest of time. Protected cyber asset is now a formal definition, formal concept. It's been around since the version 3 days. It's basically an asset that is inside of an ESP that doesn't necessarily need to be there from a reliability standpoint. It's there because it makes sense for it to be there. So in a transmission station, for example, it could be a digital fault recorder that is just on the same substation network gathering data, but it's not used for real-time operations. It's used for next-day forensics or something like that. If it's on the substation network and that network is an IP network, it is a protected cyber asset. We need to protect it because it can be used as a launch point if it is misused to affect the operation of the real-time systems, the BES cyber assets. So how do we distinguish what is a protected cyber asset, what's not a protected cyber asset? If you have a routable network, you draw that red dotted line, and it has to be a red dotted line, otherwise the auditors aren't going to know it's an ESP. If you draw a green dotted line, it's really going to confuse them. Blue is usually PSP. Green, I don't know what you do. You probably issue an RFI if you got a green dotted line, right? You draw that ESP boundary around it, and then everything that's on that routable network, that IP network, is either a BES cyber asset that can be grouped into a system or a protected cyber asset, and everything that you need to protect, everything that's inside of that network. And then if there's a routable connection, there's requirements around how you treat that routable connection. If it's a serial or dial-up, there's a different set of requirements around that. We'll get to that in the next presentation. Electronic access point. We made some changes on that because we removed that control from the ESP. We need to define what that control point is. That's now an EAP, or electronic access point. That's a cyber asset interface on an ESP that allows routable communication between cyber assets outside and cyber assets inside. Starts off with outside because that's where external routable connectivity comes into. And it's an interface, so I can have a multi-leg firewall. So imagine in an EMS, particularly we see this in the smaller environments where there's a firewall that may have a corporate link and a vendor link and an ICCP link and a marketing link and a few other links on it, and one of them goes inside of the SCADA system or the EMS. The EAP is the interface, the network jack that goes into the ESP where the EMS is. That's the focal point of the requirements and the focal point of the audit. The audit is not going to be as concerned. It's going to be slightly concerned with the filters and the access lists on all those other interfaces to make sure that there's no interplay between traffic that's not supposed to go inside of the ESP and traffic that does go inside of the ESP. But the focus, the laser focus in the audit is going to be what's the access list on that defined EAP that allows traffic in and out of the ESP where the critical systems are. And again, we've done some changes in that for low impact that Belik is going to talk about. Electronic access control or monitoring systems, EACMS. Some people pronounce this as ECMS. I haven't quite gone that far yet. But basically, these are cyber assets that perform electronic access control or electronic access monitoring of the ESP or the BES cyber systems. And it includes intermediate devices that should say intermediate systems. We had some last minute changes. We're still catching up on some of these terms. So basically what that is, think of this as firewalls. So a firewall is an EACMS because it's controlling access, but there's a lot more systems that fall into this. Anything that is going to be monitoring what's going on in your systems is also an EACMS. So if you have a syslog server or a SIM system, a security event management system, or an LDAP or Active Directory system that is playing a role in access monitoring and control, or a Radius server, or anything like that that plays a role in access monitoring, access control. They all get grouped together as electronic access control or monitoring systems. One of the caveats here is, again, particularly smaller entities that have an Active Directory environment, the corporate Active Directory environment, and they're using that same Active Directory environment for their EMS for authentication. That corporate Active Directory system is an EACMS, and because it's used by the SCADA system, it is in scope for the audit. So you need to make a decision about whether or not that is what you want to have audited. And the reason for that is we want to make sure that somebody who has a corporate account doesn't inadvertently end up with an EMS account too, just because it's the same account system. So what a lot of folks are doing, a lot of entities are doing, particularly larger entities that have lots and lots of systems inside of the EMS, is standing up a separate Active Directory system. And then they don't need to worry about what goes on out in corporate. So if you have 10,000 accounts in corporate and 100 accounts in the EMS, rather than have 10,000 accounts subject to the audit to make sure that all 10,000 of them are configured correctly, you only worry about the 100 that you actually need to worry about. Either one will work, and for some small entities, it may be a crapshoot about which way you go. But that's just something to be aware of. Protected cyber assets, I mentioned before, those are the assets that are inside of the ESP that do not play a role in reliability, or because of something called high watermarking, get put in at maybe a low impact level but are on the same network as a medium or high impact level and get brought up to that higher impact level because of the interaction that they play. And we'll talk about high watermarking in a few minutes. And then that bottom part is that whole transient cyber asset piece that we pulled out. Question in the back, can we get a mic?
Yeah, Scott, it's really difficult.
Excuse me. Folks on the phone couldn't hear you.
Could you explain multiple classifications, devices that fit into multiple classifications, and how you address that?
Sure. So imagine a transmission station that has a 500 kV line with a protection system that's on a network. And there's also a 115 kV protection system on that same network. If you look at and you treat them as two separate systems. Okay? If they're on the same network, or if they were not on the same network, I would have a medium impact transmission protection system for 500 kV and a low impact for the 115 based on the way that the criteria plays out. but because they're on the same network and they can talk to each other over that common network, the 115 needs to be treated at the medium level because it impacts the medium, it could impact the function of the medium impact protection system.
I didn't ask the question right, obviously.
Okay.
I have a device that is a BES cyber asset and could also be classified as a ECM or a electronic access control or monitoring system, or I have a device that could be classified as a protected cyber asset and could also be an electronic access control and monitoring system, or in your example could be a low or a medium impact BES cyber system, or could be a protected cyber asset for some other system because it's in the same network.
Right.
And you start to get into these multiple classifications, and the standards really don't address that very well. In version 3, in general, it was accepted that an EACM would trump the fact that it was a CCA or whatever, and you wouldn't multi-classify.
It's actually the other way around. The CCA would trump the EACMS. But nonetheless.
Okay. Okay.
High water marking, basically, if it's on the same network, if it's a shared network, routable network, it rises up to whatever the highest level is of any system on that network. The EACMS and in many cases the PCAs are specifically called out in the applicable systems column of the tables, and we'll get to that. I have some examples, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next presentation as well. But it's all specifically called out. Both EACMS and PCAs are called out when they apply, but what the level that they apply is based on what they're associated with and the highest level that they're associated with.
Scott, I think he's talking about, let's pick a specific example. If I put an AD controller inside my ESP,
Yep.
Is it an EACMS or is it a PCA or is it both?
It's kind of both. But when you look at the requirements, it's largely not going to matter because EACMS and PCA generally appear in both cases. There's a couple of cases where EACMS is called out separately. There's a couple of cases where it's not called out. But if it's PCA without EACMS, because it's inside of the network, it would be treated as a PCA. If it's outside of the network of the ESP, then it's only an EACMS that's associated. It's not a PCA. So a lot of it depends on the specific network architecture. And yeah, I don't know, Ray, did you mention assist visits? We're going to talk about that at some point. Okay. So RF has this assist visit concept where they can actually come out and look at the specifics of your implementation in your drawing and make suggestions and recommendations. Suggestions? Yeah. I got to be careful how far we're not going to tell you it's going to be compliant, but we're going to point out some pitfalls. They're going to point out some pitfalls. But a lot of it is heavily dependent on where you put things and what they do, which makes generalized questions really difficult to ask and answer in this environment.
So I think I heard you say in the specific case of an Active Directory authentication server inside the ESP, we better pay attention to the requirements applicable to PCAs and the requirements applicable to ECMs.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's probably about a 90% similar scenario. The other thing is whenever you're doing this high water marking or in that particular scenario and you're keeping your records, it is likely to be to your benefit to say this is a natively low impact asset that I am high water marking up to medium impact, so that if you rearrange your network, re-architect your network and split that off into two ESPs, you don't have to re-engineer all of those assets. You know where they came from and how they're being treated. So that's just a suggestion from an implementation standpoint.
One of the things I thought I heard you say was that EACM doesn't trump BES cyber asset, and I'm kind of surprised about that. That's generally how we've treated things like firewalls, where they're critical and would meet the definition of BES cyber asset, but they're clearly an EACM, not a BES cyber asset. Did we misunderstand that?
A lot of, again, that comes down to largely an architecture discussion, and we're actually discussing the role of network devices and network systems as BES cyber assets and BES cyber systems. So we're still a little bit early on that. Bob is going to try and handle some of those issues when we hit the lessons learned, but if it's true to history, it's probably going to create more confusion and questions than anything else, because it is a very complicated subject to talk about. Firewalls, generally, we treat as EACMS more than BCAs, because in most cases, not all, if the firewall fails, the BES cyber asset still can continue some semblance of operations. That's not true for like a core network switch inside of an ESP that basically is the network. If that core network switch fails, then that we consider that to be a BES cyber asset as part of the system, because that's essential for communication amongst the various systems that are inside of the ESP. So it's a very complicated scenario. The good news is that probably, like I said, 80 to 90%, it almost doesn't matter what you call something because the protections are essentially the same, but you do need to keep it straight in your head. The end result of it in terms of protections is going to be very, very similar and consistent, and it's going to make sense. But again, the assist visit can help with that, or we can maybe get into it a little bit more in a protracted discussion after Bob's presentation, and we hit the general Q&A next tomorrow. Okay. Transient cyber assets. This is it. Another question? Okay.
This is quick and easy, but we got a ton of pressure that each asset is only one thing in V3, and make sure your spreadsheets say it's only one thing, call it what it is. So from audit staff to not have to have everybody ask for an assist visit, just to clarify, it will be okay and somewhat expected that there will be multiple definitions for the same system type or asset type? Okay.
And when we get to the grouping discussion tomorrow, a given asset will possibly be in multiple groups depending on how you do your grouping. And we'll cover that a little bit more tomorrow.
Scott, to maybe answer Chris's question a little bit more, we're going to look at the primary function of that asset, right? Is it performing an EACMS function, or is it just another peripheral device as a PCA within the ESP? So that's really where, from an audit perspective, Chris, we've been drawing the line kind of in V3 and would be looking at it very similarly in V5. What is the primary function of that asset, whether it's a firewall or a network switch or a server or a workstation? We're never going to ding you for multiple classifications. I think some of the recommendations have come down under V3 that, you know, theoretically it should be one or the other, right? But not both. But so that's really all I had to say there.
And that's correct, except for that, you know, few standards or few requirements that may just say PCA or may just say EACMs that you would, if you have one that's both, then it would need to follow those requirements too, which naturally it would. You know.
And a lot of this is just the increased flexibility that this set of standards has, and a lot of that flexibility is as a result of the practical implementations and questions that have come up during the implementation of version 3. And that's just a good example of that. We're trying to keep things as understandable as possible, even if, in order for it to be clearly understandable, it needs to be a little bit more complex. And you know, that's one of those counterintuitive things. There's a lot of counterintuitive stuff in these standards. That's just one of those that you need to put a little bit more thought in it to make it simpler. At least hopefully simpler. Transient cyber asset, I mentioned we pulled out the 30-day exemption clause from the haven't said that in a long time. BES cyber asset and protected cyber asset, created a new definition under the revisions dealing with those transient cyber assets. These are things like laptops that have test software on that you carry into a substation or a generating plant, network diagnostic equipment that you might need to take into an EMS to troubleshoot a network problem, those kinds of things. They're intended to be connected for 30 days or less. It's not intended that you take it in, you plug it in for 29 days, disconnect it, plug it back in again, wait another 29 days. We will not look kindly on that. if you try and do that. These are things that really, their function is to be in there for short periods of time and come back out. It's also not, well, the first 29 days that I set my system up, everything's a transient cyber asset and then becomes a BES cyber asset on day 31. That's not the case either. We've had those questions come up. Primary key on a transient cyber asset is these clauses up here, capable of transferring executable code. So a transient cyber asset needs to have that capability, and some of them do, some of them don't, and a lot of it is based on function. So, for example, if I have a test harness on a laptop that I'm going to be using to do testing of my relays in a substation, and the test harness on a laptop just plugs into the analog ports on the front panel, and I'm injecting voltages and currents, and I'm seeing how the relay performs, and I don't have any digital connection to that back end of the relay, I cannot insert code via those analog ports on the front panel. So if the only function I have is I want to see what 5 volts does to the relay, I want to see what 4 volts does to the relay, I want to see what 6 volts does to the relay, those laptops are not transient cyber assets because they're not capable of transferring code. On the other hand, if I take the Ethernet port and plug that into the back of the system, or it's the DB25 and I plug it back in the serial part of the system so that the relay is actually going to tell the laptop what the test results are, it is now capable of transferring code, and it does meet the definition of transient cyber asset. So it's no longer, if it's a laptop and it's in a substation, it's a transient cyber asset. You need to develop the story of why it is or is not based on its features, functions, and use. And then all of the rest of the information that in here deals with its connection. Doesn't matter how it's connected. These are only examples. If you have an IR connection or some other connection that's not listed here, but it's still a digital connection and can transfer code, it meets this definition. But we tried to capture as many of these as we thought were more practical and in use. And then 30 consecutive calendar days. That's really the key. That's the holdover from the version 5 language, and we don't think that really had a significant change. Okay. Removable media, another new definition under the revisions, and this one again is focused on transferring executable code or store, copy, move, and access data. And because that data could imply configurations that can have an effect on executable code. So we want to make sure that that's going to cover everything that you're transferring into and out of the BES cyber assets. So this is going to be USB devices, SD cards, flash memory, anything like that that's going to be connected. And when we get to the revisions, we'll talk a little bit about what the protections are around those transient cyber assets. But again, these are some of the new concepts. Interactive remote access, this has been a version 5 definition, and it deals with the new definition that we have around controlling access that's going to start on the outside and access devices on the inside, and we want to make sure that that access is controlled and secure. We're going to implement an intermediate system or a jump host to make sure that that happens. But basically, any time that you have a user on the outside that is going to connect across the ESP using a routable protocol, it needs to be secured, and we need to manage that. And we're not talking about program-to-program communications. So if you're doing telemetry or control, it's not interactive remote access. If you have automated systems that are going to take, for example, tie line metering data and export that out to a billing system, or have the billing system reach in periodically and pull that out, those are not considered interactive access. Anything that starts from an ESP and goes to another ESP is not considered interactive access either. It needs to start from an outside of a controlled environment and reach in. And it doesn't matter where the systems are starting or where the interaction is starting from. Cyber assets owned by the responsible entity, cyber assets owned by employees. If your work from home says they're allowed to use home computers for remote maintenance off hours, we don't recommend that, but we're not going to tell you that that's a violation of the standards. That's just not a good thing to do. Or cyber assets owned by vendors, contractors, or consultants. So it doesn't really matter where that access comes from. If it's outside of the ESP and comes in, we're going to want to control that. Intermediate system is the jump host. It's how we control that access. The key here is restricting interactive access to only authorized users, and it has to be located not inside of the ESP, either outside or on the ESP. Yes?
Yeah, quick question regarding the remote access and the two-factor authentication. Going back the previous slide, remote access originates from a cyber asset that's not an intermediate system.
Right.
So there's kind of the piece that if I've got the intermediate system on a DMZ,
right,
okay, and let's say it's a physical machine on that DMZ, do I need, and it's set back in the computer room, if somebody goes back and sets at that physical machine that's an intermediate system, does that, and he's going to use that system setting at it to go inside the ESP, does that have to have two-factor authentication for that person sitting there?
No.
Okay.
That's the way the standards are written. Because it's being initiated from the intermediate system itself, it does not need to have two-factor authentication. And the reason for that is it's another one of those house of mirrors issues. Is the intermediate system is where the encryption termination is so that the traffic can be inspected, and it's where the two-factor authentication occurs. So if you're already on the border where the two-factor authentication occurs, then we would require you to two-factor authenticate so that you could go through another intermediate system.
So, Scott, in the interests of the one voice message, when we had the last webinar a month or so ago, our esteemed friend Kevin Perry stood up and very loudly proclaimed, you better make sure there's no way for anybody to log into these locally without two-factor authentication. What are we doing to clean up messages like that are now out there archived?
Yeah.
Why I asked.
Wait, Benny. Wait.
I may need to go back and revisit the context of that and perhaps modify my answer. I'm going to have to, I will have to do some research on that. So somebody can write that one down and so that they remind me that I promised to do research.
Yeah, because, I mean, technically it's going to be kind of rather difficult to do two-factor auth if that indeed what Kevin Perry said at that meeting, to do two-factor authentication sitting down at that machine and do two-factor authentication to get inside. That's going to be a little bit problematic. So I was trying to...
It depends on your implementation, but yeah.
Well, right, but within our environment, it's like, okay, what do we do here with that?
Yeah, again, I would have to go back and look at all of the constructs because the two-factor authentication deals with, the two-factor authentication language appears in the requirement, not in the definition. Two-factor authentication is where, but the requirement says two-factor authentication needs to be done on the interactive system. And I have to go back and connect the dots and see exactly where all of that lines up.
You're right.
I can say that I'm right and Kevin's wrong, but I'm not sure that...
That's the easy part.
Since Kevin's not here, but yeah, we need to go back because there's always going to be those nuanced differences, and you know, I'll use the auditor's favorite term, it depends. And you know, that's one of those unfortunates that, you know, vendor A's solution may cleanly allow or require one, vendor B's solution may not easily or completely disallow the same thing, and we need to figure out, are they both compliant? Or if not, how do we communicate and say what the functional difference is between those two systems so that you guys, when you go to implement and then get audited, aren't led down a wrong path by a vendor or a specific implementation. So that's really where the danger comes in, and I have to go back and look at that to see exactly. The good news is either Kevin's right and I'm wrong, I'm right and Kevin's wrong, or we're both wrong. We're not both right. Okay? So intermediate system, this is where, and again, the requirements are actually going to say what happens here, but these are the systems that are performing the access control to restrict the interactive access. And they have to be located on or outside of the ESP. They cannot be inside of the ESP. Reason for that is encryption, termination, and two-factor authentication are the two features that the intermediate system has to have. You can't wait to authenticate until you're already inside the door. And there's a requirement for traffic inspection, and you can't inspect the encrypted traffic as it crosses the ESP. So you need to decrypt so that you can inspect. The closer to the ESP that you do that, the better you are. So DMZ is a good place to do that. You can re-encrypt the traffic then if your policy requires that, but you still need to inspect it before it crosses. Okay. Physical security perimeter, completely rewrote. We gutted and rewrote this definition. So it used to be 6 wall boundaries. We had a CAN that talked about 96 square inches. Et cetera, and so we've completely gotten rid of that because that applied very, very well to a control center, an EMS containing control center and a control room. There were some problems. I've been to control rooms that had trouble meeting all of those, but generally most control rooms are buildings with completely enclosed boundaries, 6 walls, et cetera. Doesn't work quite so well in a generating plant. Anybody been in a generating plant? Where are the cyber assets in a generating plant? They are everywhere. So a 6-wall boundary just makes no sense because you'd need 200,000 6-wall boundaries. In a substation, works pretty well if all of your cyber assets are in the control house, but imagine, anybody familiar with IEC 61850? Okay, a couple of hands. One of the nifty things about 61850 is it takes the intelligence and moves it out into the primary instrumentation. So a bushing on a 500 kV breaker has an Ethernet port on it. It's a fiber Ethernet port. And it has an IP address, and it has a whole bunch of configuration and processing in it. And oh, by the way, there's firmware in there that needs to be updated on occasion. So it's a cyber asset. The bushing is a cyber asset. How do you put a 6-wall boundary with a 96 square inch opening around a 500 kV bushing and still have it operate as a 500 kV bushing and not ground out every time you run any power through it? It just does not work. So we've gone to what we started off calling defined physical space, but we changed it back to physical security perimeter. Physical border surrounding locations to which BES cyber assets, BES cyber systems, or EACMS systems reside and for which access is controlled. Controlled also implies monitoring. The way I normally explain this is, I see some gray hair in here, so I expect a lot of hands being raised. Anybody remember the old 70s sitcom WKRP in Cincinnati? Anybody remember Les Nessman, the news guy? Anybody remember Les Nessman's office? Okay, for those of you who haven't heard the story or are not going to admit to being old enough to watch this or haven't seen it in reruns, Les Nessman was the news guy at this small market radio station in Cincinnati, which is just a little bit south of here, by the way. And because he was the news director, felt that he should have an office, because news directors have offices and they need to do office kinds of things. But his office was a desk over on the side of this large pooled room, not even cubes. It was just a bunch of desks. So Les built off an office by putting masking tape on the floor. That was his office wall. And he had a door in his office wall where there just wasn't masking tape, it was dotted or something like that. And Les could be in his office, and if his office door was closed, you could stand outside of his office on the other side of the wall and talk at Les, and he couldn't hear you because he was in his office and the door was closed. And if you wanted to talk to him, you had to knock on the door and open the door, and then he'd be more than happy to talk to you if he allowed you to open the door and motioned you in, because then the door was open and he could hear you. And at the end of the day, he would make a big show of walking out through the office, closing the door, and locking the door, and then he could leave. So nobody could touch the stuff in his office. Exact same concept here, only we don't require the masking tape. Okay, so imagine that same 61850 transmission station. You don't put a completely enclosed 6-wall boundary around that, but you still have the space that you know you need to define and control access to and monitor. What is that? I don't know. You got a lot of flexibility built into that. Maybe it's the outer fence of the substation. Maybe it's part of the substation yard, but not part of another part of the substation yard. How you control that, how you monitor that is completely up to you. You just need to figure out how you're going to do that. Cameras, lights, motion sensors, laser detection systems, infrared detection systems. There's all kinds of technology that's available to assist you with this access control and monitoring. So there's a lot of flexibility built into that. A lot of what you are likely already doing for copper theft prevention is going to take you a long way in this for substations. Generating plants, the same kind of thing. How do you control access? How do you monitor access? Is it the outer perimeter fence? Well, maybe. Unless you have 5,000 people a day coming into the generating plant, then maybe that's not quite so practical. Maybe you need to come up with some alternate methods for that. But those are the kinds of things that we expect to see. Just be able to explain how you're controlling and monitoring access.
Scott, quick question. So from the concept of, let's say, a virtual PSP, right, because you need to control access, you actually can't have a virtual masking tape thing. You really actually have to have a barrier of some sort, correct? Yes and no. I mean, it says control, but if you look at the drafting team record, it's really how do I know when I'm in the defined space and how I'm outside of the defined space. So depending on how you define that defined space, and control is not necessarily a physical restriction. Control can also be how am I alerting to the fact that my virtual perimeter has been breached, and what's my response to those breaches, if any. And those kinds of things. And we actually get to some of that in the requirements. This is yet another area of significant flexibility and innovation for both entities and vendors to come up with these solutions.
Yeah, Scott, you mentioned before using a camera inside of a substation to monitor a particular cyber asset. Is there, what's the take on whether or not that camera is capable of night vision? I mean, so you've got a physical security perimeter or an ESP that's protected by a camera that's only effective half of the day.
I would say that you're not really monitoring access if it's only effective half of the day, unless you can somehow guarantee that the break-ins are only going to occur during daylight.
Okay.
And you're going to have to get a whole lot of sign-off by all of the malicious actors in order to do that, and I don't see that as being very practical.
Scott, the physical security perimeter and the device you mentioned.
The masking tape?
No, the 500 kV bushing stuff.
Bushing, yeah.
Is the physical security perimeter to be physically keep from contact with the device, or just ability to access the ports, the D25 sub or the Ethernet access?
It's all focused on the cyber asset. Although I'd recommend you try and keep people from physically contacting the 500 kV bushing as well.
Well, we do that anyway. Yeah. But effectively, if you were preventing access to the ability to enter into the electronics of the device and program it, configure it, etc., would that be considered a satisfactory physical security perimeter?
From the CIP standards, yes, because the CIP standards, even in CIP 6 and the physical security perimeter, are still concerned with the cyber assets. So if you're not running 16.1850 and all of your cyber assets are in the control house, then the version 3 concept is probably going to be more practical for you to implement. But you still have that flexibility of looking at the outer perimeter fence or other fences or other borders inside. Again, a lot of flexibility built in there. If you have a version 3 compliant PSP that is going to continue to serve you well, there is no reason to make a change.
Scott? So inside the generation plant, as you mentioned, there are a number of cyber assets. We've counted 7,500 on one unit alone, sensors, things like that.
Right.
So to build a PSP around each of those individual devices is impossible forward. Or if you've got an HMI in the middle of the plant in a cabinet, you can put a bubble over that, but then right next to that's the emergency off button. What is the concept, or what are you trying to protect with each of these assets?
Access to the cyber asset
for the purposes of preventing degradation and misuse and maintaining expected operation. The emergency off, the big red button concept is one of those where we have to balance safety and operations considerations against the cybersecurity. And that's going to be an interesting discussion. I don't know that there is necessarily a single right or wrong answer, particularly for a human safety system or a plant safety system around that, because of all the nuances associated with OSHA regulations and you know, protecting the capital of the plant. So those are going to be some interesting discussions, and the risk-based compliance monitoring enforcement approach should give you some more flexibility to some solutions for that. I don't know how that's going to play out. That those are some of the significant brave new worlds that we're all facing right now, and I don't have the answers to that. Again, particularly with the big red button scenario.
One more, just to kind of follow up on that.
And you guys aren't supposed to be asking questions.
So we have, you know, once again, we're looking at this point of diminishing returns. So we have the protection relays that are in the generation plants. They're controlling the output to the yard, basically. To access them, to program them, to have any type of cyber asset, you have to pull them out of the cabinet. You have to take an outage to pull them out of the cabinet. And if you don't take the outage to pull them out of the cabinet, they have arc flash. Is that self-preservation for those things? I mean, is that enough protection?
I would have to look at the specific issues associated with that. It might be. You'd have to, again, look at the specific features and functions of how you have them mounted, what the capabilities and features are, and again, with an eye towards misuse of those systems, as well as just outright failure or loss of function. Okay, physical access control system, and I'm sure we're running way behind schedule by now. Yeah, it's all good stuff, and that's why it normally takes me 3 days to get through this. Physical access control system, I'll try and go quickly. Again, similar kinds of concepts. The key here is we've specifically excluded locally mounted hardware. So we want you to keep all of your physical access control systems inside of a physical access control environment. Doesn't necessarily need to be the formal PSP, but we still want you to protect that. But we recognize that, like the card reader that's on the outside of the door, doesn't really do you a whole lot of good to put that inside of the PSP, because you need to be inside of it. You need to open the door in order to flash your card so that you could open the door to get inside. So the locally mounted hardware is allowed to be outside. That's specifically excluded for those kinds of reasons. And there's going to be some IR sensors and a few other things that are also located outside of the PSP. Like the locks on the doors and things like that. But the local panels that control those card readers, we expect them to be on the inside, as well as the provisioning systems that are going to be doing all the logging and provisioning and monitoring need to be protected as well, so that somebody can't just walk up to a system and provision their card to have access to all of the systems, or have access to the logs and destroy the logs. Okay, control center had a new definition. We finally defined it here. One or more facilities, lowercase f facilities, so it's a building or a room, housing operating personnel that monitor and control bulk electric system in real time to perform reliability tasks of a number of entities. Real time, again, lowercase, but it's the real time operations. It's not a planning function. It's where the operators are. The other one is, and we're having a lot of debates around this, perform the reliability tasks of a number of functions. So why did we say that? There are a number of places in the country where, and based on an RF footprint, based on designations and formal agreements between registered transmission operators and transmission owners that are actually opening and closing breakers. In a couple of cases, Florida, for example, FRCC is the registered reliability coordinator, but they don't have a control center. They contract that control center function, that reliability coordinator function out to one of their members who is a transmission operator. They actually have the systems that perform the reliability coordination function. So it's really based on the function that is being performed, not necessarily the specific reliability or the specific registration. And a lot of debate on this in the drafting teams. The record of development is very clear on this. This is one of those areas that there's been a lot of healthy discussion and debate around what this means, and there's going to be more to come on this after, and Bob's going to touch on this briefly, but unfortunately it's going to be a lot briefer than it's going to be able to answer questions because we're not ready to give you the final answer yet.
So, Scott, this is, maybe it doesn't directly relate to this, but it's probably not going to directly relate to anything, so this is as good a time as any. So when you say reliability tasks here, I assume we're tying back to the NERC functional model, right? And so one of the pieces that I struggle with is the bros that are at the end.
Right.
And where do those get called out for use? It seems like the NERC functional model is again and again and again mentioned, but I never see where is there a mandate to use the bros? Is it optional? What is the purpose?
The bros is a summarization in CIP 2 of most of the concepts taken out of the functional model, but they're organized by function, not by registration. So there should be a close correlation between what the bros says and what the functional model says. For folks that are not familiar with the functional model, the bros is a good summary. If you're more familiar with the functional model, that is the driving document. So if you see inconsistencies between the two, let us know, and we'll try and issue some guidance, but there should be a high level of agreement between the two. In the functional model, we're also looking at the what are called the real-time tasks, not like the day-ahead tasks or the post-event tasks. We're looking at the ones that have that 15-minute operating window that the power system operators are going to be using to make situational awareness and real-time decisions to maintain reliable operations.
Scott, just to give you a time check, you have 25 minutes left.
Oh, wow. So, never tell me I have lots of time.
Scott, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah. I was given a presentation once, and in the back of the room, somebody kept flashing 25 minutes, 20 minutes, 15, 10, 5. I didn't even see it till it said 2. So if anybody's going to do that, they need to be in the front.
Scott, so to follow up on the reliability task and the bros function, so the guideline says the bros function is optional, right? So yeah. I can choose to use that, or I can choose to go to the functional model and follow the actual language in the standard.
And you need, if either way you pick, you need to be able to demonstrate and document to the auditors in the audit context why the decisions you made are supported by either the functional model or the bros, because you may arrive at slightly different, probably less than 2% difference, hopefully, between those two. But you need to be able to convince the auditor that you have gone through a process that is supported by either the bros or the functional model, and either one should arrive you at a very, very similar result. But that's why we gave you that as guidance, and the bros is guidance, because it's a different method of approaching the same tasks that are in the functional model. It's just a lot of entities, and I know PSG&G registered for a bunch of different functions. So rather than say, well, this function for this registration plus this function for this registration plus this function for this registration all contribute to situational awareness. Mm-hmm. The bros said, well, for situational awareness, it's this, and this. It could come out of 5 or 8 different registrations.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, I guess my question I have is this control center, there was a lesson learned document that was put out in March. And I understand what the intent was that document, but there's also, in my opinion, a lot of unintended consequences. Excuse me. So, we're hearing that we're supposed to be in the process of meeting the CIP version 5. We've got the, April 2016 deadline. The target somewhat is not firm. It keeps kind of moving. There's a lot of things that are moving. When do you anticipate that we are going to hear something more about this control center, maybe a lesson learned document, because we're trying to hit that target. by April 1st, 2016, and as of right now, what we thought, we understood some things. The lesson learned document came out. It kind of was not what we thought. And then there's some FAQs that are coming out that have had some consequences. So we need to hit it by April 1st, 2016, but there's nothing that is static. It's changing.
I understand that. I appreciate your pain. I don't feel your pain. I appreciate your pain, and I'm being honest. Bob's going to talk about that in terms of the lessons learned and the frequently asked questions and the communications. And so I think that question is better brought up in the context of Bob's presentation when we go over that. And then it's still going to have some questions, and we'll be able to better field that question at that point. And quite honestly, the answer I give you now may be different than the answer I give you then, because that's going to be 4 or 6 hours from now. And literally, those actions are taking place. The documentation I just got and copied on an email Jerry Cawley's review of that document last night, and we still have work to do based on Jerry's review. So that's why I'm saying this is one of those many balls that Tobias is trying to juggle back in the office. That's why he's not here. So he's better at juggling those balls in the office, and I'm better at not letting him juggle those balls in the office. But that is we understand that, and we are trying as quickly as possible to get that out, to provide you as much documentation and I'll call it at least our opinion based on those directions at this point. But we also have to make sure that we are doing all of our due diligence and making sure that we are maintaining true to the record of development and everything that's happened so far. So that I would hope that early next week you should see that communication come out of NERC and be able to start reacting to it and moving forward from there. Okay. Retired terms, 2 retired terms, and critical assets and critical cyber assets. Those have been overtaken by events of the BES cyber assets and BES cyber systems concepts. So we no longer talk about critical cyber assets. We only talk about BES cyber assets and BES cyber systems. In terms of CIP 2, and hopefully by now you've all gone through this. This is going to be largely reviewed, so I'm not going to spend as much time on this as I normally would in the extended presentation. I say that now, and then, Ray will tell me that I completely lied to you. In CIP 2, some of the fundamental concepts are we eliminated the critical asset step of the evaluation. Version 3 had to do the big iron electrical analysis and then produce results for compliance, and then do we refer to it as the small copper, small silicon analysis of the cyber assets. You still are going to have to do that. It's just that intermediate step of the list of cyber assets is no longer a compliance point. That's going to be part of your internal work documents to get to the cyber asset list, but there's no longer that compliance piece of it. We're building on the bright line concepts that we introduced back in version 4 that industry started trying to figure out what they were going to do. We've now gotten rid of version 4, but those concepts of having bright lines, eliminating the RBAM, all of the issues with RBAMs are gone. The mapping is version 3 and 4 critical asset control centers, and under version 3 and 4 control centers was lowercase. They all become high impact BES cyber assets and BES cyber systems. Many other version 3 and 4 critical assets become medium, but not all, depending on how you wrote your RBAM and how close your RBAM was with the new bright line impact rating criteria. Some version 3 and 4 non-critical assets are medium based on how they fell out in the bright line. The biggest one here is all transmission operations control centers are now medium based on language in the FERC orders that we felt we could not violate or deviate from. And then transmission completely changed the way it's calculated things in terms of transmission stations. It now has a more sound engineering approach based on the document that's up here, the SRI equation document that the planning committee, the NERC planning committee supported and developed. So that's where all those numbers come from. And then finally, down at the bottom, catch-all category for anything that is part of the bulk electric system. They still have the basic bottom floor of the bulk electric system, but is not specifically identified in the high or medium impact rating criteria. And the big win here is, from a political standpoint, it allows us as an industry and the ERO and NERC in particular in the ERO to say we have cybersecurity standards for everything that's within our jurisdiction. We've got a lot of bad press and some congressional questions around how come you're only protecting a small subset of your jurisdiction. And we now have something around everything from the most important down to the least impactful bulk electric system elements. We're not going into distribution. We still have that BES floor based on the BES definition that has been a changing process during this evaluation as well, or evolution as well. But we now have something. But we have the most requirements at the high impact that has the biggest impact, and the least requirements down at the low impact. So it's a risk approach written into the standards themselves. So it makes as much sense as it can at this juncture for how we're applying the standards. Okay? Graphically, this is a question.
On the lows, Scott, they need to contain cyber assets. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, there's still cybersecurity standards.
So one other question about that. If it's a distribution station that is somewhere along the cranking path for black start,
right,
would have to be analyzed as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And again, that's one of those, there's still some fuzzy areas in the BES definition, but cranking path plays a BES role. And we'll get to some of that when we look at the applicability section and all of the fine print. Graphically, this is what it looks like. There's a mapping from version 3 and version 4 to version 5 that was developed by the drafting team and has gone through a couple of refinements. But the keynote here is we're still excluding things that are not real-time bulk electric system control. So distribution, billing, marketing systems, all of those are outside of scope unless they get brought in as protected cyber assets and then have to be high water marked up. And there's a lot of debate and discussion around some of those particular nuances. Some of the very large control centers like PJM and MISO have a lot of marketing systems, and then they have to look to see whether or not it makes sense, for example, to leave them inside of the ESP and treat them as PCAs or move them outside because they're not playing a real-time role. And then you have to also ask the question of, in some cases, those marketing systems are having real-time role impacts on the way the op systems are being operated because it's not a clean decouple anymore between marketing and operations. I used to work at PJM. They kept telling me that kind of stuff when I was there. I'm sure it hasn't changed in the 10 years I've been gone from there. Graphically, that's what that looks like. Pause here. This particular slide applies to every NERC standard. This is not just a SIP-specific slide, so this is a good one to talk about. When you read a NERC standard, and I've said this before with lowercase f facilities and uppercase f facilities, for example, capitalization is very important. If you see a term that's in a standard requirement and it's a capital letter F or a capital letter, it refers to a term or a phrase that's in the NERC glossary. Non-capitalized terms do not refer to NERC glossary terms. Real-time is not the same as real-time. We saw real-time before, and it was lowercase. But real-time is a NERC glossary term. Normally, I would ask you to go to the NERC glossary and find out what the definition of real-time is, but I'm not going to do that in the sake of time. I will tell you what the NERC definition of real-time is. Present time as opposed to future time. Does that sound useful in terms of a control center? I don't think so. We were all excited about real-time is defined. We can use the glossary term. And then we looked it up and said, that's not going to work. Why do we have that? Well, it deals with operating limits. Real-time limits are the limits that are in place right now. Right now, we're in like the spring limits. The future limits are going to be the summer limits. And we operate the transmission system a little bit differently in the summer in terms of limits than we do in the winter or the spring. So real-time limits are the limits that are in place now, not the ones that are going to be in place in the summer. So we abandoned real-time, and in most cases, we substituted that with the 15-minute clause that you see all over the impact rating criteria. 15 minutes, we went to the balancing standards and the operating standards and said, how long can we be out of balance before we need to recover from being out of balance and get back in balance from Val 2? How long can we exceed the thermal limits on a line before we start doing physical damage to the line or it sags too much. 15 minutes. So that's where that 15-minute time frame came from. Facilities is not the same as facilities. We do use facilities, capital F, a lot in the standards, but we also use lowercase f. Capital F facilities deals with in their glossary definition. Definition of facilities is a group of power system elements that are grouped together and treated as a single element. Elements are things like lines and breakers and capacitors and bus work that then contribute to facilities. So you can consider a generation facility is the generation unit and its associated control systems to keep it up and running, and the bus work that gets down to the low side breaker, and the low side breaker, and the bus work that gets to the GSU, and the GSU, and the bus work that goes to the high side breaker, and the high side breaker, and possibly what comes out of that high side breaker that goes into the transmission system. All of those grouped together count as a generation facility. So when we see generation facility, we're not just talking about the unit. We're talking about all of those string of equipment, elements, that get the power and the voltage control from the spinning rotation all the way out into the transmission network. And if you look in the O&P side, there's all kinds of work going on with facilities ratings, and most limiting element of a facility drives the ratings and all of that. So it's all consistent with that. But occasionally we'll talk about lowercase f facilities, like a control center is not a group of power system elements, but it's in a lowercase f facility, where we mean it's like a building that has doors and air conditioning and lights. It's like facilities management that you would have in an office. So occasionally we'll see both of those. There are some terms that have well-known and authoritative definitions that are developed under an equivalent standard development process, generally by the ISA or the IEEE or ANSI or somebody like that. We defer to those because they have been developed using an equivalent process. Version 4, we actually had the FACS, flexible AC transmission systems, and in the impact rating criteria, we dropped that out of version 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 25. I'm only about halfway through. So we defer to those definitions. We don't need to define our own definition of facts because IEEE has that defined. IEEE's definition was formal and done. If it's not an authoritative definition, we go to things like Webster's dictionary or the American dictionary, whatever they are for like and, is, but, are, they, this, that, all of those kind of normal English terms. But there are a bunch of terms that have neither NERC glossary definitions nor authoritative definitions, and we use them. Plant and substation are the examples of that. So everybody thinks they know what a plant is, pretty much like everybody thought they used to know what a control center was. Substation is one of the other interesting ones. You would think that the IEEE might have a definition of substation. You'd think we might have a definition, but we don't actually deal with much with substations. We deal with lines and voltages and breakers and things like that. The fact that they're all inside of a fence is kind of irrelevant from planning standpoint, from a power system operating standpoint. The IEEE, on the other hand, Power Engineering Society, has an entire committee called the Substations Committee. So you'd think they have a definition of substation. They don't. I asked them about that. And he said, well, I think we do. And they looked it up and said, no, we don't. So they actually started down on a road. They're going to define substation. And their starting point was the NEC definition, which starts off with an assemblage of equipment operated by qualified personnel. And it goes on for another paragraph. So I'm not sure that that's going to be very practical for us when it's all said and done either. And their process takes even longer than our process, so it's going to be a while. But nonetheless, if they come up with a good definition of substation, we may look at that and say, yeah, okay, we can live with that. And then, again, we're going to run through the impact rating criteria. Unfortunately, we're just not going to have enough time to dive through this. Hopefully by now, most everybody has seen this and has gone through the process, but we will hit on a couple of high points. High impact, only control centers. So if you don't have if you don't worry about high impact for any field locations. There are no substations or no generating plant control rooms that are going to fall into high impact. Now, if you do something in your generating plant control room that causes it to be a control center, that's a different story. And we've actually seen some cases of that in various parts of the country, some here, some in other regions. But generally, 1.1, if you're a reliability coordinator, you're high impact. And the reliability coordinators generally get the fact that they're high impact. If you ask any of them if they're important, they're going to agree that yes, they're important. And again, I used to work for PJM. I know how that works. 1.2, balancing authority. If you have 3,000 megawatts into a single interconnection, or you have more than one or more assets that are medium impact generation. Notice capital I interconnection. A lot of people miss that because the font that we use is difficult to see the difference between a capital I and a lowercase I. Generation interconnection, there are 4 interconnections in North America, East, West, Texas, and Quebec. Not 3,000 megawatts through a generation interconnection facility out of a yard. It's 3,000 megawatts of combined generation into, likely in the RF case, into the Eastern interconnection. So it could be 500 generators summing over 3,000 megawatts, and it meets this criteria. 1.3, control centers, functional obligation to the transmission operators for one or more assets that are identified as medium impact transmission assets. There again is that functional obligation, not a registered transmission operator, but are you performing that functional obligation? That's the subject of the communication that we're coming out with. And 1.4, generator operator for one or more assets that meet a medium impact criteria. So and the key there on that one or more assets is I have a medium impact asset. The function that is controlling that, and because it's a control center, is more than just that, it's more than one, should be treated at a higher level than its component parts. That's why we move those functions up. Okay? Medium impact. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on 2.1 and probably breeze through the rest of them in the sake of time because the generation one is probably very, very important. Commission generation by each group of generating unit at a single plant location. Again, we didn't define plant, but we kind of described it. You generally know where the plants are. And in fact, if you're a generator owner, you're reporting information into the Department of Energy by plant. So you can't tell the government you have a plant and then tell us that you don't have a plant because we're going to go look and double check your work. Aggregate highest net rated real power capability the preceding 12 months equal to or exceeding 1,500 megawatts into a single interconnection. So again, we're going to look at summer peaking units, winter peaking units. We're going to take the highest value of those at a plant. We're going to sum them together. And does that exceed 1,500 megawatts? Yes or no? Some questions around that. There's some really, really small units. There's some really, really big plants. And then there's a few that are right on the cusp. I was at a plant last year that was 1,560 megawatts, and they were trying to figure out, did they really meet this or not? Missed it by 60 and missed it by that much, not quite by that much. So they were trying to figure out what they needed to do. Single interconnection, again, not really big in the East, but there are a couple of plants that actually, by the definition of a plant, they're a single plant, but they have some power going to the Western interconnection and some power going to ERCOT, for example. So the plant could be more than 1,500 megawatts, but you have to look to see what goes into each different interconnection. So it's a little bit more difficult for them to tell that story. And then the bottom one, this is the one that had a lot of discussion about a year ago, and we finally settled on. One of the early lessons learned that has been approved and published deals with, all right, so I got a big plant, and there are some plants, we've had one of our transition study participants has a 3,200 megawatt plant, coal plant, 4 by 800 plus, 4 by 875 maximum rating. But they have gone through and segmented off all of their real-time systems so that it appears from an electric system, from a control system standpoint, computer networking standpoint, and a cyber system standpoint, that even though it is a single plant location, the control systems look to be 4 independent 875 megawatt units that don't talk to each other, have no idea that there's even other control systems there. They went through a lot of work to analyze, engineer, and implement significant cybersecurity protections to make sure that there is no interaction between those 4 units. And therefore, they don't have any BES cyber systems that can impact 1,500 megawatts. Their biggest cyber system impact for those control systems is 875, even though the plant is significantly larger than that. The other thing that they've done is they looked at all the common systems to see whether or not there are any common systems that have a 15-minute, 1,500 megawatt impact. Now, I am not a power plant guy, but I've spent time around power plant guys. We talk over breakfast and Holiday Inn Expresses. And there's a whole bunch of these systems. It's not just the DCS. It's the freshwater system. It's the wastewater system. It's the water chemistry system. It's the blower air. It's the instrument air. It's the ash handling. It's the fuel handling. At a large coal plant, there could be as many as 20 or 30 of these common systems that are going to impact all 4 units. We're going to expect that you're going to go through an engineering analysis to look at each one of those systems and arrive at a conclusion of whether it meets a 1,500 megawatt 15-minute impact and therefore is a medium impact system, or does not meet either 1,500 megawatts or 15 minutes and therefore does not meet the definition of this impact rating criteria. So the example I give to 2 minutes. Anybody have flights before Saturday night? Okay. We're going to just, I'll give this example and we'll take a break and then I'll review the slides and we may pick up here or if you have, we'll see. All right, so large plant, 3,200 megawatt coal plant. Generally, a big coal plant has a single coal pile, a big pile of coal out in the yard. Generally, there's a small number of conveyor systems. Sometimes it's a single conveyor system that's on a track that goes around and tops off a bunch of coal hoppers. Each of those coal hoppers has the capability of holding many hours worth of coal. We don't do just-in-time coal delivery into the coal hopper so they can down through the pulverizer. So that analysis would look at the PLC that controls that conveyor belt and say, all right, that PLC, that single PLC or maybe 2 PLCs controls all of the coal fuel delivery to the coal hoppers for the entire plant. So in that particular, my theoretical case, that has a 3,200 megawatt impact, that PLC. But then we look at the operations of how it is actually used, how it's implemented. We're going to pull procedural documentation or expect you to pull procedural documentation to demonstrate that you always have at least 8 hours worth of coal in a 12-hour coal hopper. And that's the way you run. And therefore that PLC only has an 8-hour impact, not a 15-minute impact. And we're going to expect those kinds of analyses for all of those common and shared systems. Or we're going to expect that you're going to be treating those 1 or 2 off systems as medium impact.
Quick clarifying question on this. That PLC or 2 PLCs, because it does not have a 15-minute impact, therefore is not even a BES cyber system or BES cyber asset because it does not have a 15-minute impact. And nobody can look at me and say you need to look at low plans and low policies for those devices. Is that correct?
Likely. And the reason for that is because there's still going to be some impact associated with that. There's probably not going to be PVs, but there could be areas of concern and recommendations depending on how you treat them. And again, the PVs is based on the strict reading of the standard, but if you're not protecting them at all, then we're going to ask you, all right, so it breaks and you have no recovery plans, and after 8 or 10 hours, the entire plant is going to go down. Yeah, that's not going to necessarily be a real-time impact to the bulk electric system because plants go offline and we can recover from that. But is that really a good business decision for you? Is it really the right thing for overall reliability in the long term? So again, probably no PVs associated with that, but we are going to make some suggestions around, well, maybe you should be having some plans around that. Maybe it shouldn't just be sitting out in the weather. There's other things associated with protections around that.
So, Scott, do you expect this kind of analysis going to be part of the audit evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And we do have a lessons learned that's published on that. that talks about some of those issues at a high level, and we are working to get some example evidence. I don't believe it made it into that lessons learned, but we are asking the entity that developed that to provide us with some of that information, and we're going to anonymize it to give you an example. And basically what they did is a 1 to 2 page engineering analysis for each of those systems. We're not expecting a tome, but we are expecting a little bit more than, nope, not an impact. We're expecting some thought behind that.
One quick question relating to that PLC out in the yard. We've done our analysis, and we've done relatively quick analysis, and we're going to go back and document that. But we don't have to prove that the PLC has an 8-hour impact. We just have to prove
greater than 15 minutes.
Yes, and no one runs their bunkers at 15 minutes worth of fuel.
Right.
I mean, logically, you wouldn't even think you'd do an analysis on the fact that you've maintained 15 minutes worth of fuel in all your bunkers. I mean, it gets sometimes, what we found is it's either way out there,
right,
or it's in.
Yeah,
and it's real close to a 15-minute analysis is real hard to determine.
And for that particular one, it's probably not going to be, the analysis probably is going to be a relatively straightforward analysis. On the other hand, consider instrument air. Depending on how your instrument air is mechanically configured, do you have large tanks? What's the bleed-off rate? All those kinds of things. That could be a little bit more of an interesting engineering analysis, and that allows you to remember all of that mechanical engineering stuff that the PEs that haven't used it in 20 years. It's going to bring some of those bad memories back of trying to do that mechanical and the flow analysis as well. So yeah, the coal handling system may be relatively straightforward. The instrument air may not be because it's a different mechanical system. Wastewater may be different than fresh water. And the other thing is what this other company did was they found that they had a couple of systems that actually met the 1500 megawatt. And they said, well, we really don't want to do that for compliance, but it's also bad for reliability. We have a single system that can take the entire plant down. Do we really want to have a plant that's configured that has one PLC that can take down 3,200 megawatts? So the other alternative to that is to re-engineer those systems to bring the individual impact of an individual PLC or small number of systems down so that they don't have those impacts from a reliability standpoint. So this is a case where, believe it or not, the CIP standards are actually driving to improved operationability and reliability on some of these plants. You really want to see some people's heads explode, tell them that.
Hey, Scott, we're going to take the break now, if that's all right. We're considering letting Scott finish his presentation after the break, and rearranging the afternoon sessions just a little bit. We have some extra time built in the afternoon.
Or I can keep talking during the break. I've done that before.
That won't do any good. So let's take our 15-minute break, Eric, right?
Yeah, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I can go shorter with mine in the afternoon, and I've marked down what Scott wants to. So we want to pick his up in the afternoon. That works.
Great. Yeah, well, let's talk about that here at break, because this is good discussion. Thanks. I'm sorry.
It's good. All right, I think we're going to get started again. We've to accommodate the great discussion going on, we've made some changes on the fly. So Scott's going to finish, and then Lou Folkerth, who's next, is going to go both prior to lunch and then after lunch because he's got some break points in his presentation. Then we'll pick up with Bob, and then Scott again, and then Felix's presentation is going to be moved to tomorrow because he had some last-minute updates to it that he was actually working on right now. So that'll be moved to tomorrow. And in place of that, we're going to put in the CIP 14 presentation from tomorrow. We're going to move that to today. Just a few quick updates. The slides, I guess, are now posted, except for the ones that are still being changed, right? And then we have an electronic feedback form, and included in that feedback form you're going to receive, there's some questions about outreach, and so take a look in those for your email email inboxes for those.
Thanks. Mike asked me to make a clarification on the cranking path. One of the major differences between version 4 and version 5 was moving cranking path and black start from medium down to low. So anything that deals with cranking path or black start would only be treated at low impact, and that's another area that FERC is in agreement with, at least at this point. So we don't need to worry about that. But on the other hand, stay tuned for the next major blackout to see if any of that changes, because sometimes those things happen. So the key there is, let's not have a blackout. Okay, everybody in agreement with that? No blackouts? Okay. So I'm going to try and pick up the speed a little bit, but I don't want to have you stop asking questions, because I think the conversation and the questions are very, very good. If you have a question, somebody else is going to have a question. So I'm just going to try and speed up my piece of it to allow time for all of that. They're going to pick up here at 2.2, reactive resources at a single location, excluding generation facilities with an aggregate reactive power nameplate rating of 1,000 megavars. The whole issue between the nameplate rating and the 2.1 1,500 megawatt ratings is the testing associated with capabilities isn't as much at the VAR level, especially for capacitors. So the nameplate makes a little bit more sense. The other issue there, again, I'm not a power systems engineer. For those of you who don't know, my background is in chemistry and computer science. But the generation facility here, we're not looking at the VAR capability of a generator that is also producing watts as a generation, but I would contend, again, not based on any sound engineering practice, but if I have a synchronous condenser that's function is to not produce watts, only VARs, then I would contend that that's not really a generator, that's something else. That's a reactive resource only. But again, talk to somebody who actually knows what they're talking about around that. But that's kind of a discussion that you should be having for a synchronous condenser. And then we have the same 15-minute impact on the BES fiber systems that we had up in the generating plant. 2.3, this is one of the ones that again, we have some discussion coming. Bob's going to talk about this a little bit. Generation facility that is being analyzed by an existing operations and planning requirement in the TPL standards and the IRO standards in particular as being necessary to avoid adverse reliability impacts in the planning horizon of more than 1 year. Adverse reliability impacts is in glossary terms. It deals with things like avoiding cascades and blackouts and brownouts and frequency excursions and things like that. The key on this one is 2.3 and a couple of others. We don't have that 15-minute, 1,500 megawatt exclusion on this particular one. So if your planning coordinator or transmission planner runs a study and says that generator needs to be up and running and performing a function because of an adverse reliability impact, we're not going to say, well, it's only a 400 megawatt impact. Therefore, it doesn't meet a specific threshold. The planning coordinator is going to say, no, it's that facility, and I need the 400 megawatts there, for example.
If the planning issue...
If the planning issue is in year 7, when does it have to be identified as on the list, and when does it have to be protected?
Okay. The question actually has come up before. My guidance to you, I don't think we've written this down yet. My guidance to you is they identify it as a 7-year issue out. Lots of things can happen in 7 years. So my advice to you is put it on your list of things that I need to stay on top of because I have some time. And if it's there in 7 years, and it's there in 6 years, and it's there in 5 years, and it's there in 4 years, it's slowly creeping in and it's getting more of my attention. Still there in 3 years, there in 2 years. Well, now I have a 2-year, I'm starting to get into that 2-year implementation time frame. If it was there in 7 years and it's been there for 5 years and it's not looking like it's going to be going away, I have 2 years in order to make it compliant, and I know it's coming. It's going to be difficult for me to say, well, I didn't know that was coming if I had 7 years notice. So my advice to you is in that particular case, I can kind of just sit back and watch for those 5 years. And once it hits that 2-year window, and I can pretty much, unless I have something very specific to say, in 3 months after that 2-year window, I know there is a transmission facility that's going to come into place that's going to obviate the need for that, and it just took 7 or 5 years to build, then I can basically say, all right, I don't need to worry about that. But a lot of times those things, especially when you're looking at 5 to 7 years, they're on the list for a 5 to 7 year projection, and then they disappear from the list like 2 or 3 years in because load patterns have changed, transmission has come in, there's been upgrades, whatever. So just because it's identified 7 years out, do not go out and start spending a whole lot of money, but definitely pay attention. And then there's going to be a little bit of a judgment call of how far in you need to start actually taking action. So that's my recommendation to you. If it's been on the list for 5 years and there's nothing else that's going on, there's a strong indication it's going to be on the list all the way down to year 0. And we're going to expect that you're going to be compliant when that year 0 hits because you've had 7 years notice. Is that okay? Okay. And like I said, the whole third-party notification is another one of the issues that Bob is going to talk about in the lessons learned in the communications. 2.4, transmission facilities operated at 500 kV or higher, not including the generation collector bus that we're going to consider a generation interconnection facility. Notice here it's a lowercase I interconnection, but capital F facility. A lot of question over generation interconnection facilities, not a formally defined term, so we're still working through some of those issues. Key here is we're looking at the network component, 500 kV, not the fact that you have a 500 kV switch yard for your generating plant. And again, there may or may not be some discussion around this. Particularly, this comes in with the next criteria of how do you count lines. You're going to need to come up with a defensible story to tell of why you either did or did not include that, and we're going to expect that that story includes the discussion of network flows. Okay? So, for example, if I have a single line that leaves the generating plant, then there's no network flows. But if I have 2 lines leaving it, then I can possibly have a network flow go through that switch yard, and we're going to want to see an engineering analysis to see whether or not there could in fact be network flows, or just because I have 2 lines coming into a switch yard doesn't necessarily mean that those 2 yards connect within that switch yard. And we're going to want to see some of that analysis. And here's where most of that analysis is going to come because of counting transmission lines. So this particular one applies to transmission facilities between 200 kV and 499. 500 is covered in 2.4 above. Anything below 200 kV does not count towards this aggregation at the medium. So if you have a yard that doesn't matter, you can have 200 115 kV lines coming out of a yard. A lot of lines, but they're all under 200 kV. That's a low impact facility. Maybe a little bit counter in terms of the amount of power that's flowing through that, but that is the way this particular criterion is written. And basically, this one looks at the capability to move power through the network. And we're going to look for a transmission station that connects to 3 other transmission stations. So that's the key. If I have, and I know there's at least one entity in the RF footprint because they brought this up during the development, their 345 backbone is a parallel line backbone. So they got A and B line starts with station 1, A and B line goes from station 1 to station 2, A and B line goes from station 2 to station 3. So that station 2 in the middle has 4 lines in it, but it only goes to 2 stations. If I have another drop off that's over 200 kV, then that middle station then connects to 3 stations, and I need to figure out what the calculation is. We talked about the numbers in here. Those numbers are sourced in that planning committee document, the SRI equation index. It basically deals with capacities. I believe these are proxy amp ratings for the lines, but I'm not 100% sure. And basically, you take the summation up for every line that leaves that station after you've verified that it connects to 3 stations. sum up the lines based on these ratings. If the sum of the ratings exceeds 3,000, then that particular station is a medium impact station. That's how you read that. And then you could have, as we talked before with the high or the medium and low, I could have a 345 system. The example I gave was 2 lines coming in, 2 lines going out, and a third and a 5th line going down, all at 345. I could have that 345 be the medium impact, and I could have a station or a tap, a transformer, that has the 115 network that comes off. If that 115 network does not have a cyber connection to the 345 protection system, I could treat that 115 network as a low impact even though it's at the same physical station, because the cyber systems are isolated from each other, similarly to how we talk about the generation isolation for the control systems. If they're on the same network, then that 115 system gets high water marked up to medium. Usually gets a couple of questions. I have to wait till the tubes warm up.
Scott, the cyber system connection comment seems like a good point to ask a question. I figured that
would be the question.
So if we have a relay that controls and monitors a breaker, no cyber system connection to the relay on the other side.
Right.
It has its own impact rating.
Yes.
Maybe none if it's in a distribution system.
Correct.
If that relay can sense that the breaker failed and has a breaker failure signal that it puts out and an analog value over a wire to another breaker, is that relay considered to be operating the other breaker if the relay on the far side recognizes that input and opens up the breaker?
We've had a lot of discussion around that in the case where the breakers and the relays are in different stations. If they're in the same station, I don't know that we've had specific discussions around that. So that may be in another area where we're going to have to do a little bit of thought process there. I will say that if it's on a common substation LAN, Ethernet connected, then the answer is clearly they're all high water marked up. If it's an analog signal only, I don't know that the answer is as clear. The answer could be no, they're not, because it's only an analog signal difference. But if Kevin Perry were here, he may have a different assessment of that, and I don't want to argue with Kevin again in the same presentation.
I had a question, I guess, around the lesson learned that came out about grouping BES cyber systems and the I guess notion that if I have a BES cyber system, that everything in that cyber system needs to be treated at the highest level. And I didn't understand if there's no network connectivity between one thing and another, and I use the imaginary BES cyber system, why would that vulnerability or risk calculation increase for something I put an imaginary circle around?
This is a perfect case where I'm going to punt that question to tomorrow when we actually are going to be hopefully showing those drawings from the lessons learned, and we can talk about it in the context of the drawings that are on the screen. Is that okay? Okay. Hopefully we'll have time to get to that, maybe Friday night about 10 p.m. The other issue that often comes up is, okay, in that example I gave, I got 345 and I got 115, and I kind of assumed that there was a transformer in the middle of that, and there's also transformer protection systems that need to have one leg on one side and one leg on the other for balance and things like that. So that transformer protection relay may kind of have one foot in both camps, and it's going to have the high water mark up because it is controlling a breaker on the high side. So a lot of this is going to be thought process put in that the cyber guys are going to actually have to sit down with and talk to and understand all the stuff that the protection engineers are going to say. And again, you want to talk about heads exploding, everybody's head is going to explode in that room. So make sure you have nice clean walls to clean that up. But this is really going to foster a lot of communications amongst different groups that heretofore have been siloed and because they didn't have to worry about that. And especially as we move forward to digital relays and substation networks and more high-speed automation running across digital connections. It's not a bad thing to get the protection engineers to sit down with some of the IT folks and the computer-centric folks to really understand the implications of some of the protection schemes that sound really, really good from a protection engineer sales standpoint that may not be quite so good from a reliability, computer reliability or security standpoint. So again, that's not a bad thing, but that's going to be a painful process for the entire industry to go through over the next 10 years. Okay. 2.6, generation at a single plant location or transmission facilities at a single station or substation location identified by the RC, PC, or TP as critical to IROL. So this is another one of those third-party notifications. We have a whole bunch of IRO standards that require notification or identification of IROLs, and then they have to communicate to the owners of those transmission or generation facilities that they got an IROL facility, and then that kicks in at the medium level. And again, we don't have that 15-minute, 1,500 megawatt at the generation side. And again, we're working through the issues associated with that third-party communication.
Right. So this is maybe a little bit of more of a guidance question. So when you look at some of the IROL listings, they're typically listed in transmission lines and they're listed in transformers. But obviously, you know, it's not the line that's driving the derivation of the IROL. It's, you know, wherever they're getting that metering data. So have you seen that you know, whoever it is, the planning coordinator, reliability coordinator, whoever's giving that, it should be the meters where it's being given, right? Because it's for them to say this line is important doesn't really give the entity to protect. I can't put cybersecurity around the transmission line. So is there guidance or have you seen where we're getting good direction on what we should be getting as people on the other end of that?
I have not seen much of that yet. I just don't have a view into that part. We're starting to see some of the letters. We're starting to get questions. The generation notification ones on 2.3 were the first ones that came out, and that raised this huge brouhaha. This one's a little bit more straightforward, but again, I haven't seen that. I would imagine that we're going to start seeing a lot of these notifications over the next 6 months or so as the periodic studies are being run, the facilities are being identified, and the owners are receiving notification. So we may have to come out with some additional guidance on this one as well. We're working through, like I said, the notification process right now. Okay. 2.7, transmission facilities identified as essential to NPIRs. This is one of those ones. If you have a nuclear plant in your service territory and you have an NPIR, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If not, you have no idea what these things are because it's very specialized for nuclear plant operations. Essentially, the NPIRs are the components of the transmission system essential to supplying off-site power onto the nuclear power plant in order to maintain safety systems and cooling systems, so that even if the plant isn't shut down, not producing its own power, you need to have power capability. And the nuclear plants have like 15 levels of on-site backup, and that's not enough. And for a nuclear plant, I want to have as much backup there as possible because I live close to a couple of them. And that's essentially a good thing. So if you have an NPIR and you know about it, if not, you probably don't need to worry about it. Question over?
We have an NPIR. Whereas the TO, we have an NPIR that says we have to have 2 of 7 lines that are sources available. And so we don't have to have all 7. So the concern we're having right now is, do we need to treat all 7 of them as if they're essential or none of them as if they're essential? And does the remote end station at every one of those 7 lines become into play as a medium?
Never had that one before. Every time you think you have a straightforward one, my gut reaction would be pick 2. But that's just me. I don't know that there's an answer to that. That may be one, Ray's writing that down in the parking lot, but I think that's long-term parking, Ray. I don't think we're going to be able to answer that one tomorrow. The other one to notice on here is it specifically says transmission facilities. Some NPIRs identify generation resources. That was a misunderstanding of us reading the Nuke 1 standard that talks about transmission entities, and all of our standards are written around transmission entities. And then you look in the applicability section and see who a transmission entity is, and it includes generator owners and operators. And I look at that and I say, why did they do that? Why couldn't they just call it applicable entities or responsible entities like we've done anyhow? So the way the standard is written, those black start units are not covered under this, even though they are part of the NPIR agreement. So that's one of those gaps that nobody has identified and told us to fix. And quite honestly, probably the owners of those black start units are not anxious for us to fix that one. I understand that. So that's just an area that we're going to, I guess, accept the risk of that one in the short term from a cybersecurity standpoint. Still need to follow all the NPIR requirements on that. 2.8, transmission facilities, including generation interconnection facilities that are going to connect generation that's been identified before out to the transmission grid. So here we excluded some transmission or generation interconnection facilities before, but now they're going to be important. And basically what this one says is, if I've already identified a generator or had a generator identified as being important that I need to protect, I need to make sure that that generator is able to actually talk to the grid. Doesn't do any good to protect all the cyber systems at a generator and have it sit there as a generation-only island, not connected to the grid. So we want to make sure that if you have a generator that's previously been identified, it can actually connect to the grid and the systems are protected. 2.9, special protection or remedial action systems. Those of you, anybody have footprint in WEC? WEC calls everything remedial action systems. And we just made a change to say, okay, we're not going to have any special protection systems anymore. WEC won the debate. Everything's a remedial action scheme or a remedial action system. So we're in the process of updating everything so that SPS is now a deprecated term and we're not going to use it anymore. Apparently there was confusion between special protection systems and regular or non-special protection systems, so RAS is the new term, so we're still learning that. This one basically says those special protection systems that are put in place to avoid ROL conditions, we want to make sure that they're maintained so that they don't misoperate. You can imagine if I have a complicated multi-site protection systems, which is what these are, that's preventing an IROL from happening. If I misuse that system, it's going to cause the IROL to happen. We already know IROLs are bad things. We want to avoid them. So we want to make sure that the cyber systems are not used to create an IROL condition that could lead to blackout or cascade. 2.10, load shedding. This is one of our favorite ones. It's been around since version 1. We keep adding words to it. We think we got a pretty good one right now. Group of system or group of elements performing automatic load shedding under a common control system without human interaction of 300 megawatts or more, implementing undervoltage or underfrequency load shedding subject to a NERC standard. So it's not just, can I open up a system and lose 300 megawatts? It's an automated system, doesn't require human interaction, specifically tied to a reliability standard, particularly under frequency or under voltage load shedding. Quite honestly, most of these systems are down at the distribution level and they're in the tens of megawatts, not the hundreds of megawatts. So I have yet to hear somebody admit that they actually had a common control system under frequency or under voltage load shedding at the 300 megawatt level. 2.11, now we're into the control center components. So any control center that wasn't already a high impact, we already talked about, for generator operator that is going to control more than 1,500 megawatts into a single interconnection, that control center is a medium impact. So in this particular case, if you have a generation control center that controls less than 1,500 megawatts into a single interconnection, you don't meet this criteria, you'll fall into low impact. 2.12, transmission operator not included in high. There is no lower threshold for transmission operators. That's in response to FERC orders about what they said about transmission operations control centers. So all transmission operator control centers or transmission owner control centers performing transmission operator functions fall into the medium category with no lower threshold. And 2.13, balancing authority for generation equal to or greater than 1,500 megawatts in a single interconnection. So there's a lower threshold on generation and balancing, no lower threshold on transmission. And then the low impact is basically everything else that's part of the bulk electric system or is specifically implemented to support bulk electric system operations, which is where most of the UFLS and UVLS systems reside, and all the black start and cranking typically tend to be non-BES or very small BES generation at lower voltage levels just because of their situation. So control centers and backup control centers, again, primarily that's going to be generation and balancing authority, less than 1,500 megawatts. Transmission stations and substations, anything that didn't meet the medium impact falls into low. Generation resources that didn't meet that medium impact criteria, so that very large 3,200 megawatt plant has a bunch of low impact generation facilities by the control centers that they need to protect at the low impact, or by the control systems, excuse me, they need to protect it at low impact levels. So that's how that works. They don't completely get out of it, but they get a significantly reduced scope of standards. Felix is going to go over the specifics of the low impact requirements that are before FERC right now tomorrow. Black start and cranking paths, basically the same language that we had in version 4. We moved down to low impact. Special protection systems supporting reliable operation of the bulk electric system. There's a few of those that are implemented at distribution levels, and they're not implemented to support IRLs. They're treated at low impact. And for distribution providers, any systems that are specifically called out in section 4.2.1 that we'll get to later in the presentation. Okay. The non-critical cyber assets in version 3 are also covered. We had the spaghetti requirements that they were affectionately referred to before. We had to look in CIP 5 and CIP 7 to see how all of the systems were encountered. And then that had tentacles that went all over the place. We decoupled all of that through the applicable systems, but they're still covered. So the EACMS and PAC systems, for example, are now specifically called out in all of the requirements, and they're covered here. And then the non-critical cyber assets within an ESP under version 3, we now have that formal term of protected cyber asset, and we can specifically call them out. And as I mentioned before, they all high water mark up to whatever the highest level is once you have that ESP drawn, which is this slide. So we've already talked a lot about that, so we'll skip through that. CIP standards, by now you've seen this format. Hopefully everybody has seen it. Anybody not seen this? Okay, good. I know I have you signed up for remedial CIP training. And for those of you on the phone, Lou has never seen the CIP standards before, and we're going to have to read them to him. We're actually going to get Jay Cribb from Southern Company to put it on an audio book for you because he's really good at it. So the way to read these standards is again a little bit different. It was brand new for version 5. We've carried that forward in the version 6 and all the revisions. We're not changing any of that. That's part of that paradigm. It has some features that are common to the new results-based standard format, some features that are unique to the CIP standards and probably will not be in any other standard. So I'll point out what's common to the new results-based standards. First is, up at the top, there is a rationale and summary change that appears in one version of there's 2 versions posted. They all have the same content, but it's in slightly different places. This is what I call the development/implementation version that has all the context and guidance or all the guidance in context, excuse me. So the rationale is something new under results-based standard that explains kind of why the requirement exists and gives you a slight summary of how it changed from the previous version. Where did it come from? What did we do? What were we responding to when we made changes? The other thing that's common is the requirement and the measure are next to each other in both the table format and the main requirement. And that, again, is something new, part of the results-based standards format. That's very helpful in a couple of reasons. One is you can actually see the requirements and measures next to each other. the existing sets of standards, both CIP and the operations and planning standards, you had to flip back and forth if you wanted to see the measures. You look at the requirements, then you flip back a couple pages, look at the measures, and then you forgot exactly what the requirement said, so you had to flip back and look at the requirement again and see how all of that mapped. Now everything is right there in front of you. It's very easy to see how the requirements and the measures relate to each other. We also have a very conscious and forced one-to-one relationship between requirements and measures. Didn't have that before in all of the other standards. The CIP standards had that on a requirement basis, to some extent on a sub-requirement basis, but not completely. The ops and planning standards, if you go back far enough, the numbers of requirements and the numbers of measures were different. And you know, I kind of scratched my head saying, how can you have 2 requirements and 7 measures? How does that make sense? Or more importantly, how can you have 5 requirements and 2 measures? How do you know you're meeting all the requirements if you don't have a one-to-one relationship? So this forces that one-to-one relationship. It also, when we get down to the table, the requirements and the measures right next to each other, it's very obvious when you write a requirement, yeah, we got to have a measure for this requirement part. And you write the requirement first, then you write the measure and say, well, how would we assess that? And in a couple of cases, we tried to write the measure, and you said, you know, if we just tweak the requirement a little bit, it would make it a lot more measurable. So it really helped in the quality of both the requirements and the measures to have them right next to each other. The other thing that's going to be common is we have not only the rationale at the requirement level, but the rationale and reference to prior versions at the requirement part level, so that if you knew where something, if you're looking at the requirement and said, well, where did this exist back in version 3 or version 4, it's laid out right here. We have references back to version 4, but the only difference between version 4 and version 3 was CIP 2, and we're now beyond that. We're into CIP 3 through 11. So all of this reference back to version 4 is exactly the same as a reference back to version 3 from a technical standpoint. The other thing that's new in terms of the tables is the requirements and the measures are still requirements and measures. The applicable systems is the new piece right here. So this particular applicable systems column is high-impact BES cyber systems and their associated EACMS and PACS. So that's the big control centers and their physical access and electronic access control systems, and medium-impact BES cyber systems with external routable connectivity and their associated EACMS and PACS. So when I see those two things together, as written, high-impact control centers, regardless of connectivity, medium-impact facilities, generally in the field, that have electronic access or electronic external routable connectivity, and their electronic access control and monitoring systems, that is the exact same paradigm as a version 3 critical cyber asset, because it meets all of those inclusions and exclusions. And if you see that, just think version 3 CCA if you're still in that mindset. You're going to see some differences. There's some things that apply only to high impact. There's some things that apply to high impact and medium impact control centers. There's some things that apply to high impact and medium impact regardless of connectivity. There's some things that apply only to medium impact regardless of connectivity. So there's a lot of mixing and matching within that applicable systems column. When you read that, if it meets any of those criteria, it's in the applicable systems column. Okay, any questions on that? Hopefully you've seen that and you're generally on board with that. We've been stressing this and explaining it for the last couple of years. The other thing I'll point out in terms of the posting formats, there are 2 posting formats. I mentioned this is the development/implementation version, my term. If you go to the development record or the development page of the website, you can see it with all of this information in context. When we reformat the standards and send them off to FERC, we take all of the rationale and the guidance information and group it together at the end. FERC is not approving the rationale and guidance. They are approving the requirements and the applicability and sometimes assessing measures, but they don't really approve the measures. So they don't really care about the rationale or the guidance. All they care about is the requirement. Similarly, when you audit, by the time the auditors show up, why you do something or why the requirement is written is kind of history. We don't really need to go back into that. So the only thing the auditors are really going to be doing is looking at what did the requirement tell you to do and what did the measure suggest as a way of demonstrating that compliance, and why the requirement is written that way, or the guidance, or any of the implementations are irrelevant. The only thing that really matters is what does the requirement say. So we're not auditing to the measures. They are informative to the auditors, but they are not binding. The measures are binding. The guidance is informative to everybody. If you miss the mark on the requirement, the auditors may look at the guidance and say, see, here in the guidance, it explained what this means. That's why you didn't do what the requirement said. But it's still all sourced in what are the words of the requirement. I get that right, Lou? You read that part of the standards. It's just everything else you didn't read, right?
That part is actually in the rule.
Oh, okay. So you read the rules of procedure. Good. Glad to hear that. Okay? So again, this summarizes, for people who aren't going to necessarily see or listen to the recording, I have the summarization here that talks about the different postings and the forcing of auditing only to the requirement. There is a background section at the beginning of the document in addition, and a guidelines and technical basis that has, generally it's a paragraph or two, sometimes a lot longer on each requirement to kind of explain what was going on in the mind of the developers as they developed it. Scary thought there, trying to crawl inside the minds of some of those people, myself included. But generally you get an idea of what the drafting team was thinking as they developed the standard. That's going to be very informative as you try and implement, try and figure out how it applies to your specific environment. Okay, applicable systems column, as I mentioned, this is something unique to the CIP standards. Most of the reliability standards, a requirement applies to one or more functional model designations. So in a TPL standard or an IRO standard, a requirement applies to the reliability coordinator to do some kind of a study and tell somebody. And then there's another requirement that applies to a transmission owner or operator to actually do what the requirement said, the reliability coordinator said. The CIP standards, the cybersecurity components don't really lend themselves to that. It's more based on what do the systems do. That's why we came up with the applicable systems column. So, specific phrases consistent across all standards. Once you figure out what a specific phrase means, it means the same thing in all of the standards. And there's a lot of uniformity and consistency across them. There are a couple of one-offs dealing with like locally mounted hardware and a few other things that only appear in one or two places. But generally, high impact and EACMS impact is exactly the same in all of the standards. And we have a couple of examples here. Connectivity, in version 3, it was either you had routable connectivity and you had to follow everything. If you didn't have routable connectivity, you basically got a pass. We got rid of that. We now have different ways of approaching connectivity. It's in the applicable systems column. I mentioned before, some requirements apply if you have external routable connectivity. Other requirements apply regardless of that connectivity. So it all appears in the standards. You have to do more if you have external routable connectivity because your threat is more, your attack surface is more, but that doesn't mean that there is no threat and there is no attack surface on a serially connected device or an unconnected device. And then the low impact, again, in the version 5 approach was programmatic requirements. We've now fleshed out what that means. There are some more specific requirements, and Felix is going to talk about that for tomorrow. We got a big win from FERC on this for the approval. The list of cyber assets associated with low is not required from a compliance standpoint. It is to your benefit to know what systems you have from an asset management standpoint or a financial standpoint, but the auditors are not going to be checking those lists. They are going to be checking the list of the locations containing those low impact assets. So that means you need to know where your substations are and what they're called, where your plants are and what they're called, and where your small control centers are and what they're called. Those are the list elements. And if you don't have a list of your bulk electric system transmission facilities, you probably got other problems than just CIP compliance. Okay? TFEs, everybody's favorite. Everybody likes TFEs, right? Yeah, I actually saw one hand. I am not going to point them out. TFEs, we attempted to minimize TFEs, but we still allow them. They're still there. They are an appropriate safety gap for the zero defect component, but what we've done is a number of things. We've streamlined the TFE process itself. outside of this. But what we also did was we implemented a number of changes to the standards and some phrases in the standards that allow you to take what you were doing as a result of a TFE mitigation and make that just part of meeting the requirements. So you don't need to file a TFE anymore using the per cyber asset capability clauses and a few other things that basically just make the reason for filing a TFE in those areas go away. And Bob, when you did a quick analysis for what password construction and malware TFEs, just those two areas which were specifically crafted to be different in version 5 as a result of industry reaction to TFEs, eliminated 80% of the TFEs in the RF region. So just imagine that the TFE burden was reduced by 80%, leaving 20% where it actually is useful and is a good safety gap. So I think that's a really good trade-off. We didn't completely eliminate it and say, well, you don't have any choice, you have to do exactly what the requirement says. But what we said was we left TFEs in a couple of places to provide that safety gap. Measures, as I mentioned, guidance to auditors as well as entities. The auditors are going to be focusing on the requirement, but they also are going to be aware of the measures, and that's going to be helpful. Hopefully it's helpful in the RSO development as well as during the audit. Sort of. I'm getting a sort of. Better than nothing? Okay. Better than nothing. And it's no longer a meaningless restatement of the requirement like it had been in some of the version 3 and before requirements. Okay, another one on it'll be more helpful in the development of the evidence list, as Lou points out. So yeah, I guess that's a good compromise, because that's really what the measure is for. The measure is how can you demonstrate that you met that requirement, which is another word for an evidence list, is a demonstration. Bulleted list and numbered lists, again, this is one that applies to all of the standards. Whenever you see a bulleted list, it is a list of options. You do not need to pick every one in the bulleted list. Sometimes you may want to pick only one. Sometimes it makes sense to pick more than one. You have an option. If you see a numbered list, you got to do everything that's in that list. We see both numbered lists and bulleted lists in both requirements and measures. You'll see more bulleted lists in measures because there are options associated with compliance. Single requirement, you could demonstrate this way or you could demonstrate that way. That's a bulleted list. One thing to watch out for is there's a couple of cases where the requirement itself is inherently a compound requirement and the measure has a numbered list in it even though the requirement doesn't. Example would be have a documented process and implement that process. So the measure is show me the document that has the process in it, and 2, show me that you followed that process. So even though the requirement doesn't have a numbered list in it, it does have an and, so just be careful of that. So again, as you're going through your implementation, the guidance is helpful, the measurement should be helpful to guide you with some of those pitfalls. The last thing you want is to walk into an audit with a numbered list in the measure and only show, well, all I had to do was have a document. That's not what the requirement said. The requirement said you also had to follow the document. Okay. Applicability section, we started this. I mentioned this before. We were going to get to this. 4.1, way up at the beginning of the standards, is generally on the first page or two. A lot of people skip over that. You know, like a lot of people when they're reading the book, they skip over the forward and the dedication and all that. We bury important stuff up at the front of those standards, so it's very important to read that. Section 4 lists all of the applicable functional model entities and their systems, who needs to be compliant with the standards. 4.1 describes which asset owners, based on their functional model designation and ownership of assets, need to comply with the standards. May have no qualifications, and it applies to all entities registered for that function. So it'll say, for example, reliability coordinators. All reliability coordinators need to comply with these standards. All transmission operators need to comply with the standards. All transmission owners need to comply with the standards. Section 4.2, facilities. Once you are a registered entity, which facilities need to be compliant with the standards? And if there's no qualifications or minimal qualifications, applies to all BES assets owned by that function. So all BES assets owned by transmission owners have to be compliant with the standards. The fun part comes in for distribution providers. Distribution providers are new to version 5. We got rid of LSEs, replaced it with DPs, and we're actually going to go through and deregister the LSEs under the risk-based registration process, so that's a good thing. We actually are caping these. Distribution providers, we only are concerned with a small number of distribution level assets, primarily UFLS, UVLS, cranking path, etc. So we specifically call out, if you're a distribution provider, it's only distribution providers that own specifically called out pieces of equipment. And then in the facilities piece is once you are a distribution provider that has those specific pieces of equipment, only the specific pieces of equipment apply. So if you're a distribution provider, you have 10,000 distribution relays, one of which is an under-frequency relay. Only that one under-frequency relay is brought into the system. That's what that means. DP does not own any equipment called out. It doesn't need to comply. If you're a distribution provider, don't own anything that's called out, you're not going to have anything that applies. You can stop reading. DP owns a piece of equipment. Only that called out piece of equipment applies. Now for the eye chart, because none of you have read this, this is what 4.1 looks like in the standard. And you see all the detail is in the distribution provider piece. Everything else just lists the functional model registrations. And then 4.2, for facilities, all the detail is in distribution provider, and then everybody else says all BES facilities, so there's no detail about that. So this is, and when we were developing these standards, the DPs were very concerned that we were going to go down and apply cybersecurity at all of their facilities. The answer is no, based on this part of the standard. It's not in the requirements itself, it's in the applicability section. And then the exemptions carry forward. We didn't make any changes in these exemptions from version 1 days, except for some minor rewording that appeared in version 4 dealing with the nuclear facilities to try and capture more nuclear-centric words.
Scott, for us who are registered as TOs and DPs, do we need to delineate where we chose our facility from? In other words, say that we use the DP section 4.2.1.3 to make a determination that we're going to make that asset a BES cyber asset?
It probably would help during when you tell the story of why something is being brought in. If it meets the BES definition, that under the whole BES definition process that's now finally maturing, then it's in. You don't need to worry about demonstrating what's in. But anything that would normally be classed as distribution, it would probably help as part of the evidence package to say, I'm including it because of this. Because you may end up getting some questions. I knew it was going to happen. This is where we start hitting the Scott's rules of auditing. Lou knew this was coming. So this is going to help because the auditors likely are going to be familiar enough with your system to go ask, well, what about this? And you should be able to demonstrate that, well, yeah, we brought it in, and here's where we brought it in. This is what it means. Because they're going to have a list of the under-frequency systems within the balancing authority. They were able to go through and get that information. So Scott's 3 rules of auditing. Lou knew this was coming. Some of you have already heard this. First rule is don't piss off the auditor. Okay? These are Scott's rules. They apply to NERC audits. They probably apply to IRS audits. It's that time of year. They apply to Sarbanes-Oxley audits as well. So rule 1, don't piss off the auditor. You probably learned that one in kindergarten. Either your mother told you or you learned it the hard way. Second rule, which is where this one comes in, is answer the auditor's questions before they ask them. Almost everybody in the room, I know there's some new people in here, almost everybody in the room has been through an audit before, NERC audit before. You've been through a SIP audit, you know the kinds of questions they're going to ask. If you haven't been through the SIP audit, talk to somebody at lunch who's been through a SIP audit, find out what kinds of questions they're going to ask. If you know the auditors are going to ask the question, just start thinking about the answer now. The sooner you start thinking about that answer, the sooner you start collecting the information that you know you're going to have to send off, the easier your audit preparation process is going to be. You get that 90-day audit notification, you look at that and say, this is easy. I've been collecting this data for 3 years. All I need to do is PDF this SharePoint file and send it off, and I'm done. I don't need to go reinvent evidence. I don't need to go find where I hid it for the past 3 years. It's all there. Third one is kind of the counter to that is don't provide so much evidence to the auditor that it inspires them to ask more questions than they either need to ask or you would be comfortable answering. So don't just ship them absolutely everything and say, it's all in there, good luck finding it. That violates Rule 1. But there's probably more stuff in there than they need to know. But once they have it, they're going to go digging. So just balance those two. And the best mechanism, the best response is figure out what they're going to do, what they're going to ask, and as part of your daily processes, every time you do something that might generate potential evidence result, capture it as part of the process, save it away someplace, and it's going to make your 90-day response to the audit notification infinitely simpler. Most entities learned that after the first time through. The first time through for almost everybody was very, very painful. Okay. Sub-requirements, coming in close to the end. Sub-requirements is something that we used to have, and basically this is a carryover from way, way back when we started writing requirements. Everything in a NERC standard had to have an R in front of it. And the only thing that we could put in the standard were things that had R's in front of it and things that had M's in front of them, essentially the measures associated with that. No extra guidance, and everything was basically a requirement or it wasn't in the standard at all. And because everything was a requirement, you needed to positively affirm how you were compliant with everything that had an R in front of it. So each one of those requirements or sub-requirements was a potential compliance touch point, a potential area for a non-compliance, a potential question that the auditor would ask. And so back in the CIP, version 3 CIP 2 days, if you were a transmission-only operator or a reliability coordinator that didn't own any assets, the auditors were forced to go through and say, to like my old company, PJM, well, how come you didn't identify any generation? And PJM would have to say, because we don't own any generation. How come you didn't identify any transmission? Because we don't own any transmission. And that was a procedural formality that we had to go through. We've gotten rid of that now with requirement parts. So the only compliance touch point is at the requirement level, and we can have many parts. There are as many as 10 parts at least in some of these requirements. The only compliance touch point is the main requirement. Then you look at the applicable systems column, and Part 1 and Part 4 apply to high-impact control centers. And so Part 2 and 3 don't apply to high-impact control centers. You don't even need to discuss those Part 2 and 3 if you're only a high-impact control center, because the only compliance touch point is at the requirement level. Right? And the RSAWs are all being written and developed to support that concept, right? The requirement level. Can we get lose mic on?
Scott knows I can't sit down and talk anyway, so. The RSAWs are being developed at the part level, and then results from the parts will roll up to the base requirement. But there's really nothing in the base requirement to audit. It references the individual parts, except for 2, 3, and 2 and 3.
Right, but there's no expectation that each and every part is filled out if it doesn't apply to you. There's a checkbox that says this part does not apply to me, right?
Correct. In the RSAWs, that's why we broke them out that way. Rather than putting them at the base requirement where you would have to fill out the base, and if you look at the applicability, the base requirement is applicable to all functional entities that meet the definition up in Section 4. So if we did it that way, you would have to fill out every section of every requirement, the base requirement for every requirement. We don't want that. We don't want you to fill out unnecessary information. So we coded the RSAWs at the individual part level. And if an individual part, let's say CIP 5R 1.5, I believe is high impact only, if I recall correctly. If you're medium impact only, you don't need to fill that out at all. You skip it completely.
You just check the box that says this does not apply to me, right?
Yes, and why. Right. And we even give you a checkbox that says We don't have any of these applicable systems. Doesn't apply to us.
Right. So everybody is trying to figure out what this means, the part means, and we're going to see this. That's part of the results-based standards format. So the operations and planning standards that are being developed now also have these parts associated with them. Okay. That was the last slide. Just put up a list of references, and Lou, I think I left you 3 minutes to do the first half of your presentation.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Any questions?
With the checkbox, I'm done. So we're not going to have to require an attestation to say, hey, we do not meet this, or will the checkbox work fine?
When you submit RSAWs, you usually submit an attachment B that certifies all the statements in the RSAWs are correct. A manager signs it. That's your attestation. All you have to do is the checkboxes.
Right. So just real quickly on the references, version 4, there is some information in version 4, particularly as opposed to how the bright lines were historically developed. A lot of that is still applicable. Some of it is not so much, but that reference is still available. So the version 4 page and the guidance document that was developed for version 4 may guide you off in the right direction. But don't stop reading there. Definitely look at the version 5 page. Version 5, we don't have the transition or the revisions page here, but we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But the version 5 development page is where you can get the standards that have all of that guidance and rationale in context. So that's the version that I always refer to. The page numbers are going to be different, so you need to be careful about that. And then the version 5 transition guidance, we put this up. It's particularly important if you have an audit this year of what those audits are going to look like, of looking at version 5 requirements in a version 3 regulatory regime, and how we're applying and looking at version 5 and what you end up looking at in terms of PV because of the way the laws are written and the timing associated with that. And then we do have the revisions page up here. All of the revisions that we had in the last year that moved to version 6 and version 3, or 2 of the standards, along with the version X and some of that wacky stuff is all documented there. And the transition page that has all of the transition information, including the lessons learned that we are either developing or have developed and been approved, as well as information to find out what else is going on in other regions, links to recordings and presentations that are being presented in other regions, including Kevin Perry, and so you'll be able to do a cage match between his presentation and my presentation at some point. And with that, I think that's it. My contact information is up there. It's probably some of the least kept secrets in the ERO world. What I always tell people is pretty much never call me because I almost never answer my phone. I'm generally standing up in front of a large group of people talking, so I don't want to interrupt you to answer my phone. Best way to get a hold of me is via email. And if I don't get back to you right away, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's because it's got lost in my email someplace. Just send me another email about a week later saying, hey, I sent you a question, did you get a chance to look at it? Generally, that's enough to poke me to say, oh yeah, I meant to get to that and get back to you. But I'm more than willing to answer questions, particularly if they're simple questions. Anything that's a little bit more complex, we may work out some kind of a phone call or a visit. And a lot of those questions, I'm going to then feed back in, try and generalize and feed back into the frequently asked questions process to get them out so that everybody benefits from those answers, not just you. So with that, take any short questions, and then you can pack an hour into 8 minutes, right?
Right.
Okay. You made some more changes? I knew that was going to happen. All right, so any brief questions? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Scott. All right, so our agenda has become fluid. So we're going to go to lunch now. We're going to try to keep it to 45 minutes. And after that, Lou is going to give his presentation, and then Bob Yates. We've moved Scott's next one, the SIP standards modification, to 11 to 12 tomorrow. So following Bob Yates today will be SIP 14. and then I'll try to keep my outreach presentation brief. And then we decided based on the one voice comments that the panel questions probably weren't going to work to have those vetted out. So any questions that you have, as has been said, get those to us. We'll document them. We'll get them vetted out and get them posted to the lessons learned. But I don't think we're going to do that session tomorrow in interest of time and switching people around to get the content out to you. So those are the latest updates. I'm not promising there won't be any more, but those are the latest updates and launches available in the Skyline.
Eric, you said the schedule is fluid. Does that mean we're up the creek?
We'll see after your presentation.
We're definitely up the creek.
We're gonna get started. So hopefully the rest of you are out in the hall can start coming in. So up next is Lou Folker. He is a principal reliability consultant in SD development, and he's going to speak about the core requirements of version 5.
Is this plugged in?
It's not working?
Nope. Give us a moment, please. We'll have a little bit of delay because we don't think you really want to watch this one slide for the rest of the presentation. Frank, are you running a microphone, or did you hand it? No, you handed it off the mic. That figures. I was going to generate lots of questions and make you run all over. Do we want to try the other controller?
David. Are you seeing it move? Yeah. You are? Okay. I'm going to exit out.
So Dave, what are we watching here? Is this what's being broadcast?
Switch it over to me until.
Okay. Can you page through these manually?
I do not have them on my screen.
Okay. We'll wait. Does anybody have any questions while we're waiting? Any general questions? Now's your opportunity.
Can you make it presenter, Dave?
Do I have a general?
Microphone to Mark, please, or I'll just repeat the question.
Mark is worth coming to.
Could you explain your definition of a high water mark? I seem to be hearing it two different ways. I thought in general if you had a medium and a high in the same ESP, that the medium would be brought up to a high BES cyber system. That's the way I was originally taught. But I looked in the guidance that's provided for CIP 5, and it looks like it actually comes up to a high impact PCA.
Yes.
And it seemed like Scott Mix was saying that it comes up to a high impact BES cyber system, and now I'm totally confused.
Well, why don't you give the mic to Scott, please?
It's still a BES cyber system, but the PCA definition is where the high water marking comes in. So technically it's a PCA of the medium impact or the high impact. The high water markers up as a PCA. So the end result is in 98% or 95% of the cases it's exactly the same. I'd have to look at the specific differences. It looks like we have a volunteer from the audience to point out where I'm wrong in the back.
Yeah, I guess I won't go as bold as to say you're wrong.
Go ahead. I've been wrong before.
No, I guess it's more of a question. So if it's a medium cyber asset, and if it were that alone, obviously it would only be applicable to those requirements that are applicable to a medium BES cyber asset. So if it's also in an ESP with a high, and it becomes a high impact PCA, would it then be both? And so I have to meet all of the medium impact BES cyber system requirements and the high impact PCA requirements. Is that?
That would be correct.
I was looking for the one voice. I saw you say yes, and I was waiting for Scott to nod or say yes.
Because you are in an ESP with a high impact BES cyber system. Anything that is not either a high impact BES cyber system or, well, we don't really count the PACS or the EACMS necessarily, but it could be an EACMS within the ESP. PACS usually are not. But anything else within that ESP has to be a PCA. Now, that cyber system may also be designated as a BES cyber system with a medium impact. You'll find the requirements are pretty much the same, except I think one minor difference.
Well, quite a few relative to access.
The other issue in terms of, as a practical matter, is there aren't that many cases where you have low or medium impact BES cyber systems in a high impact BES cyber systems because of the control center. There may be a couple, but theoretically it's more likely to happen in the field where you only have lows and mediums to worry about.
Right.
So the lows then bump up to be medium PCAs, and the low, what's left as a low requirement isn't as stringent, and the differences aren't as much as the PCA differences at the high.
Yeah, and so from the practitioner level, I mean, that, you know, the devil's in the details, right? So for that low impact BES cyber system where it's in an ESP with a medium, I have to meet all of the low impact requirements, which are forthcoming, I'm sure. And then I have to meet all of the medium PCA, but not the medium. It doesn't become a medium BES cyber system, which, like Mark, I had always assumed that high watermark meant I'm elevating everything. So we're not elevating everything. We're elevating pieces of it such that it's a PCA, not a cyber system in and of itself.
But most of the non-medium impact, or the medium impact non-control center differences or requirements, and I have to go through and look at it because I don't have all of that memorized at the same level of detail. The majority of them, if it's medium impact with external routable connectivity or medium impact, the PCA is attached. So that as a practical matter, most of them don't change. There are specific call-outs of high impact only without the PCAs, but that's because of the control center. Yeah, there's some access requirements that are a little bit different, but the differences are not as much at medium as they are as high. In stereo. I feel like the luckiest man in the world. That's a really old movie reference for anybody.
Okay, but at the end of the day, we're saying they're PCAs, not, they don't elevate in impact. They only, they actually transform from a BES cyber system at a medium to a PCA at a medium. And then whether or not it's medium with ERC or medium is going to be relative to the medium that's in the ESP, correct, not whether it's a lurk. And so now my lurk is a lurk PCA, and that doesn't give,
there is no such thing as lurk PCA.
Well,
it's yeah, that's a different, Felic will go over that tomorrow.
Okay, good. Clear.
Okay. And any more detailed discussion of that probably should be done offline, because we need to get into the standards and actually check the detailed wording.
And also more than likely look at the specific example. It's difficult to talk about that in generalization because there's so many details that are going to be architecture or implementation specific.
Okay, I think we're finally ready. Does anybody in the room not know me? 2, 3, yeah, okay, gotcha. It's scary when your company president raises his hand on that question. Ooh, I'm in trouble. We're going to be talking about the CIP version 5 core requirements. Now, in saying version 5, what we really mean is version 5, version 6, except when it's version 2. If you actually add up the requirements and average them out, it comes out to version 4.91 at my latest calculation. Tom Ulrich's column notwithstanding. How did I come up with the core requirements? Why are these considered the core requirements? I did a scientifically valid survey, polled IP address 127.0.0.1, got a response back. How many got that? Thank you. Shows me where the techies are. Got the response back and started working on my presentation. These I considered core requirements. And who let that get through? Okay, I guess that's right. I'm looking at the R1s and thinking version numbers. No, that's not right. Okay, those aren't right. These are the requirements that if you get them wrong, you're in real trouble. If you don't identify your BES cyber systems correctly, everything else is immaterial. If you don't identify your ESPs correctly, you've got a lot of other problems. If you don't protect those ESPs with a physical security system of some kind, especially physical security perimeter, more trouble. And then the absolute key requirement, if we left everything else out of the standards, the one I would pick to keep in would be patch management. And the thing that feeds patch management is configuration management. That's why these 5 requirements are on the list. We'll also cover a few general concepts, and let's get started. Within each requirement, we've got these pieces. We're going to be talking about implicit requirements. I'll get to those. Probably the best way to do that is by example as we start under CIP 2 here real quick. Some suggested evidence. Suggested. These are examples. It's not all inclusive. When you get the evidence list, the evidence request from your audit team at the 90-day notification, that's no longer suggested evidence. That was supposed to be another joke. It didn't sound very funny. Give you a suggested compliance approach and anything else we can think of to throw at you. Mostly these are FAQs and lessons learned references. Does anybody here read the RF newsletter, in particular a certain column? There's a few hands. Okay, good. Some of this material is going to look very familiar to you up until we hit CIP 6, and then in about 2 more months it'll look familiar to you again. So general concepts first. I don't know how many times I've said this, but I'll keep saying it. These are results-based standards. What does that mean? In version 3, version 1, 2, and 3, you were told what to do and pretty much in general how to do it. Not so here. Here we specify the outcome. I imagine Scott talked about this, although I wasn't in with the first part of his presentation. So if he did, forgive me, I am going to hit it again. The standards are not prescriptive. That's good news. That gives you immense flexibility, huge flexibility. Folks in the food and drug industry, Jeff, chime in on this if you want. Folks in the food and drug industry would love to have this flexibility. They're told what to do, how to do it, how to document it, A, B, C. Is that correct? Pretty much? Pretty much. The bad news is you've got a lot of flexibility and you have to manage it. Okay? Mandatory and enforceable versus guidance. Scott did talk about this. 3 pieces of the reliability standards are mandatory and enforceable. If you don't believe me, check the NERC Rules of Procedure, the Standards Manual, Appendix 3A, Section 2.5. The applicability sections, the requirements, and the effective dates. Everything else is guidance. What does that mean? Guidance informs our understanding of the requirements. Are you going to get a violation because you did not obey the guidance? No. But you may get a violation of a requirement because your understanding of the requirement did not match the audit team's understanding of the requirement. And the audit team's understanding of the requirement is informed by the vast pool of guidance that we have out there. There is guidance in the standards. Do I have a piece on that? No. There is guidance in the standards. First time ever. Well, maybe not quite the first, but certainly for the CIP, first time ever. FAQs, lessons learned, mailing lists, consultants, assist visits from Reliability First, guidance everywhere. You have to assemble that guidance and make your best decision on how to comply with these things. Security versus compliance. Back when I first started with compliance back in the UA 1200 days, we would say you can be secure without being compliant. You can be compliant without being secure. You need to have both. What's the best way to do it? You can set up a compliance program that works in complete opposition. It's the stranglehold on the operations folks. The operations folks try to do their job, and every time they take a step, your compliance folks say, no, you got to document that, you got to do it this way and that way. Boom. That's one way to do it. Efficient? No. What we're after? No, not really. What we'd like to see you do is have a good, solid security program and use the compliance program to be the controls and the guidance for that security program. Have your SMEs, when they do a patch, they should be following the compliance processes as they do that patch, not do their own thing just because they need to do it, you can get it right in, but because you have a structured approach, and then you can document that approach. They should be creating compliance evidence as they do their daily work. Then you don't have to have a compliance group come back and try to second guess them and create the compliance evidence later. Make sense? I'm seeing some head nods. In other words, you're providing the internal controls. Oh, where have we heard that term before? Internal controls evaluations. Now if you've got the internal controls, you've got a chance of getting those requirements right out of audit scope per the ICE process. Is that of interest to anybody? Does anybody not want requirements to go out of scope on an audit? How many want the, John? Auditors don't count on that question, John. Okay, enough said on that. Let's start with SIP 2. Scott's gone through SIP 2 all morning. I'm going to take a different peek at it. You've all read the language of the standard. How many have not read it at least 3 times? No hands. So I don't need to read you the language of the standard. You know what it is. You've been puzzling over this for months now, if not years. So let's take a look under the hood. What are you going to have to do to satisfy an auditor? Let's talk about implied requirements, and here's where we'll get into the implied requirement business. You should be able to provide, you should maintain a list of identified BES cyber systems. Scott is going to go more into grouping tomorrow, which I'd like to hear. In version 5, you are being given immense flexibility in how you identify your BES cyber systems. You not only can group multiple cyber assets into a single cyber system and then protect that as a whole, you can change the way they're grouped. Perhaps you have a grouping of let's say, EMS. It supports a reliability function, and the EMS system as a whole is one group for, let's say, access management, SIP 4, okay? But you get out to patch management, and that grouping may no longer make sense. Now maybe you want to group it by Windows systems, Linux systems, other devices. That's not prohibited by the standard. Scott, jump in here if I'm wrong. Scott's giving me a thumbs up for those on the phone. So, what we need to see is that you've done your homework. You've identified your BES cyber systems by listing the cyber assets that are within them. Is that required in the standard? Is that listed, is that wording anywhere in the standard? Nope. So I call it an implied requirement. Is there a way around that? Can you say to an auditor, well, I know my cyber systems are this way, there's my EMS and then this other system over here, and it's all nice and good. Is an audit team going to buy that? I'm seeing some head shakes. I agree. So I think you're going to have a list. The evidence request is going to ask for a list. It'd be a nice thing to have the reliability task that system supports, just so we have some background. What assets that cyber system does its job for? What's the big iron that you're supporting? Which of the criteria in attachment 1 triggered the inclusion of those systems as a BES cyber system? That is valuable for the auditors to know. And which standards and requirements is that grouping valid for? And if it's all, then that's simple, just say everything. Questions on that? As we go, let's ask questions. The most valuable part of these talks is the discussion. Go ahead.
So back to that, can you go back to that implied? So I understand through an audit process that, obviously we would reach these questions, but through the self-certification process, are we suggesting that this level of detail be required for a self-cert annually, that I'm not just going to give you a list of BES cyber systems, but also BES cyber assets and so on and so forth?
It's going to depend on how the self-cert is organized. I don't think that you're going to need this level of organization for a self-certification, but I might be mistaken. I'm not an authority, right?
No, typically, Mike, for self-cert, we're looking for you to assert compliance or non-compliance for a particular standard and requirement. maybe in the future, we're talking about guided self-certifications, maybe tied to data submittals, where some of this may be required in the future once IRA is much more mature and we have risk profiles for every entity, and we're scoping our compliance monitoring methods in a different manner. But currently, no, the self-certifications would never ask for this level of detail.
Sure. So I guess maybe to clarify my question, so in a large utility, obviously, you know, a lot of that asset management is done dynamically, and so we would certainly have to be able to keep track of the BES cyber system. But say, you know, the reliability tasks that are performed and some of the level of detail that would be certainly documented for an audit because it's going to come out in conversation and maybe through an RFI. But is that, I guess my question is the expectation that that's done dynamically and at any given time? And so as I self-certify, I'm saying that I have a list of my BES cyber systems, I have a list of my BES cyber assets, I know what, specifically what I can produce at any time. I guess, I don't know if that clarifies the question, but.
I would think that you would want to be able to do that. Now, granted, you may need to do it only in response to an audit, but otherwise, how do you know the systems you're protecting and the way you're protecting them? What systems does a TFE cover? Many TFEs are permitted at the BES cyber system level. And if you don't know what the BES cyber system is for that requirement that the TFE is applicable to, how are you going to write the TFE? That's a different discussion and involves the letters SAR.
Yeah, so Mike, again, self-certs are a point in time look, right? So if you're asserting at that point in time for that self-cert that you're in compliance with CIP V5 that's what we're looking for. Mm-hmm. And if we have if we suspect that may not be quite accurate, spot check may be appropriate or other monitoring methods, right? Like you've seen in the past. So. Mm-hmm.
And your entity is? Another question up here, please.
Lou.
Okay, we got one over on the left while the mic's coming over here.
The last bullet you got here, standards and requirements for this grouping is applicable.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand, does that mean that if you identify something that's high, you list the items that fall high, or medium with external reliability? I don't understand what it means.
We'll actually be covering that a little bit in the grouping discussion tomorrow.
That was Scott, yeah. Is that okay?
Okay, Lou, I'm at a loss. There is no list of BES cyber systems, yet we're expected to have our CIP senior manager sign off on the identified high-impact BES cyber systems, medium-impact BES cyber systems, and assets with low cyber systems. So there is a list that's not implied.
That is correct, but there's nothing that defines that list. What is included on that list? We have the EMS as an identified BES cyber system.
Right.
Technically, your senior manager could sign off on that and say, okay, without even knowing what's in it.
Right.
Maybe. By loose definitions of the term approve. I know if I was trying to approve something like that, I'd want to know the details of what was in it. But the language of the standard is not real specific in that area. Did that answer your question? You still look puzzled.
Yeah, to say it's not specific in that area, to me it's really pretty clear.
Okay. Maybe it's not an implied requirement then. Maybe I'm misleading you.
Review the identification in requirement R1 and its parts. So, and the identification is the high impact BES cyber systems, medium impact BES cyber systems, and assets with low impact BES cyber systems. To me, that's black and white.
How do you identify? That's the big question. And this is something Scott, I think, is going to answer tomorrow. Is how do you identify a BES cyber system?
Well, if I go through my methodology and I come through starting out looking through all my assets and walk through those and identify all the systems that are in there, catalog an inventory, and then group them, and then I have a set of BES cyber systems I take to my SIP senior manager to say, these are the systems that we're going to afford protection to under this program.
Okay. Okay. I think we're arguing in the same direction. We are getting to the same place, right?
Right.
It's just a question of, is this really implied, or is it,
yes,
is it a true requirement? Okay. At least in SIP 2R1, this is an implied requirement. SIP 2R2 may make it explicit. Another question in the corner, and one over here. Where's the other mic? Oh, you've got a mic.
So
we'll get to you. Yeah. Go ahead.
So are you expecting to see those bullet points in a output document?
I'm expecting the initial evidence request to ask for that information is what I'm telling you.
Okay. So that would be pre-audit?
Yes, 90 day.
Wouldn't that?
And I'm warning you so that you are prepared from day one of the effective date of the standard, that you have this continuously in place so you know every minute what your identified BES cyber systems are.
Well, then wouldn't you also have a procedure or process of working through all these outputs that you would be expected to produce to?
Yes, and that actually is explicitly required by the standard. That's why it's not on this list. Remember, this is under the hood. We're assuming you know what you're talking about when we get to this thing. He's got a mic already. I think Mikhail needs one up here, so take it that direction, please. Go ahead.
Yes, Lou. I guess I got a question. If we go through R1 and we go through R11, 1.2, and 1.3, and we determine we have no high impact, no medium impact, and we're probably going to have the low impact bucket, something in there. On 1.3, it says a discrete list of low impact DES cyber systems is not required. So now I'm confused. If we have no high,
okay,
no
I
medium,
should have prefaced this with a piece in the slide that says we're talking about high and medium impact. I'm sorry. That is an omission. I thought and now that you mention it, I had that idea in my mind, but I was on a plane and it didn't get into the presentation. My apologies. We are talking here about high and medium impact unless I explicitly start talking about lows, and I don't think I do. All the rest of these requirements apply only to high and medium impact. Mikhail.
So the list of identified BES cyber systems here, it says reliability, so you have inclusive here of reliability tasks performed by the BES cyber system. So the standard and the actual definition of a BES cyber asset, right, it says that it doesn't actually call out the reliability tasks. So if I have I understand that I'm performing them, right, but I have let's say I look at my environment and I identify what my facilities are, and then to those facilities I build a list of my cyber assets or cyber systems, right, to Peter's point. So the reliability, you're asking for a reliability task.
I think if you look at the glossary definition of BES cyber system, that it supports one or more reliability tasks, which is why I worded it that way.
It says,
the asset with which it's associated.
It says, or otherwise rendered unavailable when needed would affect the reliable operation of the bulk electric system.
That's the asset definition, not the system definition.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, remember that Lou's giving examples here.
Yes.
This is not a definitive or an exhaustive list of evidence that we'll ask for or you could provide to meet this requirement. So that's the point being made here.
And remember Rule 2. So let's give an example of your registered balancing authority. You're being audited against a balancing authority. You have a control center, and you have a list of assets, but there's nothing on that list that's identified as running AGC. That's a question that the auditors are going to want to know is your balancing authority, you have to have an AGC function someplace. Where is it? Is it in a system that you've identified and you just missed that? Or is it not identified on a system that you've included? And those are going to be completely different discussions in terms of are you properly identifying all of your systems? So this just helps through that process. And remember, this is all part of the 90-day pre-audit notification that the auditors are not sitting down with you across from the table asking the questions. They're going to be asking the questions, and if you already have provided that information and answered the questions without actually engaging with the conversation, that's going to make the whole process much more efficient.
Understood. So the best cyber system and the best cyber asset may be two different things.
Well, the best cyber system is composed of best cyber assets.
But if I have a best cyber asset that I choose to say is the best cyber system,
then it needs to be both.
But so essentially every single thing that I identify has to be a best cyber. You can't stop at best cyber asset on the definition.
Correct.
Everything has to be a best cyber system.
Correct. Yes. It's not enough to identify just your best cyber assets. That's not even in the standard, although I probably should have included it as an implied requirement. You do have to identify your best cyber assets, because how else are you going to identify best cyber systems? That's a good point. Ray, are you keeping the parking lot? Can you make a note of that? Yes. I need to modify these slides that we need to add that to the implied requirements that you have to identify best cyber assets in addition to best cyber systems?
Yes, Scott and Ron are helping collect those as well.
Okay, great.
So
thanks.
we're getting that.
Cool. Any more questions on this slide? Good. Suggest a compliance approach. And here's where we start talking about, Pete, to your point, the process. Be able to show that the process implemented considers each of your asset types. It's fairly obvious, but we'll state it anyway. Make sure you consider each of the asset types in the attachment. Actually, in R1, the asset types are the 6 asset types listed as lowercase Roman numerals. Make sure all the assets of each type are considered. Make sure you can show an audit team that you have identified all of your high and medium impact BES cyber systems. It's easier said than done. What I'm telling you is this is what's going to be in the audit approach documents. In other words, back when you were in school, did the prof ever say, if you ask a question and he says, yeah, this is such and so, and you might want to remember that because it's going to be on the test. These things are going to be on the test. That's why they're on the slide. So the process has to have provisions for identifying the high and medium impact BES cyber systems, whatever identification really means. And that's something you get to decide. But you need to be able to persuade an audit team that your identification is correct and complete. Make sure you get the correct impact ratings assigned, and make sure you identify all the assets that contain a low impact. Here's one of our low impact discussions. Question in the back.
So I guess I have a question about where it says correct impact rating to be identified as high and medium. So to kind of take into account human performance, is it reasonable to say that if I have a control center that I'm going to treat all devices in there as high, even though there may be low, medium or low, rather than to assign these are medium and so you treat these differently, these are low? Is there any issue with treating all devices at a higher level?
That's actually an important question. I won't say it's a good question because all questions are good questions. That's a particularly important question. Scott may want to jump in on that. I don't think your audit teams are going to sanction you if you find a system that would otherwise be a medium impact or even maybe a low impact and treat it in a more secure manner than it's absolutely required to be treated. It's the principle that you don't want to punish folks for doing the right thing. Now, obviously, if you go the other way, that's a different situation. That's what we're after here. But identifying, I guess when I say here correctly assessing the impact rating, if you've gone overboard and identified too many high-impact BES cyber systems, we might, tell you, your audit team might say, well, you guys, did a really good job of identifying BES cyber systems, but you're probably putting a lot of work on yourselves by doing this. But that's okay if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah, generally, the issue is not over applying the standards. It's the cases where you under apply them. So those are going to be where we're looking for.
Exactly.
The other piece about the correct impact rating is making sure that you understand what all the impact ratings mean, like we talked about this morning with counting lines and at a transmission station. Make sure you know how to count those lines and understand, for example, how to count a tapped line if you have one, and what does that mean? There's some guidance about how to do that. Understanding the topology, what counts as generation interconnection, how does network flows work? There's a lot of implied nuances in some of those requirements that we're going to be aware of because we as the ERO have spent a lot of time digging in that and understanding that. The outreach is to try and get all of you to understand that as well. So we're going to come in kind of with the master's degree associated with how to run through some of those impact rating criterias, and we're going to expect you to have just as much understanding of those criteria as we do, and that's also part of that correct application.
Thank you. Just a minute.
I guess at the more heart of my question is at the practitioner level. So if I have a control center and I say, okay, everything in here is going to be high. So through the audit process, is someone going to go walk through the data center? Okay, so show me the homework where you got this one to high and this one to high, because it's really irrelevant, right? Because I'm protecting at the highest. And so is that level of effort that would be necessarily wasted on a low or medium to go through the process to see it's a low, but I'm going to treat it as a high, so rather than use those resources to just protect what's there?
Ray, jump in here if I misstate, but I don't think your audit team is going to go through and say, show me why this is a high-impact BES cyber asset, or a BES cyber asset that's part of a high-impact BES cyber system. They're much, much more likely to say, okay, you've got this asset completely out of the program. Show me why. That's what you're likely to see.
That would be correct. Similar to V3, where we've seen entities include critical assets in their program that weren't necessarily, didn't meet any of the criteria under 1.2, 1.2.1 through 1.2.7, I believe, right? But they've included it because it was a high-profile asset in their footprint, such as a substation that fed Department of Defense facilities, hospitals, schools, universities, you name it, right? And we accept that that they're protecting that at a higher level than necessary, but that you're calling that out and you're documenting it, and that's fine. But as Scott mentioned, if you're going the other direction, that's where we're really concerned. You're not putting things in the program that should be in at the right impact level.
Yeah, and kind of more to your point about the human factors, because you said that 3 times and I finally heard it. So I don't think it applies as much in the CIP 2 world as it does in some of the other worlds. For example, I'll give you one that is really a low impact kind of thing, and we talk about a little bit, is low impact has security awareness requirements, and medium impact and high impact have security awareness requirements. The underlying requirement is the same, but the timing is different. It's once a quarter versus once every 15 months. So from a human factors standpoint, it may be easier for you to set up a program that just runs everybody through once a quarter, and you're covered for that once every 15 months. Okay? You may have password requirements that you want to just say, hey, I'm going to have the same password requirements on my mediums as I have on my lows, even though there are no password requirements on the lows, just to let people say, hey, these systems are important, and my company thinks they're important, and I'm going to do the same password kinds of processes regardless of the impact level. We're not going to penalize you for putting passwords on low-impact devices. we might actually give you a little bit of credit in an internal controls review and an inherent risk assessment review that, hey, you're actually exceeding the standards in a couple of areas. Maybe we want to reward you for doing a really, really good thing and going that extra mile. So, you know, we're still really new in that world, but we certainly would want to encourage you to do a really good security practice that supports reliability, as long as it doesn't get in the way of operations and start wasting resources. So again, that's a lot of the flexibility that you have now. We don't want you to say, oh, I don't want to do passwords on low because they're not required, and if I miss a password on a low device and I told RF I'm going to do that, the auditors are going to come in and ding me for that. We don't want to be in that world anymore. We kind of got in that world before. We want to completely avoid that world moving forward.
Yes. Okay, we've been talking about the process to be implemented. Here we're talking about the implementation of the process. Many cases in the CIP standards, we will review your process, make sure that you have one, but not necessarily review that in detail that you have implemented. We are more interested in the outcome of the process. But here, this is one of the cases where we are interested in how you implement the process. Because how you implement your process, if you do a good, robust job of it, tells us that you probably have a good set of results. And the results of this requirement are the most important thing you have to do in the CIP standard. The CIP standards, plural. Second bullet, second main bullet. We'll harp on this again and again and again. Show your work. You will get out of more possible violations by being able to show how you got to a conclusion than you're going to really believe. The audit teams are going to want to know that you have done the work and done your best job to get it right. And if you have done that, and you can show the audit teams this, you're much more likely to get a recommendation or an area of concern if they think you've got a shortcoming. The only result to a possible violation if they find something they must make you change for the reliability of the bulk electric system. That's what violations are for. They are the hammer size implement which we have to make you, the registered entities, do something that you haven't done yet. There are other bigger hammers, but the possible violation is the first level. We like to avoid those unless we absolutely need them. The warmer, softer compliance program has been in full effect. Some of you have seen this. Okay, we're still in CIP 2, suggested evidence. This much is pretty cut and dried. We've talked about this already, and I don't see any need to go into it deeper. There are a number of lessons learned and FAQs covering CIP 2. I'm not going to talk about them in detail. That's meat for another topic, and I believe we have that on the agenda as well. If we don't run too long on this presentation, which Ray is at the back frantically signaling me, hurry up, Lou, come on. And here's the FAQs. We've got lessons learned. The only thing I will say is there is now, instead of the lesson learned for programmable electronic device, they found that the SDT had actually responded to a comment. And I don't have the direct information for that. It's somewhere in that 1,300-page filing with FERC for version 6.
A few other of these topics also fall into that, and Bob and I will talk about that.
Good enough. Different topic. FAQs, same thing. Let's go into CIP 5. Implied requirements. A process to identify your electronic security perimeter. There's no process. It just says all BES cyber assets must be contained within an electronic security perimeter. Well, how do you do that? How do you know you've got them all? probably ought to have a process. Will you get a violation if you don't? No, because the standard doesn't explicitly require it. What you'll get is a much deeper look by the audit team because you don't have a process. You just did this by hook and by crook. At least that's the perception. May not be the case, but it's the perception. And so you're going to get a much deeper look. Did all of the required assets get protected by an ESP? You need to identify each ESP to be able to show that you're protecting the right assets. We'd like to see a list of all ESPs so we can do sampling from it. Again, this is going to be in your evidence request. Some kind of documentation showing what is in detail, what is within each ESP. Diagram, list, database, something. Again, huge freedom. Even version 3 never required a diagram. Some folks thought it did, but no, it doesn't. And I've seen good ESP documentation done in a database and a spreadsheet. It's not a problem. What are the best cyber assets within the ESP? What are the other cyber assets in CIP scope? And where are the access points? The access points, remember, are interfaces on a cyber asset. Okay, how do you do this? Whoever's read the most recent newsletter, this looks familiar, right? There seems to be a logical order in which you can do things in order to achieve the results you need with the least amount of work. Start by identifying your BES cyber systems and your BES cyber assets. That's part of CIP 2. Not all cyber assets, not all your BES cyber assets are required to reside within an ESP. Which ones don't? Come on. The EACMs, PACs, LOWs.
Serially connected device?
Anything that is not connected to a network. Yes. Thank you. Anything, any device, if you look in CIP 5, any BES cyber asset that is connected to a network must be within an ESP. The implication is if it's not connected to a network, if it's a standalone device, if it's a device that is connected by serial protocol only, it does not need to reside within an ESP. I've got a few experts in the room that'll jump all over me if I'm wrong. They're not saying anything. So once you have those cyber assets that do need to be protected, okay, we need the mic over here. I'll finish my thought and we'll get to Mark. Then we need to draw the ESP around each of those cyber assets. An ESP. How you draw them is up to you, but there are implications in how you draw them. Go ahead, Mark.
Lou, I think you just said something profound. You said a serial connected device cannot be inside an electronic security perimeter. With that said, that means, I think you're saying that it can't have external routable connectivity.
You did not hear me say that. You did
I
not
heard
hear
it.
me
I
say
heard
that,
it very
Mark.
clearly.
I didn't hear him say that either. Let him correct himself.
Go ahead. I did not say that it did not have external routable connectivity. I said it was not connected to a network.
He also said serially only connected.
That's one example. Now, external routable connectivity is a separate discussion that we will get to later on in the bullet list. Can we reserve that question for then? Thank you. Okay, once you've got the ESP drawn, you know what's inside the ESP. So now you identify your protected cyber assets. Those are the systems that are not BES cyber assets or part of a BES cyber system that are still within the ESP. Okay? You know where your ESP perimeter is. You've drawn it. Now you identify your electronic access points. Remember, those are the interfaces, and that's important. They are the interfaces now on a cyber asset that controls access. What is the cyber asset that contains that interface. It's an EACMS. It controls access to the electronic security perimeter, right? But the EAP itself is an interface. So you identify that first. I put this in at 6 because it's a logical place to put it. Before you identify your EACMS, identify how you're doing remote access or if you're doing remote access. Cliff, microphone.
So I just want to get some clarification on what you just stated. So an electronic access point itself, you're saying is the interface that's inside and outside. So the two interfaces that bridge the ESP, right? You're saying there's an interface on the ESP, there's one outside the ESP, so that's your access point. It allows traffic to flow.
The access point is the interface connected to the electronic security perimeter. Has anybody got the glossary up? Can you read me the definition of electronic access point? Mikhail, can we get a mic to Mikhail, please?
Hold on 1 second. Sorry, just need to. Electronic access point, a cyber asset interface on an electronic security perimeter that allows routable communication between cyber assets outside an electronic security perimeter and cyber assets inside an electronic security perimeter.
It's the interface on the ESP, so it's the inside interface.
And also has an outside interface so it can allow the traffic.
It may, but that outside interface is not an access point because it's not on the ESP.
Yeah, I understand. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Where I was going with this, though, is that, so in CIP 10, and I think you may have answered the question, in CIP 10, EAPs are not applicable, not in the applicability list for CIP 10.
That's correct, and but EACMS is...
That's because, like you said, the EACMS is the firewall or router or whatever it is that you're using as your access point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. That's not made explicitly clear, by the way, in the standard, but your audit teams are going to read it that way, trust me, that your firewalls are EACMS.
So Lou, is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
In a situation where a substation has a standalone network, there is no external routable connectivity. In that case, am I required to have a specific EAP? It's a routable, it's a substation network, no external routable connectivity.
No, you do not need an EAP.
I was trying to make sure I parsed the question correctly, but Scott's correct.
And that's what my understanding is, but the way I'm reading this, it looks like that each ESP requires an EAP, but in that case, it seems like an EAP would not be required because that ESP does not have an external routable connectivity.
Right. So well, the EAP count for an ESP could be 0 if there's no external routable connectivity.
Right, right. The slide could be identify the EAPs for each ESP if applicable.
If any, yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lou, one other question on the EAP function. So I think I heard that the EAP is the interface and you can be an interface on the inside of a firewall?
It is the interface on the inside of the firewall generally, unless... Let me let you finish asking your question.
All right. So then my question is, if I'm writing rules for my firewall traffic, the rules get applied, the ones that I need to block. I mean, I do have outbound rules applied on the inside interface of the firewall, but the majority of my rules are applied on the outside interface of the firewall. How does that? How does? Maybe I'm missing the tie.
It depends on how complicated your firewall is. The drafting team's concept was a firewall can have multiple interfaces on it. The one that talks to the ESP is the one that we're concerned about. So we want to see inbound and outbound on that interface. I may have other interfaces on that same firewall. I may have an interface to corporate, an ICCP link, a marketing link, a vendor link. They all have their own access lists, and I can have all kinds of traffic that's flowing between all of those other interfaces. It is out of scope from the audit standpoint. The only audit scope that I have is what's going in and out of the interface that I've identified as the EAP that talks to the critical systems.
So depending on the maker of your firewall, right, I may not be able to provide rules for inbound access on the inside interface.
I don't think the draft, well, I don't think the language of the standard, I won't say the drafting thing, but I don't think the language of the standard envisions the scenario you're talking about. We'll have to make accommodations as long as the spirit of the standard, that's the first time I've used that term today. Are you proud of me? As long as the spirit of the standard is being met, I think you'll find the audit team is pretty much amenable to that. Where'd Ray go? Oh, Bob's nodding. He's a good proxy.
If your firewall, for example, doesn't support those kinds of things, we would expect to see all of the other interfaces of what they're allowing to go to the interface that's going to go into the ESP.
Okay.
And that's where you're going to do that filtering.
And that's exactly how the firewall actually would. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sanity check.
And again, that's that results basis that we're going for.
Sanity check. We've been running for an hour. We're maybe a little under halfway through this presentation. We've got two options. We can start accelerating, start reducing the questions, reducing the discussion, and get through this only a little bit late, or we can do this, we can run through and let you ask questions through the entire presentation. You've got multiple people in the room answering the questions, which is a really good thing. But in exchange for that, we'll have to keep you late to finish the presentations that we have on the agenda. Let's see a show. I'm just going to do this ad hoc show of hands for you want to accelerate this presentation, get it done, and let's stay on schedule, or at least not too far beyond schedule. There's a few. How many want to have the discussions and stay late if necessary? Vast majority. Yes, Steve.
Is your webinar on reservation?
I do not believe so. If so, we will reinitiate it, and we're recording anyway, right, Dave? See that little orange dot up there? We're recording. So even if you're on the webinar, it will be available as a recording. If the recording drops off out of time, we'll reinstate it. Is that okay, Eric? Getting the nod. Okay, so we'll continue this at the pace. Somebody let Ray know, please. Where were we? EAPs. Any other questions on EAPs? It's an important topic. It's been under-discussed, if that's a word, which it probably isn't.
One other point, and I'll just throw this in, because you raised the question about 6 months ago about where does the firewall processor sit? Does it have to be outside or have to be inside? Generally, the concept has been it's on the outside because it has lots of other interfaces, but the standard really is silent on whether it's outside or inside. I could have the EAP be the only interface that goes to the outside, and I can have multiple legs of that firewall on the inside if I want to compartmentalize my systems inside. The standard appears to allow that, even though it's kind of a backwards thought process.
I believe Scott's correct on that in my analysis of the language.
But again, it's all of that flexibility and demonstrating why what you're doing and why the rule sets that you've implemented and all of the processes and procedures, how do they meet what the words of the standard requirement says? And that's going to be the bar against which you're going to be measured.
The only difference there is if you're using the outside interface as the EAP, then that makes the firewall itself a PCA and an EACMS. The total difference then in compliance responsibility for that device is one requirement. It happens to be CIP V5 You have to protect a PCA as part, you have to identify a PCA and protect it with your ESP. But since it's inside the firewall, it's already protected by the external interface. So really no difference between a PCA and an EACMS in that case. Okay, any more questions on that topic, on bullet 5? Okay, way back in the corner, Nathan.
So it sounded like what I heard is you would be comfortable that a device protecting itself would be considered within the ESP that it's protecting?
Where is the ESP drawn? It's drawn at the access point, and that's the interface. And now it's inside that interface, so it's inside the ESP. I think that's going to fly.
Okay.
Bob, problems? Yeah. The proof is in the pudding. We think that's going to fly. Okay, let's go back to interactive remote access. Here's where I suggest that you identify your interactive remote access. How you're going to do it. Why? Because your intermediate systems are EACMS. That's the next step. Identify your electronic access control and monitoring systems. Get them on the list. They don't have to be within the ESP. Some of them must be outside the ESP. Intermediate systems are a good example. They cannot be within an ESP by definition. Now, you've identified your cyber assets that you're protecting. Now we draw the physical security perimeter around the electronic security perimeter. Okay? When we get into the next requirement, CIP 6, you'll see that identifying a physical security perimeter is an implied requirement, but I think you'll wind up agreeing that it is necessary. So we identify the physical security perimeter as part of CIP 6 R1. Then to continue the list, we identify the physical access control systems that are associated with each PSP. Now we can identify any of the BES cyber systems with the special attributes. Here we start talking about external routable connectivity. And dial-up connectivity. These are particularly, these are basically special concepts, especially dial-up. It's only in 1 or 2 requirements, but it is required. Some of your medium impact systems talk about medium impact with external routable connectivity. You may have a medium impact system, but if it doesn't talk outside of its electronic security perimeter, then fewer requirements apply. This is a good thing for plants and substations. That's why it was put in. And the definition of external routable connectivity talks about the concept of a bidirectional connection. Now, what does that mean? A bidirectional connection? Let's discuss that for just a second. If you've got what they term a data diode, a one-way device, and there are several vendors out there that are absolutely eager to sell you these things, and will make lots and lots of promises about them, some of which may even be correct. I notice I say some. They'll say that you can have the idea here is that you can have, for example, if you have a historian or a digital fault recorder, those can talk outbound without any reverse inbound traffic or inbound connectivity and still not elevate that device to external routable connectivity. That's the intent here. If you have a one-way connection outbound and a one-way connection inbound, I think your audit teams are going to conclude that that is actually bidirectional connectivity, even though it's separate connections, and you're going to be gigged for not identifying external routable connectivity. Let you digest that one for a second. Okay, that's kind of off topic. Was there a question now about external routable connectivity? There's our hand. Let's get to it. Now, let me preface the question by saying this is still up in the air at the V5 tag. There's a lesson learned in progress. Bob, if the lesson learned comes into scope, we'll call on you. Now, with that preface, what's your question, please?
All right, so I guess it's less around the bi-directional communication. So the actual, and I apologize, I'm going to read the definition just for my own sanity as much as anyone else's. So the ability to access a BES cyber system from a cyber asset that is outside of its associated electronic security perimeter. And so I think that's the part where I get my head seizes, because we just said that serially connected devices can't have an ESP, but I guess so to say that they can have ERC, the way that we extend to that is to say that it can't have an ESP, but it can have an associated ESP? Is that where that leap comes from?
Serially connected to what?
Well, I guess, so that's a good question and discussion, but if we're talking about the definition, you know, from a practitioner standpoint, I need to be able to have more black and white than to start have gray. So if I say something that's black and white, like a serially connected device can't have an ESP, like I think we just said earlier, then I don't think that it would, how would it matter, I guess. And so, because then I still can't, using that logic, I would still never be able to draw an ESP around it.
One other side of that equation, though, is when you talk about serially connected,
right?
So why I said to what?
Yeah.
Serially connected to a protocol converter that's then attached to a network.
Right.
With external routable connectivity.
Yeah. And so that one, so then the protocol converter can have an ESP, but the serially connected device still can't have an ESP, right?
Well, why is the protocol converter an ESP?
Well, because it has routable, it has an associated, it's connected to a network via routable protocol. It meets the definition of ESP.
Is it a BES cyber system? BES cyber asset?
It could be.
Let me interrupt the discussion. This is the.
You know what?
You've got to. Everybody.
This is going to go round and round, and there's
right. Exactly.
It's part of the lessons. One of the lessons learned too.
Right.
And what's happening right now, and we'll talk about more when we get to that issue. Is there's going to be a webinar next week, and I believe there's going to be some communications that come out regarding that, and hopefully that'll clarify for everybody. So we could sit here. Believe me, I've had this debate for the last year and a half.
Thanks.
And I think some of it with you even.
Yeah, the two clear ones are, if it's routable all the way through to the end device, then yeah, you need an ESP, and everybody understands that. If it's serial all the way through to the end device, no ESP, nobody argues with that. If it's routable and serial and then routable again and then serial again, and that's where it starts getting interesting. And we're working through some of those issues, and it's, as Bob said, it's on the list of issues that we're going to be discussing in the lessons learned, frequently asked questions discussion, and we're going to give you as much information and as timely information as we can. But quite honestly, that kind of stuff is literally changing on an hourly basis back in Atlanta. And hopefully it's going through enough cycles this week that we hope to get it out really, really soon, so that at least the industry can now start an informed debate based on what we said.
So I have a question in
We're over here. Okay, Nathan.
So when I've always read this, the part that's kind of tripped me up is the interactive remote access. Less about how many times it's converted back and forth, but whether or not you have interactive remote access to those serial devices. I mean, usually that means it's translated to IP at some point, because to have interactive remote access, you had to start with a bidirectional routable device.
Right.
But that's kind of, as opposed to how many times it converted back and forth from serial to IP along the path. It was interactive remote access that triggered for me thinking about whether or not it should have ERC. Does that make sense to you?
If you have interactive remote access, I think the definitions are going to work to say that you have external routable connectivity, because you're using a routable protocol at significant points along the path. Ron? Hang on.
That's all right.
As stated earlier in Scott's thing, it's that external to internal. Now, regardless, external route, how,
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, but if you don't have an ESP, there's no into the ESP because it's a serial device that doesn't have an ESP associated with it.
Then it may not actually qualify technically as interactive remote access. I think we'll have to take that one and look at it real hard. I have not looked at that aspect of it. So, we may have to look at that one.
And some of these, you're just going to have to wait till Bob's up here on the firing line.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Bob will appreciate this discussion.
Okay, next step, go through the same process for any mediums at your control centers. Why did I signal out medium impact at control centers? I'm not sure. I think I was going through the list of possible cyber assets. But we're doing this process as a whole for high and medium impact BES cyber systems. I think I know what it is. One of the criteria, one of the applicable systems is medium impact BES cyber systems at control centers. So identify those. It's just a checkbox. This is not anything complicated. I just worded the bullet poorly. And then leverage this process for your lurk and your leap for your low impact. You don't have to do the whole thing, but why not? You've got this whole process in place now. Why not use bits and pieces of it as appropriate for your low impact stuff? You're going to want to show how dial-up connectivity is controlled and authenticated. We're out of the first part now, finally. For control centers, make sure you can detect malicious communications. Evidence. The audit team is going to want to know all of your cyber assets within the scope of the CIP standards, whether they are BES cyber assets, and if so, what cyber system they're in, whether they're EACMS, PACS, PCA, whatever. The audit team needs to know all that stuff to do proper review. They need to know which ESP each cyber asset is within. Makes sense, yes. For each one that is required to have an ESP. And if it doesn't, you might have a little explanation handy in the spirit of Scott's second rule to tell the audit team so they don't have questions. Why didn't you include this cyber asset in an ESP? Oh, it's not connected to a network. Identify the electronic access points. You need to have your permissions in place and the reason for each permission, and the reason is not, we need email. No. The reason may be, we need to have email connectivity to server XYZ for this specific reliability purpose. Because if you tell an audit team that your SCADA server needs to be an email server, be prepared for a real deep dive.
And the permissions and reasons need to be in both directions?
Yes, both directions, bidirectional permissions.
If you're allowing DMP traffic to flow to North Korea, we're going to want to know why.
We're going to want to know the reliability reason behind that. Hint, there isn't one. We're going to need to know that you have a deny by default, and in some brands of routers we understand, for example Cisco, if you don't have a permit rule for traffic, eventually it falls off the end of the list and Cisco treats it as deny. We understand that. Some entities in version 3, in the interest of being explicit, put a deny any as their very last rule. That doesn't hurt anything. And it's good, solid evidence the audit team can use. Okay, yeah, up to you. Make sure you can show that you authenticate for dial-up connectivity and how. and document, you're going to need to document how you detect malicious communications. That's the R1.5 piece. Okay, that's the bulk of this discussion. Additional questions on CIP 5 at this point? Okay, let's move on. References to lessons learned, etc. Wait.
In a scenario where a cyber asset or perhaps a best cyber system has two different types of communication coming in, one, let's just say dial-up, and also a serial, in that case, from evidence perspective, the expectations would be to look at each communication setup and requirements and evidence associated with that, and then on the second communication setup?
I like this kind of question. Yes. Yes, I would expect you to look at each one. Because it has dial-up communications, you need to show that you're authenticating access. And then for whatever other serial communications, do what's appropriate for that communication.
So in that particular instance, would each of my communication interface be considered a different cyber asset? Or would I'm just trying to think through, like, in one case, if my same cyber asset has a dial-up requirement, right, which is authentication for that dial-up connectivity, but also there is ESP requirement, which is higher levels of requirement. It's the same cyber asset.
It's the same cyber asset. That's okay. A cyber asset can have more than one designation. It can be within an ESP with network connectivity and still be dial-up accessible, in which case 1.4 applies for dial-up accessibility. And the rest of the CIP 5 requirements for network access. Like a device can be both an EACMS perhaps and a PCA.
Right. It's just that up till this time we were not looking at, perhaps I was not looking at, going down to the interface level of each cyber asset and kind of documenting evidence based on what type of connectivity it has. If it has multiple connectivity, wouldn't...
but I think you have to.
Yeah.
You have to know where your dial-up is. You have to know where your network connectivity is. So yeah. Okay. Okay, again, references. This is on the slide deck, or we've got and they're easy to find, relatively easy to find on the NERC website, assuming you consider anything easy to find on the NERC website. Okay, I may need Mike Ketchen's help with this one. I know we're running along. Implied requirements for CIP 1, PSPs. This one really got me. As soon as I read the first draft of CIP 6-5 R1, I just about fell off my chair, and I was writing at the time, so I was pretty hard. I had a seatbelt on, just as well. Physical security perimeter is not explicitly required. Does that mean you don't have to have one? Well, you can try that approach and see how you sell it to the audit team. Hint, I don't think they're going to buy it. You have to control access. The definition of a physical security perimeter tells you what you need to do, protect access. So you do need to have one. I suggest you identify very carefully. You lost the requirement for a 6-wall border. That's a huge win. Don't let it go to your heads. It's going to be easy to get this one wrong. Identify any place somebody can get access and how you're protecting that. If it's a 20-foot drop from a ceiling, that's probably going to fly as a protection, at least if it's into a 24-hour control center. In the past, we've had to write PVs because somebody didn't protect a 3-foot square ventilation opening 30 feet off the floor in a big control center. We didn't like writing it, but we had to. Don't have to do that anymore. But you should document how that access is protected. It doesn't have to be a physical screen anymore because we've lost that requirement. But document that it's, hey, it's a 30-foot drop. They're going to have to rappel down into the middle of a group of controllers that are there 24/7. That's probably going to fly pretty well with the audit team. Lots of ramifications to that one. Okay. You need to identify your physical access points. Again, standard doesn't necessarily say you do it, but you have to control access at the access points. If you don't have access, if you haven't identified the access points, how do you control access? You're going to want to associate your physical control systems, physical access control systems, with your PSPs. And you have to identify how access is controlled. If it's a bead curtain, you'd better show that you've got some rabid mice on the far side that are going to be awakened by the bead curtain and will attack the person coming through the bead curtain unless they recognize the scent. That's an old reference. Anybody know Mike Asante? Yeah, a few hands. Not very many. Come on, guys. You're not that asleep yet. Okay, questions on the physical security implied requirements? I'm just going to refer him to Mike. You're letting him off easy. Come on now, guys. Okay, let's go to just fine. Let's go to the suggested compliance approach. Again, pretty much mirroring the implied requirements. Identify the boundaries of the PSP. Even though you don't have to have the 6-wall border, identify where it's at. Identify the access points and how you get in. This is what the audit teams are going to need to see. And for each access point, what controls? For high impact, you need 2 controls. Or 1 control and a TFE. Probably 2 controls are easier. You guys really are asleep. That was supposed to be another joke. How do you detect unauthorized access? You're required to detect it. How do you do it? And how do you alert on the cases where you do detect unauthorized access? How do you demonstrate that? Take your physical security plan, leverage it for your low impacts again.
Previous slide.
Hang on.
Should perhaps sit on the Once again, from my understanding, for each ESP identified associated PSP, I'm assuming that here you mean for each ERC ESP.
I don't think so. I think CIP 6R1 says for each electronic security perimeter shall be enclosed within a physical security perimeter.
So
or the definition does, one of the two.
1.1, and that's what I wanted to get clarification. 1.1 says medium impact best cyber system without ERC should have operational and procedural controls. That's
where are you now in the guidance?
Now I'm on requirements.
Requirements.
So 1.1 says medium best cyber systems without ERC, operational and procedural controls. And then 1.2 says medium impact best cyber system with ERC it should be in an PSP.
With one technical control or access.
I know where you're at. You're right.
Part 1.1, you still have to define the defined space concept and tell the auditor what technical or procedural controls you're using to control that. So you still have to have this concept of a boundary.
Yes. Understood. I was kind of,
you're right.
By labeling a PSP, then other PSP requirements come in picture, just like visitor control program. So in those cases where my ESP is not an ERC ESP, I'm assuming that I do not need a visitor control program because it is not within a defined PSP. It has procedural and technical controls.
I believe that's correct. Mike, you got a better answer?
Better, I don't know. But technically, you're correct. However, be very careful when exercising that option because very quickly, your non-ERC system could develop ERC based on the needs of the business. So it's best just to go ahead and put the PSP up. I know it's a little bit more burdensome, but it secures the systems and it allows you to make whatever changes you need without having to go through additional steps later on. But technically, you're correct.
And to support Mike, all of those actions would be compliant upon commissioning. So as soon as somebody plugs in an IP connection to those, you are required to meet the single physical control the millisecond that Ethernet IP connection goes live. So you know, if that's ever going to happen, and you know that the physical work is going to take a while, and you're going to have to order capital equipment and all of that, just be aware of some of the timing requirements that are going to bring things in upon commissioning.
And the last time you want to say, oops, I forgot, is when an audit is going on, an auditor standing over you. So think forward on that one.
Do you have a comment on this discussion or another question?
Comment on this discussion. So, and it's I guess more around the tone of the discussion than it is. I mean, because the same thing could be the same thing about, well, we're one step away from, you know, your medium could be one step away from a high. So we're not suggesting that you should do high and, you know, treat everything as a high. So it just sounded very the tone of it was odd, because just like any other project, I need to understand the impact of everything that I'm doing. Mm-hmm. And so if I am adding ERC to an ESP, then yes, this is certainly one of the functions is now I need to build and comply with these standards. But we're not saying that we should do that everywhere as a precautionary measure for something I might do in the future, right?
Right, and you don't have to.
Okay, I just sounded, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, when you're talking about the critical or the high impact, that's control centers. Okay.
Right.
Well, very seldom are you going to take an office room and turn it into a control center. But you could have a system inside of an office space that could go from ERC or without ERC to with ERC very easily, very quickly. But the example you use, moving to a high impact, that I don't see that ever happening.
Well, from a low to a medium, right? So if we're talking about a substation that has 2 345 lines, and at some point in the future I may add a third, at which point it becomes medium, then I need to understand that, well, when I put that third 345 line along with all of the, you know, the cross-arms and everything else I need to build in, I need to put a PSP in, or I need to understand that those devices are elevated.
Right. My point is the project management and oversight and visibility and capital budgeting of adding a 345 line into a station is significantly more than plugging in an Ethernet cable.
Right.
Understood, but the lack of change management would still exist, right? If I'm not good at one thing, I'm not going to be any better at the other.
Right.
But we're not going to take preemptive measures in order to, so I'll be pre-compliant.
Well, and this gets back to your human factors, and I'm going to use this against you now. Organizational human factors basically says if I have a significant number of stations where I have to have a PSP, and again, I'm thinking transmission stations.
Sure.
Then human factors would say, well, organizational human factors might say, well, I'm just going to go ahead and implement those kinds of impact or those kinds of requirements and provisions at other stations as well, even though I don't have to.
Yeah, and
there's resource and budget constraints, and I understand that, and maybe take some of your lows, your bigger lows, and treat them more like small mediums.
Yeah.
There's all of that's available.
Yeah, but to Rahul's point, if we don't have ERC, there's probably not network connectivity there, and so one can't happen without the other. And so we would have to, in order to be preemptive, we'd have to put network connectivity, which allows for the plugging in of a network, which builds a vulnerability. And so
I've heard stories where that's not necessarily a true statement either. So a lot of it depends.
Let me clarify what I said.
Oh.
I said technically he is correct.
Okay.
However, remember with that latitude, that flexibility we have? If you have the flexibility, think about exercising it. I never said you had to do that.
Yeah.
You know, because as has been said, budget, human factors, time constraints, all will limit that. But if you can do it, think about that before you try to stick with the technical division there. That's all.
Sure. Absolutely. Understood.
Okay. Enough of that discussion. Do we have another question or more on that discussion?
maybe it's a real life example, and if I could get maybe an auditor's view of this. In a control room situation in a fossil plant, we have, say, 2 SEL relays that are critical as a medium system. Now, they're sitting in a control room that's manned 24 hours a day, and part of the process to enter that control area is a interaction with the operator, and you request entering into that area. There's a barrier that you remove to go into that area, a band, and then you ask the operator, can I go into this area? And that operator confirms the reason you're going into that area, and then he allows you into that area. Now, those relays are in that area. Would that be viewed as a procedural control?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that would meet the requirement of that R.1 if there's no routable protocol.
Correct.
And you would
that would be
view
a
that
procedural. You develop that procedure, and that's what I'm going to be looking for at audit. Okay. Whether or not you're following that procedure.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? So in that control room, when your plant is in an outage, is it still 24/7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this topic? Let's go to everyone's favorite topic then. Okay, so there's not a whole lot of additional guidance on physical yet. Everyone's favorite topic, I'm sure, is configuration management. Uh-huh. Yeah, I thought so. This one is almost identical to your current requirement in CIP V5 R6, except it's on steroids cubed. We've gone from CIP V5 R6, version 3, CIP 3, version 3 R6, to which was a vague general, you got to control change and you got to control your configurations, got to manage your configurations. How you did that was left up to you. To a full-blown, highly detailed configuration management requirement, and here they're getting pretty darn specific. I really don't have a lot of implied requirements for this one because they're pretty straightforward. They're just tough to comply with. The ones I did identify as implied requirements, one of the things you have to do is look at your changes, see if they have the potential of adversely affecting your cybersecurity controls. Once you put the change in place, you need to be checking to make sure that they did not affect. What's missing is, what do you do? I'm wandering too close under the speakers, I know, Patrick. What do you do if they did adversely affect your controls? The standard is silent. So I'm saying that we have probably an implied requirement to do something about it and then document it. Another implied requirement, and again, we're not going to go read through the current requirements, that you've done already. But another implied requirement is take this baseline configuration and use it in other places, in particular in patch management. If you do not pass your baseline configuration, which is your software inventory, to your patch management process, the audit team is going to ask you one question. Why? And I'm not sure there's going to be ever a good answer for that. Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody have a scenario where the baseline software configuration is not applicable to your patch management process? No hands. Okay. This is really pretty much pretty obvious stuff, so we won't spend a lot of time on it. But we'd like to see detailed lists of what you have in place. We have to be able to audit that you've identified your baseline correctly and that you've kept it up to snuff. And these are the types of things we need to see in doing that. All the custom software, the services, it's all stuff directly out of the standard. There's nothing new here. What is maybe not directly, I think it is directly stated. You can also keep this by group of assets, but there's a couple of caveats. By a group of assets, that means assets, I think, that are all the same configuration and that you patch all at the same time within a reasonable time window. Because if not, then your baseline's out of date in some respects for some systems, and it's no longer by a group. A good example here is a gold image, where you've got a DVD that you use to blow an image onto a workstation, let's say. And you might have 100 of these workstations. They're all the same thing. Roll those all into the same configuration management bucket and manage it by the version of the gold image you're using. Easy. Well, no, nothing about this requirement is easy. Let me retract that. So I think we've covered all that. Any questions so far? Okay, more on the compliance approach. Again, straight out of the standard. Make sure you're documenting everything, changes to the baseline. Make sure the baseline gets updated within the right time frame. This is all standard stuff. I included it here because it is what I consider one of the core requirements, and it does feed patch management, which is our next topic. Suggested evidence, well, the baseline, duh. Evidence of testing, etc. Cliff, wait for the mic.
So today in our change control process under CIP version 3, we've got caveats for emergency changes. Something goes down, it's going to impact the bulk electric system if we don't do a break fix immediately. So we have the concept of emergency changes. We can say in that emergency change among different methods for approval and the fact that we documented after the fact type thing, we would also say that testing is not necessary in an emergency situation. I don't see a similar out to where we could, here where it says test the changes before implementation. The standard seems pretty clear that that has to be done. And I don't see an example of where CIP exceptional circumstances apply.
I don't believe it does. I believe you've got a TFE capability, but that's a long-term solution, not an emergency solution. And you don't have CIP exceptional circumstances.
Right. So how do you handle the fact that we would be more likely to impact the reliability of the bulk electric system to not replace your primary SCADA server when it goes down?
Scott, does the requirement say that the testing has to be done before implementation?
I don't recall. I'd have to look.
Comment?
Yeah, I guess in that case, if you're recovering an asset, then the baseline that you're applying would still be the gold image, right, that you're running already and assumably already tested, and so it wouldn't necessarily be a new baseline you're introducing, so I don't know that the testing would be triggered, right?
Well, I think what we're talking about here might be an emergency security patch, for example, or an emergency bug fix.
Well, it's 1.5.1 is the part.
Okay. You want to
So
read
it's
it?
not recovering a failed asset, it's something that's been compromised and you're going to recover it to a different state than it failed?
Well, it does say where technically feasible for each change that deviates from the existing baseline configuration. Let's say in this example, and obviously we'd do what we could to have proper spares and not get in this situation, but let's say we're replacing a Cisco switch with a Nortel switch or some other brand, and we don't have that baseline existing.
Okay.
Prior to implementing any change in the production environment, test the change in a test environment or test the change in a production environment where the test is performed in a manner that minimizes adverse effects, blah, blah, blah. But bottom line, prior to implementation in production.
Let me give you Lou's answer to that. What is your first priority?
Reliability of the bulk electric system.
Precisely. Do what needs to be done to keep the systems up.
But should we write it in our procedure that they have this concept if it's a kind of like the life or death versus reliability versus testing?
What's the absolute worst case? You've completely changed out a product. You've gotten rid of the Cisco switch, put it in a different brand. That's clearly a baseline change. You didn't test it beforehand. You plugged it in. You made it work. You kept the system up. Okay. Emergency's over. Did you violate the standard? Well, maybe. Write it up. Submit either if you've got logging, maybe that's marginal as to whether it's a minimal minimal risk or not. Maybe you're at a moderate risk. If so, submit it as a self-report. Let us get back to you. You tell us why you did what you did. Chances are good, and we've got Mr. Wagro in the room. From an enforcement perspective, and I know that's not your job anymore, but I don't see Mr. Blake around or Mrs. Schaefer. Would enforcement be likely to either dismiss or FFT or some minor thing? Yeah. We're not going to go through the full possible violation process where somebody violated the standard for a good reason in an emergency, are we?
No, and we would look at the facts and circumstances, and you know, I think it'd be more important, what do you do after the emergency is over? Do you go and do the proper things to make sure that, you know, the device is eventually tested or brought up to the approved configuration or whatever it is? It's those actions after emergency is over that we're going to be looking at. You know, probably we've seen cases where, you know, entities have had to take some action like that, but where they fall down is after emergency is over, they forget about, well, what do we do and what effect might that have on our security?
I'd also invoke that minimize impact on reliable operations provision if you can't test in a test environment. Mm-hmm. And you know, from an audit standpoint, if we would look at that either through a self-report or after the fact in an audit, we would say, well, what steps did you do to minimize any adverse impacts while you were trying to install this? And if your response was, well, gee, we didn't do any of that, we sent everybody home and left one guy left to make sure that everything worked, and as soon as the light came on, he left. That's not minimizing adverse impacts. You're going to have a bunch of people stand around. They're going to stand around and stare at the device for a while to make sure that it doesn't blow up and nothing else bad happens, and you're doing the best that you can to minimize adverse reliability impacts in the production environment. And we're going to recognize that those kinds of things happen.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that today we have clear documentation on what we do in an emergency situation, which includes, you know, making sure that a ticket's entered after the fact. It does give exceptions for testing. What good does it do to test after it's in place and you know what it's done? But maybe you hit on a key there, is that we really tested it when we put it in production. There is the caveat for testing in production. I guess the test happened in the replacement process. So.
Well, the other piece of that, and I've been involved in a number of 2AM fixes. 2AM fixes are not always the correct, appropriate, long-term permanent fix. It's the short-term Band-Aid. And then coming back the next day when you get more people on site and you think about it a little bit more, maybe you re-engineer the fix and go through the full procedure, and that's when you do all of the testing that's needed to make sure that the permanent fix is the one that you have thoroughly tested. And your procedure should be written to address all of those different scenarios, because they're all going to come up.
I mean, I'm hearing what I expected to hear. Thank you. Okay. And it is important to keep the emergency provisions in your procedures. Even if you open-eyed violate one of your requirements, it's important that you recognize that, do it to keep the system up if you need to, and document it later. I'm guessing, it's loose thinking, that the most you're going to see is a decline to pursue, maybe an FFT at worst. But that's loose perception. Where were we? SIP 10, high impact BES cyber systems, test before implementing. This is all to that point. TFE, pretty standard stuff. There's only one FAQ, and I'm not sure it even makes much sense in this at this late date. It was an early one. Final topic, patch management. In my opinion, the most critical security requirement in the SIP standards. A lot of the other ones are around access control and identifying systems. That's mostly what we've been talking about today, is identifying things. SIP 2, SIP 5, SIP 6, identifying assets, ESPs, PSPs. Now we're into security patch management, which is being fed by, hopefully, your SIP 10 process. So what are the implied requirements? An inventory of your cyber assets. What are you patching? This one is written at the cyber asset level, not the BES cyber system level. You don't patch BES cyber systems, you patch individual cyber assets. And what software do you have on those individual systems? Do you have Flash running? Do you have Adobe Reader? Do you have, Microsoft Silverlight? What is part of the operating system? What isn't? That's a good question. That's a particularly difficult question in Linux, where your distributions, by the configuration options you choose, may install different packages and different sets of software. That gets really tough really quick. No. Yes, Cliff, you may ask another question, but that was it. Who knew that was coming?
So from the standpoint, maybe we break this into a couple of categories. So Windows versus Linux. And when we talk OS, I mean, the guidance gives some clarification in there. You're not looking at every DLL and so on. But if we look at the OS that is in the registry, if we query that WMI query of the registry and pull back the operating system as well as the version, that meets what we're trying to maintain as a baseline?
I would say if you can demonstrate, and that would be one way, if you can demonstrate, I'm trying to phrase my answer more generally. So let me start over. If you can demonstrate that the patch source for a particular set of software is the operating system vendor and that those patches are distributed as part of operating system updates. Microsoft Office is a good example.
So I am jumping back.
That's distributed by Windows Update.
I did jump back a little bit on you to more of the higher level baselines, the 5 baselines. So, so from an operating system and then from again, a Windows installed software would be anything that's in the registry. From a Linux perspective, RPM, whatever's in RPM.
I would think so. Yes.
Okay.
As long, and here we've got some chicken and egg, because I would say that if your patch source for that software is the same patch source as the operating system, then it's probably part of the operating system. You can manage it that way. So we're doing a little recursive here.
Well, in patches, go to the uninstalled and query that, and that's going to show you all of the software that's installed in your patches. And
right.
So, okay.
But if it's not managed by the operating system, Adobe Creative Cloud, if you've got that for some reason. Adobe Pro, if you're creating PDFs. That's going to have a separate patch source. That's not part of the operating system. It's not patched as part of the operating system. Should be documented as a standalone commercial application.
So when we're talking about custom installed software, we're not talking about like every batch file that's created, are we? It's more of scripts or...
In the interest of time, let me refer you back to my Lighthouse column of, I think it's November of last year, where we talk about just exactly that. What does it mean when the standard itself is not specific enough for you to comply with it? Is probably a good way of putting it. That's not the way we put it in the article.
And there is language in the guidelines and technical basis and some of the comment responses of the drafting team that addresses some of those issues about what is custom software, what does scripts mean. So some of those questions are answered in the guidelines and other guidance information that was developed with the standard.
Where it does not conflict with itself, yes, which does happen sometimes. So the short answer, Cliff, is pretty much you have to make your own determination as to what custom software is. You have to know what you're dealing with. You have to consider all the guidance you can get your hands on, make your own processes, and then abide by them. A one-line script could be custom software that needs to be monitored, baselined, patched. Could be. If it's turning off, for example, alarms to the control center, a one-line script could conceivably do that. A 1,000-line program probably is custom software, but if it's done strictly by an administrator, might not be.
I guess
you have to make your own determination here, informed by as much guidance as you can get your hands on. That's what the article basically says.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we can go on and on about this one for hours, trust me. I have already done so. Okay. And again, this third bullet is pretty important. You're told to think like an auditor, but that's not an easy thing to do. But one of the things the auditor is going to do is come in and look at your baseline, look at the list of software that you've got in your patch inventory, and compare them. Do they match? If not, why not? Better have a good explanation. Okay. This is what the audit team is going to want to look at. I'm starting to, we've been going for what, 2 hours now. Isn't that wonderful? You guys are needing a break, aren't you? So as soon as the last question is asked, we can have a break. Okay, I'm not going to read this to you. I think this is, again, fairly straightforward. Patch management, once you get the inventory, is relatively straightforward. There are some technical questions. If you have them, feel free to ask. Chances are you'll have the questions as you're implementing this, more than you have when you're just looking at it in a room like this. I don't think there's any of these that need additional discussion. Evidence list, again, fairly obvious. Cyber asset list, what systems are you patching? What software is running that you're patching? Where are you getting the patches? Show that you're evaluating them within the required time frame. Show that you're either installing them or mitigating them within the required time frame. Very little else to do. Fairly straightforward.
And those time frames are very important. There's 2 35-day periods that run serially. If you finish the first one in less than 35 days, the second one starts right away. So just be aware of those time frames and the timing and how those are managed and how you're going to demonstrate to the auditor that you've done everything within the correct time frame.
Question from Steve.
I'm envisioning continuation of our current process where reviewers may develop draft applicability recommendations up to a certain point of the month, and then we meet formally to review those and approve them, and that date is the date that the applicability decision is made. Does that make sense?
That first that meeting has to happen within the first 35 days.
That I get, but if the person sees something 10 days earlier and says, I think this is applicable and I'm going to recommend it at that meeting, the date isn't when the person said I think, the date is when we agree to it at the meeting, right?
Is that what your procedure says?
That's what our procedure says is what we're doing today, and that's what I intend to continue to do unless somebody says, oh my God, you're in trouble.
Right. I would agree with that. The other point on patch sources is we strongly recommend that if you are trying to patch a control system, that your control system vendor be the patch source. And recognizing that they may delay a little bit on some of the vendor supplied patches, but again, going back to some of the conversations we've had before, installing a patch in the name of security that is going to break your system and cause it to not be reliable is not what we want to have seen, or not what we want to see happen.
Yes.
So careful selection of your formal patch source is going to be very important to making sure that the systems not only get patched, but also stay running and reliable and supported.
Good. Okay, some references here. Self-plug my Lighthouse columns, available on the newsletter page. Coming soon, we will have an entity development section of the Reliability First website. It'll be under the compliance tab until we reorganize the website. And on that page, I hope to post reprints of the articles from the newsletter. In addition to additional reference material, I'll post the combined PDF of the version 6 standards and the implementation plan and other documents, other pertinent documents that I use in case anybody wants to download it. There's a couple other reference materials that we'll post. Probably nothing outstanding in the way of commentary unless it's reviewed first by our legal department. I don't expect a lot of that anyway. That's not the right place to post that sort of thing. But more reference materials and job aid type things. The CIP standards, if you can't find those, you're in trouble. Okay, I know you're in trouble. It's easy. Only 13 clicks in. The RSAWs, there are multiple versions of the RSAWs posted, and this page keeps moving on me. I'm not sure. I think that's now the wrong link. If so, somebody shoot me an email and I will repost. I will have this document reposted with the correct link in it, please. I thought I'd revised it, but I see the XX is still there, and I don't think that's right. That's right. Okay, so that is the new reference, because that did change just recently. It's the current reference, which is a new reference.
It was broke for a day last week, trying to get there, and it didn't go anywhere. I complained about that, and they fixed it in about 2 hours.
Okay, cool.
2 hours. Yeah, that's quick.
Who did you talk to? Because that wasn't NERC IT support. Okay, version. A very important page is the version 5 transition page. This last reference. Do keep an eye on that page. Important things are happening there. No, I'm not being. I am serious. If they're going to produce lessons learned, you need to know that they're there. I know. It's slow to happen, yes, but the stuff that gets posted there is important to understand. Okay. Last opportunity for questions other than catching me in the hallway, which is going to start to be tough. Or you can send me an email. I have business cards if anybody wants them. Pete.
Lou, question back on CIP 2. Is it the expectation that we should evaluate our voice communication systems as BES cyber systems?
I'm going to let Scott take that one, if you wish. Voice communication systems. Isn't that part of a lesson learned, Bob? No? Voice communication systems.
An FAQ on it, I believe.
Say again?
There's an FAQ on it. I don't know if it's out there in the draft form yet or not.
You got Mr. FAQ standing next to you.
Hello, everyone. Falka Bosman Nurk. Yeah, there is going to be an FAQ discussing that. It's an overall, it sort of ties in with the other FAQ that came out regarding HVACs and UPS and so on as being an ancillary system. So look forward to that one as well.
Is that good? Okay, I apologize for running so long. I did not anticipate this many questions. Usually 39 slides I can get through in 70 or 80 minutes, especially when some of them are title slides. We're looking at 130 minutes hard in the face here. Sorry about that. But I think we had a lot of good questions and a lot of good discussion. And with that, I believe we're on break.
Yeah, we're going to come back at 3:05. It's 2:50 right now, so 15-minute break. And then Bob Yates is up to talk about the facts and lessons learned updates.
Okay, so for the last year, this topic of the FAQs and lessons learned has been coming up, and I've heard a lot of people saying, what's NERC doing? What's NERC doing? When's NERC going to tell us something? So what I wanted to start out with is just give you a little history of how this all evolved to give you a little appreciation for what we've gone through to get to where we are today, which everybody's still asking, when am I going to see the lessons learned of the FAQs? But as you know, we had a pilot project for version 5. And at the conclusion of the pilot project, we put out a report. But at the same time, we also discussed that there was some more information that was valuable from the pilot project we wanted to put out to the industry. So we formed a team called the Version 5 Transition Advisory Group, which consists of all the pilot entities are represented on it. There's several members from the standard drafting team on it. There's a member from CIP-C. There's a member from every region, and then, of course, NERC. And what we decided to do is develop what we called lessons learned and FAQs. And then we talked about, so what's the process of getting these out to the industry? So, you know, the way we decided to proceed with that was to have the entities actually lead to the development of the lessons learned with input from everybody on the team. And once we had a draft, you know, after it was vetted through the entire group, we would post it to the industry for comments. After the comments, we would take it to the standards committee under Section 11, which is, I forget what the exact title it is, but it's for information, I guess, on standards and requirements.
Guidelines in support of a standard.
Right. Not necessarily, of course, just like the guidelines and published with the standards, just like the anything else, they're not enforceable, right? They're just helpful documents to help you get there. So it had to go through that entire process and be approved by the standards committee before we actually officially posted them as being part of as being attachments to the standard. So just to give you a good flavor, it's not, you know, like I said, I just wanted to take all the blame, you know, take some of the blame off of NERC and say it's not all NERC. Just to give you appreciation for where we are fair. So my clicker's not working there, right? Should I move into the Macarena now?
Be careful what you ask.
Well, anyhow, let's just go on. What you're going to see on the next screen is a list of all the original FAQs that the Transition Advisory Group came up with. And there's a list of about 12 of them or so. And when the screen comes up, you're going to see that the first 6 or so up there I have in black. And these are will be lessons learned that are continuing as lessons learned. That we decided would be helpful guidance that are going to continue through the process that we've developed. There's another set of about 5 of them that when we really took a second, we were developing through lessons learned. Some of them even went out for comments from the industry. As we moved along in the process and really looked at them, we said, you know what, there's already stated within the record, there's already stated information as to what the answer to these questions are. So, Scott, what does the record mean?
Yeah, and I actually wanted to offer a comment. Lou put together a list in his last presentation of helpful guidance. The one thing that he missed was the formal development record, which is all of the responses by the drafting team to comments that were received as part of the posting process. So in a lot of cases, the comments would come in, and one of the ones that's on the next slide is programmable electronic devices, for example. And so we got a number of questions in from industry on what do you mean by programmable electronic device? And the drafting team responded with, we mean this. And then we got a couple of questions in and said, do you mean like RTUs and things like that? And the drafting team said, yes, we mean those to be programmable electronic devices. So we went back through the record of development, which is, oh, by the way, part of the 10,000-page submittal that we give to FERC as part of the support for the requirements that FERC, we assume, uses as part of their deliberation to determine that the requirements are valid and appropriate for their approval. So that's the legal linkage that we have into the standing of that to support where the drafting team was thinking, how they were processing the comments and responses leading to the language in the requirements. And if an issue was already brought up and addressed specifically by the drafting team, we're not in a position at this point to, and I'll use a legal term, relitigate those issues. Those issues have already been addressed as part of the development record, and a lessons learned or frequently asked question is not the appropriate mechanism to change those deliberative processes. The only way of changing those deliberative processes is to reopen the standards process through a standard authorization request and a standard drafting team to go in and make changes to clarify that. The lessons learned and the frequently asked questions are now focused on implementation approaches. And you see up here the far end relay, the generation segmentation. Generation segmentation is a really good one. We talked about generation segmentation and 15-minute, 1,500 megawatt impact. The standard is clear that you need to have both a 1,500 megawatt, 15-minute impact. The generation segmentation lessons learned is how an entity went about analyzing their systems to ascertain how the process they used to analyze what the impact was, what the timing was, and how they split them apart so that there was not that 15-minute, 1,500 megawatt impact. So that's a really good example of a lessons learned. It's not the only way to do it. There are probably some other ways to do it, but it is one that's been identified, and NERC and the regions have all looked at that, and it basically establishes what I refer to as kind of the level of rigor that we expect you to go through in performing those kinds of functions. And the drafting team kind of thought, yeah, those kinds of things are going to happen. It was never specifically addressed in the comments and responses. But in the case of programmable electronic device and the other ones that are down there, the drafting team actually made comment on that, and in some places this actually appears in the guidelines and technical basis in the posted standards. The drafting team felt that it was important enough to put them in. So that's the distinction we have between the Section 11 process that has all of the industry vetting because the drafting team was silent on those issues, or the other ones that were pulling out of that Section 11 process and issuing as, what did we decide they were called?
Compliance advisory memos.
Right. And if by now, because that email was at least an hour old, it may have changed title again. And I kind of alluded to the fact that a lot of this is very, very dynamic. I've received 2 or 3 emails of course corrections around these issues while I've been here. So that's a lot of the active work that's going on back in the Atlanta office and the DC office relating to how we're going to communicate that and getting all of those out in front of industry so that industry can start reacting to those issues.
So with that in mind, everybody, is there anybody that doesn't know about the announcement from NERC that came out yesterday evening? It was about 5 o'clock yesterday, that as part of the SAGAS Wednesday sessions, that at 8:30 a.m. there's a session scheduled to talk about the latest in lessons learned, FAQs, and also these compliance, what I call them, compliance assurance memos. So probably not going to spend a lot of time on those, because whatever I have on the slides there that discuss those compliance assurance memos, I don't even know if it's the same thing they're going to talk about next week. So I'd rather you sign up for the webinar next Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. Somebody already talked about that they got a notification that it was the wrong, that didn't take into account on time zone, so you want to check that out. But
8:30 Eastern time.
Right, 8:30 Eastern. Okay? So with that in mind, let's talk about the first lessons learned, which is far-end relay. And basically what this is telling us is if you have 2 substations where relays are electrically connected, so I have a medium relay 1, I have a station B low impact relay 2. So there was concern initially that, hey, because they're connected, that relay 2 is now a medium impact. Well, if you read through the lessons learned, that relay 2 keeps the same impact rating, even though they're electrically connected. It keeps the same impact rating as the location it's at, so it would still be a low. With one caveat: if for some reason there was a single ESP for the cyber network connectivity around those stations, then, and they were connected to the same network, cyber network, then relay 2 would high water mark up to a medium. So we don't want to get out of that road yet. We've been down it already. So, but anyhow, that's the only caveat to that. And that went through the whole vetting process. It was approved by the standards committee, and it should be posted. You should see it when you go to related documents for the CIP standards that are approved. You should see it out there as a related document. Next one, generation segmentation. That's approved by the standards committee, posted. Scott spent about 15 minutes, 20 minutes on it this morning. He just mentioned it again. If there's no questions on that one, then I don't know if we need to discuss it anymore. Other than, Scott had mentioned this morning that it actually can help reliability by segmenting. And I know when this first came out, being the auditor I was, I said, people are trying to game the system here. But I've come along to understand that, yes, by separating that, you're reducing the footprint of what can get in trouble, and it's actually a plus for reliability. The next one is mixed trust electronic access control and monitoring systems, and this went out for industry comment, and it's currently we're currently addressing the industry comments now. And the main thrust here is, so if you have a electronic access control and monitoring system that's outside of the ESP, and it's also providing services to corporate resources, how does that play as far as CIP requirements? So the position is that, if you are providing EACM support to SIP, but it's also part of the corporate environment, it is a SIP device, and where that can really come into play is Active Directory. If you're using your corporate Active Directory is also SIP Active Directory, then you could run into some issues there as far as the users that are defined within Active Directory. So just want to be careful with that one.
Another one is if you have a coordinated event management system, a SIM system, that's going to be collecting log information from inside of the ESP as well as corporate systems. That information likely is going to contain BES cyber system information with configurations and IP addresses, et cetera. So it needs to be protected as BES cyber system information, even though it's sitting out on a corporate asset. So those kinds of issues are the ones that are going to be of a concern to us because of the impact that they have either directly in terms of managing access or providing information about the cyber systems that are within the scope. That's why we want to protect them.
Okay, the next one is interactive remote access, and again, that went out for industry comment, and it's just a guidance document on what some of the pilot programs did as far as implementing interactive remote access. This is, because this is something that people may not have had in place before, or even people that purposely didn't put it in place, but now that the controls on it are better defined, that there's some people now saying, I'm going to put that in place now that there's good defined controls on what it is. Still some issues around scripts and whether a script is actually a system-to-system communication or is actually interactive remote access.
Yeah, one of the issues that we're wrestling with here is if your script is invoking an FTP or an SSH session, it's coming from a script, but how does the EACMS make a distinction between that exact same protocol and the exact same keystroke or command sequence if it's running from somebody sitting at a terminal typing on a keyboard? So that the conundrum that we have is the drafting team mindset was more along the lines of, if I can sit down at a keyboard, it's interactive remote access. If I'm running a program, then it's not. If I'm doing it like a database transfer or something like that, then that's a programmatic access. These scripts that mimic the same protocols and tool sets of somebody sitting at a keyboard kind of blur the issue when we're trying to wrestle with where we end up with in terms of, do those qualify as programmatic access or interactive remote access? And that's the open issue right now. I don't know where we are with that.
I haven't heard anything lately.
You can imagine that much of industry would want those to be programmatic access so that they're not covered, but we need to make sure that the reliability issues associated with those uses don't get diluted by allowing those kinds of accesses through without any controls.
I know an area that people use that type of thing for is maybe backing up. If you have network equipment within ESP, maybe, and run like something like Cisco Works, so people may use that to back up from an ESP scripts. And I know one person on our group from another region has suggested, why not just run that script on the interactive remote access server?
Intermediate system.
The intermediate system. I guess the funny thing about that is that's the same person that somebody mentioned this morning about needing two-factor authentication to log on to that device. I need to have a talk with that person to find out where they were coming with that also. Rule. It's on the side there. Good.
Hello?
Yes.
In a scenario, if I'm using a configuration management system which is off-site, let's just say, and it is pulling in my configuration data, whatever the device on the other side is, would that be also considered interactive remote access in the same scheme of things? Because this is device-to-device communication, logging in, getting data for configuration. configuration management.
Do you have a separate slide on network management systems, or is that rolled into this one?
There's separate ones we go on network.
Yeah, so there's a different lessons learned that deals with the specifics of network management and management interfaces. The two of them relate together because they're crossing the ESP, but that question is probably better phrased when we hit the other topic.
Okay.
The answer may be the same, but there may be a different nuance to it when we hit the other topic.
Why don't you answer it now, because we might not cover that slide in great detail.
Or we can defer it so we don't cover it.
Okay, the next topic is grouping of both cyber systems. And again, that went on for comments, addressing industry comments, and also we'll defer that one to tomorrow because Scott's going to do an hour presentation on just that topic, which is actually, I believe, his slides all come from the lessons learned.
Yeah, most of the detail comes out of this lessons learned. So that, again, is an ongoing process. We can talk about it, and maybe some of the comments that we get from in here can feed into the further revision of that as well.
Okay, the next one is the real fun one, virtualization.
And I'm going to let you handle it.
I figured you would. So this one, we haven't issued a draft on it yet, and it's going round and round and round, and some of you may know that NERC actually sponsored a virtualization summit where they brought some vendors actually into Atlanta to discuss virtualization and the security behind it. And, you know, the biggest thing about the virtualization, if you're using virtualization within an ESP and all the devices are devices that, you know, are BES cyber systems or PCAs associated with BES cyber systems, that's great. No issues whatsoever. But the issue comes to play if you end up with a mixed trust environment. So let's say you have a VM server with virtualization on it. Some of the devices are BES cyber assets. Some of the devices are corporate servers. So, you know, in that environment, you know, how do you handle those devices? So are those devices considered PCAs because, you know, one hand you would say, well, they're PCAs, they're servers within the ESP. On the other hand, they may have connections that aren't, network connections out that aren't part of the ESP. They, you know, have their own operating system, so the hypervisor controls them, but you know, the other argument is there's all kinds of security in place to prevent one system from getting to the other one. And of course, people worry about side channel attacks, things of that nature that, you know, talk about not having it. So it's been a big back and forth discussion. And I would say at one time it was taken out of the lessons learned because people discussed, well, you know, if you look at the definition of a cyber asset, it says including hardware, right? So a cyber asset is all the programming and includes the hardware on a device. So, you know, right away you start thinking, well, heck, it's all in play then, right? But then you start thinking, well, you know what, this is technology that's, you know, it's good technology. A lot of people are using it. We shouldn't allow the CIP standards to prevent us from moving forward with technologies, right? So it's back in the lessons learned arena, I believe, and my take on it, and Scott may have heard more up-to-date information from me, the last I heard is in that type of environment, it'll be, let me finish my thought when we get there, it'll be allowed as long as, you know, you can get past the scrutiny of the security controls that we'll be looking at. So just turn it on for them when they...
Thanks. Yeah, looking at NSX for VMware, you lock down each individual VM with its own firewall and encrypted certificates so that you can totally control who talks to those systems.
Right.
And that seems to be the only way that I can see it working.
Right. The issue that we're running into is all of the side channel attacks and the different attack vectors that exist in that environment that you don't see in a networked environment where the only connection point is a network that you can monitor a little bit more cleanly than you can interactions between the virtual machines. The other issue is how far can we go in terms of setting expectations of how to configure and manage a virtual machine environment if the CIP standards don't cleanly allow us to establish those expectations. So that's fancy words for saying maybe we need to write a new set of requirements about what the expectations are around virtual management memories or virtual machine systems, which means we have to write a SAR and invoke a drafting team to create those new requirements. So we're trying to figure out what can we do now within the confines of the existing language, and do we need to modify the language or expand the language? And if we need to modify the language, how do we do that? How long is that going to take? And are there any discretionary actions that we can take in the meantime? So this issue is probably the most complicated issue because it exists at about 5 different levels of technical requirements language, standards development, all those kinds of things in the virtual server environment. Virtual networking is a little bit cleaner, not much, a little bit cleaner, and Bob hasn't gotten to that point yet, but we think that one might be an easier one to tackle within the current confines or not require quite as much changes to the standard because we can at least intellectually think that there are EAPs associated with the various ports on the virtual LAN, and combining a number of ports together within a virtual LAN and then having defined points at which the traffic crosses from the LAN to outside of the LAN. It's a little bit cleaner. It's not nearly as clean as not doing it at all, but we might be able to maybe make some discretionary decisions in that environment easier than we can on the virtual machine environment. So I'm not sure how all of these are going to end up. There's a lot of activity going on trying to develop these between NERC and the Transition Advisory Group, and our target is trying to get this out by the end of April. We had an initial target of getting everything done by April 1st, and we got pretty good about getting most of the initial lessons learned out by then, the frequently asked questions out by then, but a couple of them just are too tough for us to handle in that time frame. But we are pedaling as fast as we can to get this one out as well.
And then as soon as these two, the lessons learned on these two come out, of course, we're going to probably have to start talking about virtual storage, right? Because we're already...
There's people in the room already talking about virtual
right.
storage.
Exactly.
So, and my take on virtual storage is conceptually there are a lot of correlations between storage and both network and server. So we need to figure out, in my mind, we need to figure out what the story is for server and network, and then we can kind of put together a story on storage that makes sense in the construct of both server and network, because we're going to see environments that have virtual storage, virtual server, and virtual network all together. And the worst thing we can do is say, well, if you run in server only, you do this. If you run in storage only, you do this. If you run in both, you do something completely different. That's just not going to be useful or helpful for anybody. Okay. And if you disagree and think that I'm completely wrong on that, let me know, and I'm willing to change my view on that. But we still have to get everything through the process as well.
Okay, now we're out of those ones that we just went over were actually still lessons learned. So now we're getting into the area of, and these slides, when I put them together, I called this, because I didn't have the term compliance. I can't remember it again already.
It was still communication yesterday.
So it's called I called it, for lack of a better term, when I put the slides out last week, I don't know what to call it, so I called it, quote, communication. And last Thursday I was in on a meeting with folks from the advisory group, folks from trades, and people from NERC, and that's what the person running that meeting coined as communication. So either I heard him say that once and stole it off him, or he stole it off me, but that's what that's what I call it right now. And basically this one's on third-party notifications, and I don't believe it has anything to do with what the actual third party is looking at to determine 2.3.2.6, but more of the communication out to them.
Well, it's a little bit of both. There's one aspect of how does that communication work, what is the date associated with that communication, because that's important for whoever's going to receive the communication, because that's potentially a clock start for a up to 2-year implementation plan. The other piece of it is what is the third party actually designating, and some of this started with some of the ISOs and RTOs in the NPCC footprint sent letters out, and some of you who have facilities up there, generation facilities up in that region, may have received these letters that indicated that the only thing that they were interested in is the status of the AVR on select generators. And we looked at that, I looked at that, FELIC looked at that, and we said the AVR status probably isn't what they really are interested in. They're probably interested in the capability of that unit doing voltage control out to the transmission network. Because I've never run a power flow, but I'm pretty sure that power flows don't key off of a status of whether or not there's a capability someplace. It's actually whether or not there is voltage support needed somewhere. So we went back and looked at the language of the requirement and a few of the lessons learned, and came down to this facility identification, perhaps a function identification as well, but not all the way down into a system identification. So the direction we're going is that the third-party notification is based on the facility and perhaps the function at that facility, not a system-level determination.
So Scott, and Bob, from the perspective of the ISO, let's say, right? So if they have sent out a notification and then you come out with this communication, is there an expectation for the ISO then to resend the notification?
We haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
I think that there is, it would be a safe assumption on your part, if you've received one of those letters, that there would need to be a clarification of some kind of exactly how to interpret what the New England and New York have sent out.
So sorry, Steve, I'm going to give it back to you in a second. But from a perspective of an entity that has received it, so let's say that they received the letter saying AVR status only. The entity looks at it, says, well, not really applicable to me, or rather, great, and here's the reason why I have no cyber assets, or no best cyber systems that fall into the criteria. And then I get another notification. Let's say my clock, let's say if I'm a brand new SIP SIP entity, it starts at that clarification, because I haven't been yet notified that I have any cyber assets yet.
Why don't you ask that question next Wednesday?
I will do so.
Because by next Wednesday, we should have a much better determination of what we're saying about this, and hopefully that'll feed in. Again, I think it is reasonable for you to expect that delay in the timing because of the clarification. But my definition of reasonable and your definition of reasonable may not be the same as my management's definition of reasonable that's being looked over the shoulder by FERC, who has their own definition of reasonable.
Understood. All right. Thank you.
I'm getting a lot more political than I used to be.
Okay. The next. I'm sorry.
One quick, related to that last bullet on that last item. When we did our analysis, one of the things that came up was the new standard for VAR2 requires the control room operator to see the exact same voltage as a transmission operator. And depending on how you handle that in your entity, that system could be misused to tell every single operator the wrong voltages to control to, which is kind of a surprise. And so therefore it becomes a medium impact system. So that's another little quirk of that new VAR standard that goes along with that same requirement that you have up there.
I would say we're probably just on the leading edge of scratching the surface of a whole bunch of those nuance differences. I don't know how to handle that, and that's probably not an issue that we're going to be ready to directly address by Wednesday. That may just be the next round of follow-on. I just don't know.
Scott, my question is two parts. The first part is this communication being directed to an ISO whose first initial is M, such that they will change their business practice of telling me, we don't tell you anything, go look at our study results and figure it out yourself, and actually give us a letter if there's something to be told?
I don't know.
Okay, and then the second half of my question
my preference is that they actually have to positively tell you something somehow. But there's also been a lot of pushback from some of those large ISOs that they don't want to have to go through that process. So I'm not sure where that's going to land, and quite honestly, that may be an issue that we pulled out of the initial lessons learned, or the communication, now you got me saying it. The initial communication, because we need to address the level of detail in the specification first. But my preference would be some form of the ability for you as a receiving entity to be certain that you either have or have not received a specific notification at a specific facility. That's yet another. The question is, how often do you update that? That is just yet another one of those detailed questions that we haven't gotten around to resolving yet. I don't know the answer to that. A lot of that is going to depend, because all of these notifications are based in the ops and planning standards with periodic running of various studies. So it would have to be based to the timing of those periodic studies. I don't know how synced up those study results are, whether each ISO does them kind of in concert or everybody's running on their own independent cycle. I just don't know that. But part of that affirmation of whether or not you've received a notification should be tied to the periodicity of those studies.
Scott, RF is indeed working with both PJM and MISO to determine exactly what they will be providing the entities. As yet, there hasn't been a very strong determination, but that work is still in progress, so more to come later on.
Okay.
So the second half of my question is related to just that. If there is no positive and we go to them and say, can you tell me that I didn't just miss something, that they actually have to tell me, yes, we didn't find anything for you. Because that is extremely frustrating.
I completely understand. My personal proposal that I know got pulled out of a number of things was a process something along the lines of the RC sends the letters out. The letters are acknowledged upon receipt somehow, and I don't know exactly how. And then the RC posts and says, everyone who has received a notification has acknowledged their notifications, period. If you received the notification, then somebody in your entity has acknowledged that notification. That's an internal issue. If nobody has received a notification and all of the notifications that sent were acknowledged, then you can surmise from that you were not sent one. So that was kind of my process, but sometimes I'm one of those crazy process-heavy kinds of guys that invents overly burdensome, complex processes. My response on that one was, that seems to be a lot less burdensome than getting a phone call from absolutely everybody once a month to say, did you send me a letter yet? And if I were an RC, I would not want to be the one fielding those phone calls.
So I guess maybe to ask an audit and an accountability question. So in this instance of 2326, if we as entities don't receive that letter, then certainly there would be no obligation on our side to meet 2.6 unless we have received said letter, correct? From an audit perspective, if they haven't sent me anything notifying me of my obligation per 2.6, I can't be held accountable to 2.6. Correct?
Based on the formality of the standard, yes. But by the other time, from an audit standpoint, I think it's fair to assume, and the RF guys that are in here, they're going to go to PJM and MISO and said, give me a list of all the entities you sent a letter to, so that when we go to audit, we know whether or not we need to be focusing in on 2.3 and 2.6. And if PJM or MISO says they think they sent you a letter, and you're going to sit there and say, oh, we never got a letter, how do you prove that you never got the letter? That's the other issue. Well, they have the proof that they sent it. Where's your proof that you did not receive it? It's proving a negative.
We've gone through that with somebody that adopted the IRC as their SIP2 or SIP2 RBAM, and I know it was a multi-region audit, and they actually had to get 3 different letters, and they were successful, I know, in 2 of the 3, and they went out and we're still having discussions with the 3rd one, which they sent us. They gave us evidence of letters. They gave us emails that they went back and forth with the 3rd one. So that particular entity was out proactively trying to do it.
Could we follow the no news is good news and put the onus on the reliability coordinator that if they send a letter identifying an asset and they have not received an acknowledgement of receipt, that they reach out to you again? I mean, that seems simple.
No news is good news is kind of like ignorance is bliss.
Well, no, I don't mean it in that sense.
I understand.
Mean, that then you're not, then the RC's not, fielding those dozens or hundreds of phone calls. But I would think PJM would want me to know that I have an asset, because therefore then I will protect it. And if they don't hear back from me, they're going to say, hey, Brenda, did you get that letter?
Those sound like some workable procedures.
Sometimes practical's good.
Yeah. Like I said, there may be some follow-ons to this. Once first one we have to start off with is, what are the RCs actually designating? And then we can directly move to, how are they making sure that the receiving entity knows that they've been designated?
All right. We're probably not going to solve it here.
Right now for generation?
I would think so.
I mean, without any extra.
Tim Pusey here. I think you have to recognize also that there are, especially in commercial markets, there are prohibitions against generation owners, operators, from knowing this information and having access to those kinds of studies, etc., because it's considered commercially sensitive, could be used in terms of market activity.
Right.
So the prohibitions exist. So literally, if we are not provided a letter by the planning coordinator or the RC that this is a scenario, we have no reasonable means of finding that out alternatively.
Right. You can't double check their work to see if it would have shown up, because you don't have access.
Exactly. We're not privy to that information, and there are prohibitions against us having it.
That's what makes this so much fun.
Okay, let's move on to the next one, generation interconnection. And again, this, there was questions about the at a generating station, whether the generator lead lines were counted as part of the IRC 2.5 criteria. And I think for the most part, the answer is no, right? Is there any?
I think that gets back to the network flows.
Okay, then, yeah.
That ends up being, it should devolve into an engineering construct of, is the generator switch yard only energized if the generator's on, or can it be energized with power flowing through it if the generator is off? Which basically comes down to, if it's a single line, then it's not going to be, there's no power flowing through it if the generator's not there. But if there's more than one line, then it raises the question. And we talked a little bit about that this morning. And again, the details of that should be published. And I know there's a couple of instances where that's been a hot and heavy discussion over the last 6 months. And I don't remember how we even answered it back then, because the answer was due in 2 months ago, and it may be different by now. I don't remember. But again, stay tuned. All of these hopefully will be much more formally announced on Wednesday, and we're working through all of those issues.
Okay, the next one I think we've talked about already, programmable electronic devices. Lou and Scott, I think, touched on that in the last discussion. Is there any questions on that one? Basically that there was information in the record of exactly what that entails. And okay, the next one, serial devices that are accessed remotely. So Scott's stepping behind the curtain.
You're the calm guy. You keep telling me you're the calm guy.
So basically, this goes back to what we were discussing earlier, and so if you have a serial device over a WAN connected to a protocol converter, as number one there depicts, are those serial devices really serially connected, or are they actually, because you're just using a protocol converter, are they actually directly connected devices, and in that case have external routable connectivity? So that's the question. And to carry it further, on the next slide you're going to see some more network questions, and one of them deals with, can a network device be considered a BES cyber asset? So if you think about this issue right here, so if you say that's serially connected and it's connected to a protocol converter, which is the only device on that local area network at the substation, but you have wide area network connectivity back to the control center. So that network device is the only device connected right now. So if that's not considered a BES cyber asset, then you have no ESP. You just have serial connected devices that are actually connected to serially to an IP device that goes back to the control center. And how do you handle that? Because really you have no ESP now. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with, and there's going to be more to come Wednesday on that one. So would it be protected with EACMs, you know, with a access point? Would it be all considered within an ESP? I mean, you know, I've lived this debate for the last year and a half, and we're still no closer to a resolution than I know. But we have a question here.
So Bob, you're saying you don't know the answers to questions like if there's a Ethernet connected device to that serial BES cyber asset, is it a PCA? I mean, do you fully consider that serial connection to now be a routable connection?
Well, let me put words in Bob's mouth. Bob has opinions on this. Right. I have opinions on this. Everybody has opinions on this. Bob doesn't know what the NERC communication is going to say.
Right.
I know what it said a couple of days ago, but I don't know what it says now because I haven't had a chance to read the email that I got an hour ago that has this in it. So it's going to be premature for us to speculate on exactly what that says. This is one of the ones that's a lot more fluid than some of the others.
Right, but this is what it comes down to. I mean, how can we protect or know how to protect, in accordance with version 5, our cyber assets at substations or at other, if we can't draw the electronic security perimeter at those substations, and we're running out of time.
Well, next Wednesday is your best hope to have those questions posed in a forum that is possible to capture them for a response. I don't know that we're going to be ready to respond to those questions next Wednesday, but next Wednesday sounds to me like the grand reveal of what these communications are going to say with all of the detail associated with them. And that is where we should be focusing the questions, not on what Bob thinks might be in there or what I think might be in there based on a couple of days ago.
And what comes out in that, I guess, that's my hope too, that comes out next Wednesday. They say, here's the way that it should be done. And I guess at that point it's either run with it or fight it, right? If that's what comes out next Wednesday, I guess.
And yeah, fighting is always an option. We're not saying that fighting is not an option. Winning is an option, but fighting is an option too.
All right. Next one, again, it sort of deals with that. There's also the issue of can a network device be considered a BCA, which we touched a little bit on the last slide. And the other issue that's come up, in fact, it came up at lunchtime in a discussion I had with somebody. If you have a non-routable communications out to a BES cyber assets, what are those communication devices that they come in play? And the last statement I heard on it, and Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, is that what's written down there that that the URO will use discretion to exempt any cyber assets associated with non-routable communication network links that would be exempt if they were routable between discrete ESPs, as if they were routable between discrete ESPs.
So in other words, we're not going to, lack of a formal ESP EAP at the far end, the substation end, is not going to be seen as license for us to just sweep in all of the communications assets that would have been out of scope. We're going to apply discretion and come up with some kind of a demarcation point within which we're going to apply the standards and outside of which we wouldn't, and it's going to be as close as we can analog to what we would do if there was an ESP, otherwise known as a demarc, at the remote end. So we're not going to extend beyond what a reasonable person would expect us to do. If there's anybody reasonable in this whole process, but we're going to apply discretion there.
Right. I think the question I had at lunchtime, if you had a modem connected to a serially to a relay 4-wire to an RTU, would that modem come into play? And the answer is no.
Maybe the modem is the demarc point.
Yeah, the modem is probably the demarc point. Okay, next one. I think.
Yeah, you can take this one too.
Oh, I think we discussed this one already. I'll move on.
This one is the functional obligations discussion that we talked about this morning when I went through the bright lines and the definition of control center. And we went back in the record of development, and this question came up a number of times. It's in the guidelines, and it basically, the drafting team, in response to comments and in the guidelines, said it's not about what your formal registration is, it's about the functions that you're performing. And this is one of those cases where, everybody says, oh, the SIP standards are different, the SIP standards are special. This actually is a case where, the SIP standards are different because of the misuse component. In a operations and planning environment with delegated use and three-part communications on directives and things like that, a registered transmission operator can, via three-part communications or other mechanisms, direct a transmission operator to open and close breakers. And the safeguard there is there's a human two humans involved in the loop before a breaker actually opens or closes. If the systems at the transmission owner that actually can control the trip and close coils get compromised, there is no human in the loop anymore to stop those actions. And we need to protect those systems to make sure that they don't get compromised and misused. That's the philosophy behind this, and that's why the operations and planning concepts are different than the SIP concepts in how these are being applied.
If you even think about, if anybody was here for Matt Llewellyn's presentation yesterday, a bad actor, out there doesn't care how you're registered.
Yeah, if you're going to have bad actors, you need to do really, really good contract negotiations with them ahead of time so that they obey all of the rules. And if they can obey all the rules, then we'll let you go. Because you got contractual obligations and penalties associated with that. I don't see that happening.
I have a question here.
So my first question is this how it's going to come out? What you talked about this morning was wait till tomorrow or something like that?
Now it's wait till the webinar on Wednesday.
Well, and this is it? This is basically saying how it's going to kind of stay the same?
This is what it said a week ago, and as far as I know, it is unchanged, but it's still a long time before next Wednesday.
So it can still change, because, even the title, I think, has changed.
I don't even know.
So,
I'm not sure.
And I guess my question is on this, is the functions you are performing, was it the intent of the standard drafting team to use the functional model?
That's the basis for all of this. The functional model and the BROS, which, as we talked about this morning, should be just a simple restatement of the functional model.
Okay, because the functional model and using this is very vague, and you could, if you wanted to, take any type of function that is performed by you and a distribution provider and use the functional model and say, hey, you as a distribution provider have a control center. So we just established that. Using the functional model now, you could actually go in there and say, well, you're a DP, you got a control center, let's look at your impact. If you really want to get down to it, you can almost say that every DP now that has a control center, it's medium impact. It's so vague in there.
Only if they're operating BES facilities under the BES definition.
Right, and I believe there was, I could be wrong, I'm going off from memory, but I think one of them says if you have a SCADA system. And I think almost a lot of entities have SCADA systems.
But we're still going to tie it to, are they operating BES capital F facilities?
Right.
So if it's a distribution provider and they are operating 115 kV facilities that are included in the BES definition by the appropriate inclusion clauses and not excluded by an appropriate exclusion clause of the BES definition, then it is possible that a registered distribution provider is performing a bulk electric system transmission operations function. That is a possibility.
Okay.
But not all DPs are in that realm.
Right, but I mean, if there's just simply as monitoring a load that's a 138 load, I mean, on a SCADA system.
If it's just a load, it could qualify as an exemption for that line facility to not be included in the BES. And again, I'm not the expert in that, but there are some safety valves in the BES definition for some of those cases. And I am far from the expert on that. RF has somebody that's an expert on that, and they're probably not in the room, and if they are in the room, they're probably running by now.
Okay. So we're done with those now. The next topic is frequently asked questions. We'll go through this rather quickly. There were 3 that were posted out there early on, and we had 34 of them that were posted April 2nd with comments due back by May 15th. And again, the FAQs went through this similar vetting process. In fact, they may have gone through more of a vetting process where they actually went to all the regions first. The regions were given a certain number of FAQs to answer. Those answers then went to the the transition advisory group, and every member there was assigned. We did a region and an entity. For example, I worked with RF, I should say we worked with SMUD out in Sacramento on a group of questions. We came up with answers to them. And then all of it went back to the entire group, and we spent couple of painful days going through every one of them and coming up with answers for them. And the ones that we knew we could get posted then went out April 2nd, and that was 34 of them. I think we originally started with about 100 of them, and some of them we grouped together. So if you put in an FAQ and you see the ones that are out there and you don't see your exact one, you may see something similar to the question you asked. If we missed entirely what you were asking us, please come back and ask us again, because when we went back and read some of the questions, we may have taken some liberties that we shouldn't have taken on the question, but there's a group out there now where right now the team is going through the next group of them, and those ones are to be posted May 1st. And if you have any more detailed questions on that, when you see Felix tomorrow, you can ask him too.
Yeah, just two points on that. First is, a lot of people want to know what the difference is between a lessons learned and a frequently asked question, and part of this communication that we're going to be rolling out and announcing next Wednesday addresses that. Generally, a frequently asked question is a short, concise question that can be responded to in about a paragraph. So that they're intended to be quick shot questions like that. A lessons learned is more of a kind of a generic issue. It's not really a question, and it generally requires a lot more detail to answer the question than a simple paragraph. So that's really how we're characterizing the difference between the two. The other is, as Bob pointed out, we started out with a really big list, and we've done some paring down and consolidation. We looked for questions that were similar. We tried to take a question that was a little bit detailed, maybe 2 or 3 questions that were detailed, and raise them up just a little bit to make them similar. But some of the questions were just very, very implementation or device specific that in one case they gave us a specific make and model of a device, and we couldn't even find it in Google. I mean, we looked it up based on the manufacturer and a model number, and Google just returned back no results. So either it's a super highly specialized double secret device, or maybe they misspelled the model number or something. I don't know. So there are a number of questions that came in that we said are just way too specific for us to answer in a generic FAQ. The plan was to feed those back to the region where the entity came from, and maybe have the region and that entity sit down on a one-to-one and discuss that. Those may then be able to be generalized and fed back into something a little bit more generic. We just don't have enough detail at this point for some of those questions.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but once the comments are addressed for any of their posted, they're going to go through the Section 11 too?
Yeah, they will be. We're going to bunch them up. We're not going to have the standards committee approve 57 different independent documents. We're going to bunch them up and have them approve a large list of them. And we're going to have to organize them probably by standard, because that's how things get posted.
So, Scott, well, with regards to these FAQs and lessons learned. So the lessons learned to me is this is an example of how an entity does something, right? With an FAQ, here's a question, and the question deals with the standard, and some of the answers that I read from the questions that were published for comment, they seem very much interpretive. This is what this means. Mm-hmm. So that's very different than a guideline.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand where that fits within the compliance enforcement and...
Some of them may end up getting pulled out of the Section 11 process because they're not appropriate to the Section 11 process. They're going to get perhaps shuffled over into maybe a communications mechanism that answers some simple questions if we do a records research and find that everything's there. Or it may just be an area of interpretation that we would have to spin back around and go through the formal interpretation request if it really is an interpretation, or if it really is a question that causes us as an industry, not just NERC and the regions, but the industry at large, to say, well, the only way to address the issue that's raised in the question is to change the language of the standard. That's a bigger issue than an interpretation. All of those avenues are available. We're trying to parse those out.
So from an entity perspective, from my perspective, right, NERC is looking for me to actually comment on that fact.
Yes.
So as I read through these 40 questions, I'm going to be providing comments to NERC saying, this sounds like an interpretation, this does not, et cetera.
Right. Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Definitely. I guess the last thing about all of this is that there may still be more lessons learned to come. I'm sure there's going to be more FAQs to come. I think in our meeting last Monday, there was a FAQ that we were discussing. I can't remember what the subject was, but the talk was to make it a lessons learned.
It started off as a lessons learned, and somebody said, oh, that's an easy question to answer. So it got on the FAQ list, and then when we started answering, we said, yeah, this is a complicated issue, and back on the lessons learned list. So some of them are going back and forth. Again, we're trying to say, is it something that can be a straightforward question that can be answered essentially in an answer that fits inside of an Excel spreadsheet, because that's how we're tracking them. And if it needs more than what will fit in an Excel spreadsheet, then it's a lessons learned, because it takes too much to explain it.
Question over here.
Yeah, so with the FAQs, one of the concerns that we have as we've read this kind of as already spoken, my concern is that these are going to become like the cans that were retired, that it's going to be used as part of the evaluations and basis as the audit versus just an interpretation. And I'm concerned about recycling a whole new can process all over again.
All the way till 413 before somebody brought up cans. We're doing pretty good, Bob.
I thought somebody was going to capitalize on that compliance and start talking about cams. No.
There are concerns on the NERC side of, a can by any other name is still a can. We're concerned about that. We're sensitive to that, and that's why we're trying to be very, very true to, is it an issue of an implementation approach? Is it something that was clearly addressed in the record, and wading through 10,000 pages is not something that I would want to foist on anybody, especially if you can get somebody like me to do that for you. That's probably in your best interest, and then I'm going to expect you to double check my work to make sure I did an accurate job of that. But yeah, if it really is one of these canned kinds of things, or as Markel points off, something that sounds and smells like it's moving towards an interpretation, then you need to let us know that in your opinion, it's moving down an inappropriate direction, and then our legal staff is going to look at that and either agree with you and say, pull it out, move it over here, or they're going to come back and say they disagree, and here's why they disagree with that. And it's up to us to defend why we would keep it in if you say that it belongs someplace else. And that's all part of the transparent process that we have, that Section 11 fosters and that we have in general, that we're just trying to make sure that everybody is on board with these decisions. And the key for a lot of this is, and we actually had an interesting reveal by one of the VTAG members that basically said, I don't like that answer, but I understand where it came from, I understand why you gave that answer, and I'm willing to live with it, in spite of the fact that they didn't like it. So that's kind of a best case scenario for us of let's move towards something that is highly defensible. You don't have to like it, but you have to understand and respect why we're there. And if you don't understand it and you don't respect it, we have a job to do to make sure that you do understand and respect the process that we use to get there.
One thing I'll add, because Scott touched on it this morning and Lou touched on it this afternoon. Scott's not an auditor and Lou's not an auditor anymore. So as an auditor, I'm going to tell you right now that we'll be auditing to the requirements, right? And in fact, if you provide us evidence and I look at it in my professional judgment, you meet that requirement, and you use nothing whatsoever to do with the guidelines, the lessons learned, the FAQs, I mean, I'll probably give you a positive observation, not a violation. So, we will be looking at the requirements, but on the other hand, if you're missing something that we feel that you're not meeting the requirement, I mean, my advice to you would have been probably, as you develop your mitigation, you may want to go back and look at all the guidance and that's out there on implementing this requirement. Any other questions?
Quick, go on to the next slide.
Oh, we're done.
That's what I mean.
Oh, this was just a slide that says that there would be a communication coming out, which is next Wednesday at 8:30. So sign up for the webinar. Oops, that went off. Any more questions? And I promised we would do that in a half hour, and it only took an hour, so not bad.
That's a stiff hour.
And I did allow Scott to do most of the talking, right? So I succeeded there.
Oh, you started off with
it. All right, thanks, everybody. There's something else coming up now there, Eric?
Mike. Yes, Mike Ketchens is going to discuss CIP 14. It's going to take me a second to get his presentation up, and then he'll get started.
Okay, now I'm on. I realize that I'm standing between you and happy hour. So we're going to make this as quickly as we possibly can. But please feel free to ask questions as we go along. Now, yesterday I did this presentation to about a third of the group here. So I expect you guys, you can put your heads on the desks and take a nap or something. What is CIP 14? 2 years ago today, Metcalf substation was attacked, substations. It hit the headlines, it hit Congress, and under the pressure from Congress and obviously the public, the FERC required that NERC develop a standard that protects physical security of the transmission stations and transmission substations and their associated primary control centers. That's key. Primary control centers, not the backup, that if rendered inoperable, damaged, or as a result of a physical attack, this is not cyber, this is physical, could result in instability, uncontrolled separation, cascading within an interconnection. CIP 14 is not an extension of CIP 6. CIP 6 intent is to protect cyber assets, BES cyber assets, BES cyber systems. CIP 14 deals specifically and only with transmission stations, transmission substations, and their associated primary control centers. Excuse me. CIP 14 has 6 requirements. Initially, it applies to transmission owners that own transmission stations or transmission substations meeting specific operating criteria and applicability section 4.1.1. This morning and even this afternoon, you looked at in CIP 2, you have attachment 1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. The applicability section of 4.1.1 is simply taken from that same attachment. Essentially, it covers 2.4, 2.5, part of 2.6 minus the generation station, and 2.7. So I'm not going to go back over that. We saw enough of that this morning. R1 requires the REs to perform an initial and subsequent assessment to identify critical transmission substations. Now, what does that mean? This is a 3-parter. The first part is if you're 500 kV and above, you're automatically subject to CIP 14. It's a no-brainer. So you can make your list of 500 kVs and above. The next step is transmission substations at 499 to 200. Anything below 200, don't have to worry about it. Between 499 and 200, you're going to go through the applicability section at 4.1.1. And it's a binary. Either you're this or you're not. If you meet any one of those criterion, then you're in on list 2. So now you have 2 lists. List of your 500 and above, and a list of your 200 to 499 coming out of 4.1.1. All right? You're not through. 500 kV and above, automatic. You don't have to worry about that. But you take a look at everything between 200 and 499, and you apply an engineering study similar to TPL 00, one of the TPL standards, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. If at the result of that engineering study, you meet any one of those criteria, and or you've been identified as a derivation of IROLs, then you're in the picture. Also, nuclear plant interface requirements, NIPRs, are also required. Whoops. Let's try that again. Okay. I like this clip. Once you've gotten your list of eligible substations, transmission stations, and primary control centers associated with those, you have to go to step 2. Requirement 2 simply says that you're going to need an unaffiliated third party to go back and look over your methodology used in R1 to verify that you did it the right way. The unaffiliated third party essentially means that you cannot be a part of the same utility family. Exelon has many other associated utilities. First Energy, many other associated utilities. They're all part of the same umbrella family, AES, US, same thing. You're all a part of the same corporate umbrella. That's where you lose your unaffiliation. It has to be somebody who is not within the corporate umbrella of your organization. Also in R2, the standard allows you to do R1 and R2 concurrently. Now, what does that mean? Let's get back to unaffiliated. If you hire an unaffiliated third party, somebody outside with the credentials that can do that, and you want to have that person not assist with you, but work with you as you, the utility, is developing your R1 review, you can do that because that same party is not actually developing the plan. If that unaffiliated third party were actually asked to develop the plan, then he or she cannot come back and review the same plan that he or she created. Obviously, it's going to be perfect every time. So you want to keep that independence and separation. This is to make sure that utilities are not, you have a question over here?
Isn't that different than what we discussed yesterday? If you had someone like your BA or your RC actually doing the study, couldn't they do both?
I was going to address that. This is somebody, a hired hand, okay, that you hired into it. The only exception to this is what he was referring to yesterday. If you have your BA, RC, BA, RC, TP, do the study for you, then we would consider this done, even though it's the same person. Why? We know that those registered entities have the credentials, the skills, and in many cases it's their job to develop those types of plans for you. So that's the only time this unaffiliated third party can actually perform R1 and would at the same time satisfy R2. Now, it doesn't mean that you have your BA or RC or TP do this and then turn around and give you this. You know, it's not that kind of game. Once they've done it, you just certify that they were the ones who did it. We will accept it in reliability first. R3 requires notification. The standard applies to transmission owners that own transmission stations or substations. Okay? There are many transmission owners who have transmission substations and stations being operated by a transmission operator, TOP, right? If, as a transmission owner, goes through this screening, any one of those assets that is being operated by a TOP, the transmission owner has to notify the TOP that that particular station, substation, control room fall under CIP 14. The onus of notification is on the transmission owner. A word to the wise. If you're a transmission operator and you know that you are operating substations, especially at 500 kV and above, I'd be proactive to go to my TO and say, hey, I know these stations are going to be on your list of CIP 14. Is that correct? Is there anything else? Why do you encourage that? The TO may have an outdated email list and send it to Mike, who used to be at AES, but I'm no longer at AES. And it just sits there, or it dies. Therefore, AES never gets notified. So proactively, I'd go back to your TO and ask them, are you involved? We're going to run through this quickly, unless you guys have questions. R4 requires the TO to conduct an evaluation of potential physical security threats to those substations, transmission stations, and primary control centers that were identified in R1 and verified in R2. Keywords here: conduct an evaluation of the potential threats and vulnerabilities. We cannot protect our assets from every potential threat, physical security threat. So what we're encouraging you to do is to essentially look at what is the activity that is traditionally in your neighborhood. Now we know that because of what happened 2 years ago today at Metcalf, transformers can be shot at and disabled. We know that. So if you have some very large transformers, transmission stations, substations, you want to protect them somehow from bullets. Somehow, maybe. But it is going to be up to you, the entity, to determine what your potential threats are. As an auditor, I cannot tell you that your potential threat list is either good or bad. I am not you. I don't live necessarily in that area. I don't know the circumstances. We may make some suggestions. Why didn't you include, did you think about including this? Did you think about including that? But it's totally up to you. I cannot second guess you. My job is simply to make sure that you went through that exercise and you have that list. Okay? Under R5, as it was said this morning, what good is it to have a list if you don't do anything with it? R5 says you have to develop and implement a documented physical security plan or plans that cover the respective assets that have been identified in R1 against the threats that you've identified in R4. Okay? So your plan, you've identified the potential threats. We want to see what are you going to do to protect those assets from those threats. From those threats. Once again, I can't challenge that. The only thing I can challenge you on is if you've identified a threat of squirrels getting into my substation, but you don't have anything to address squirrels getting into your substation, I can call you on that one. But if you cover everything that you've already identified in R4, you're going to be okay. And implement it. That's the other piece. A plan by itself is no good unless you implement it. We're going to check for implementation. R6, similar to R2, very same thing, concept. An unaffiliated third party, nobody from my same family of utilities, review the plan developed in R5, and under R4, from the threats identified in R4, and then the plan in R5. They're going to review that to see and make recommendations. In R4, you didn't think about this, you didn't think about that. I suggest you do this, I suggest you do that. The TO doesn't have to accept those. If you choose not to accept those recommendations, all you do is type out a document justifying your decision. That's all I'm looking for here. Did you get this unaffiliated third party to review your plan and look at your threat list? And were there any suggestions for change? If they were, did you include those changes? If not, why not? This is going to be the same concept in R2. Those are the 6 requirements in CIP 14. The key here is do your sorting. 500 kV and above, automatically, and don't even think about them. Start working on R2, R3, R4, 5 and 6. Screen them using applicability section 4.1.1. What comes out of that, do an engineering study. What comes out of that is subject to R2, R3, 4, 5, 6. Caution here. R1 and R2 go hand in hand. Even if you come out with a null list from R1, you still have to have an unaffiliated third party verify your methodology and confirm that the list is indeed a null list. And just like in R6, the unaffiliated third party reviewer can make recommendations to add something to your list or take something from your list. In that case, what they're essentially telling you is that your methodology either missed something that should have been there, or maybe it was so too tight or too loose that you got things trapped that should not have been there. Again, you as the entity, as a TO, you have the right to accept that, and if you do, you change your methodology, you run it again. If you don't, you have a right to refuse to change that, or simply document why. Okay? Cliff? Now you're standing between them and happy hour.
I'll try to make it really quick. So if, and we talked about this yesterday, I'm a little bit confused about the requirement needing to do R2. If an entity does not own anything above, anything 200 or above, is R2 still required?
No.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, R1 is not required. It only applies to TOs who own assets, transmission stations and substations from 200 to 500 and up. Okay? If you, like Consumers Energy, you have what, 138? 138, you're not even in the picture. I come to audit you, you show me I don't have anything above 138, that's it. I wouldn't even try to audit you on that one. Any other questions? You've got the essence of what 14 is going to be like. Big caution here, R1 has to be completed by October 1st of this year. So if you haven't done it yet, strongly suggest you get back home and you get people to work on it. It has to be done on October 1st. R2 has to be done at the end of December of this year. So it's not unlike V5 that we have another year to go. This one is effective this year. And we will be looking at some opportunities to check your progress and assist you with it as much as we possibly can. Any other questions? Great. If not, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for coming today. We've decided to, I was next on the agenda, but we decided to move that presentation to tomorrow along with a couple others so that we didn't run over. So we're going to end it for the day, and we start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. This morning we started at 8:45, so tomorrow we had to confuse you and start at 8. Thank you.